Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Hope you're well. Welcome to a 50-second arena. 52, subhanallah. So any one of you who's not aware of what the arena is, it's basically an opportunity for non-Muslims, those who are not Muslim, to challenge Islam. As always, there's two ways you can challenge Islam. You can either challenge Islam face on, so you can challenge the Qur'an, you can challenge the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, you can challenge what you like. Or you can do an indirect challenge to Islam by basically demonstrating what you believe to be true would make Islam false by default. So if you're an atheist and you come on here and you can demonstrate that a creator doesn't exist, then of course you're refuting Islam indirectly. Or if you're a Christian that believes Jesus died for your sins and such, then you're refuting Islam indirectly. So you get the gist. So if you're, Hindus will humor, but mainly Christians, atheists, agnostics, especially want atheists today, because Brother Sabor is joining us, mashallah, and he never usually gets much food when he's here. So we need some solid atheists. As always, I'm going to try and take a back seat a little bit, and I'll leave you in the hands of the boys. So without further ado, I'll bring on the three gladiators. We need some entry kind of sounds. I need to come up with something. Anyway, we've got Brother Sabor, mashallah. Assalamu alaikum, akhi.
Wa alaikum salam.
It's very nice to have you back on board, man. Alhamdulillah.
Always a pleasure.
And we found this guy moping about, talking about next season.
Assalamu alaikum, brothers. It's good to be here. Please don't forget that London is blue. Thank you.
I think London is red right now, dude. I'm happy they didn't win, though. So there's no crowers. And then, last but not least, it's the Muslim Cowboy. Yeehaw. How you doing, son?
Salam, y'all. How you doing, brother?
Walaikum salam. Nice to have you back in the saddle, mate. Alhamdulillah.
It's good to be home, partner.
Right, let's get the link out there. So
How
everything
you
going?
doing, bro? How's your health, man?
It's a bit like the British economy, up and down. I broke my knee by walking into a chair at the doctor's office. So it's not the greatest at the moment. I'm a bit fragile, a bit like Hamza's masculinity when it comes to football. So, just getting that out there.
Ijaz is going out fighting, man. He's going to fight it out.
My masculinity when it comes to football. What's that mean?
Yeah. Well, you overcompensate because your team, it represents what I would argue as just feminism.
Why?
I think it's a fair point.
Well, I'm hearing the justification first.
Okay, let me put it this way. You don't have a single good player on the team. You bend the knee. You support a certain alphabet mafia. I think that team, even called the Red Shire team, as a Muslim, that's just given into the agenda, Hamza.
That'd been absolutely. All I heard then was Charlie Brown. Wah, 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 wah. Anyway, let me set up the challenge for these non-Muslims, man. We got one guy who's coming on. He's an ex-Muslim.
Ex-Muslim.
He tried to. Unfortunately for him, he tried to come on and asking me, saying that the Quran goes against science and something about astronomy, and I just slapped him with, "Are you saying the Prophet Muhammad was lying, crazy, or deceived?" He just come and stuck. Anyway, I thought I'd leave him to you guys. So I think he should jump on as soon as the link goes out.
Is that milk?
Alhamdulillah, yeah, it's milk, brother.
Camel milk, cow milk, what kind of milk?
It's just regular cow milk.
You just said cat milk.
That was a Freudian slip right there, and he had a cheeky smile on his face.
You've been milking cats?
You can milk just about anything, man. I'll tell you what.
Speaking from experience there.
Yeah.
50, moving on.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Hamza is focusing. There's someone backstage that he must really like. That's what it looks like.
No, I'm just putting the link out.
Inshallah.
Hopefully we get some good guests today.
Are we live?
Inshallah.
Yeah, we're live.
Oh yeah, you already did your intro.
Everyone's laughing at your cat milk.
I said cow, but it sounded like cat. I promise I didn't say cat.
Yeah, like
Nah,
you said, Freudian
this is
slip.
recorded. This
Why
is
you get-
recorded.
Why are you getting defensive, bro?
Yeah, the lady to protest too much. Right, I've pinned the link. So
I'm
that's-
gonna bet you someone's gonna clip that and be like, these evil Muslims milking
No.
cats. No.
I don't want to give credence to his channel, but some guy who's been doing quite a few videos linking our names in there. He'll probably have to do something with milking cats or something. I'm sure.
Yeah. I think Fareed did a video featuring that guy recently too. So I got to see his ugly mugshot to see.
Yeah, you're right. He did. His was more directed at the. I don't want to say either one of their names. The one who pretends to know. Well, I guess they both know Arabic to an extent. But yeah, he did a reply not to the guy who I'm talking about, but he happened to be on the show of the guy who was with the guy that I'm talking about.
I follow what you're saying, but I'm gonna pretty be sure people in the crowd are lost, equally as confused as Brother Saburi right now. So.
But not as confused as this guy.
All right, I put the name in the private chat.
Aydal.
Yep.
Harry, hello there. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sounds like a.
Yeah, Hamza. Shortly introduced our previous arguments a few minutes ago. And my problem is that I like Islam because I think Quran is not scientific. It contradicts with science. I don't think that Quran has to explain science. It is not a science book. I don't think that.
Are you a robot?
My only.
Yeah, I don't know why he's using a voice
Not at all.
change. To be honest.
Not at all.
Stephen Hawking has entered the chat.
I think my problem is that Quran should not contradict with it. It should not explain it. It does not have to explain it. It should not contradict with it. And my problem in particular is the astronomy. The Earth model in Quran seems to be flat like the other books. And I'm not going to just say this verse proved it.
Aydal.
Yeah.
Can you take up your stupid voice filter?
Sorry?
Can you take off your voice filter? Because I'm not going to keep listening to that.
It's pretty hard to really kind of follow what you're saying, partner.
We can't understand you. It's like gibberish at some point.
Honestly, just remove the voice filter and speak normally.
Is it better if I speak closer to the microphone?
No, just don't speak with that stupid robot
I would
voice.
be really glad if you could accept me like this.
We're not going to accept you like this.
Then I'm gonna have to read because I cannot reveal my identity. I wanted to.
No one knows who you are, mate.
Anonymous.
Even if we did know your voice, think about this. There's no way we could backtrack and find out who you are and go to your house.
We don't care about you that much.
My family watches this. My family watches this, so that is the reason actually. My friends watch this.
Yeah, but you're annoying. You're annoying the life out of
Thank you so much.
Your voice. I can't tolerate it. I'm trying.
Okay, Aaron. Thank you. Then I can leave. Okay, if there's a real problem.
Why don't you get a voice changer like John Picard or something, not the stupid robot voice?
Why do
I
you, like,
downloaded
lower
the first one I
filter or
saw.
something?
What?
I downloaded the first program I saw. That is the reason.
Yeah, but unfortunately, we're not going to take it. So you need to think about it again.
Yeah, no, that's not going to work.
Did you just peek? This dude peeked mid prayer. I like that. That he's got channeling from.
I hope you're praying to God there, and not a human being.
I think he was.
Amen. I'll do it again. Just give me a second.
Could pray after the stream.
It's fine. Let's pray to God alone.
Amen.
He needs all the help he can get.
My proposition today is, if Islam is the truth, then it would have a clear understanding of the Christian view of the Trinity. And because there seems to be a lack of clarity there, it does seem to implode the Quran. And I think that truth is based on authority. And so if the authority of the Quran is put in question, then we're left with to come to the Bible to see what the Bible says about the Trinity.
Go on, Ijaz, you kick that off.
No,
I'll
just
give
muted my mic.
that one to the cowboy. I
Cowboy.
think.
Let's see the cowboy.
Let's see the
Did
cowboy.
you hear me?
No, we heard you, man.
So I bring a verse of the Quran,
Yeah, please do it.
Surah 5, 116. When God says, Jesus, son of Mary, did you say to people, take me and my mother as two deities beside God? He will answer, glory be to you. How could I ever say that to which I have no right? If I ever said so, you would surely have known it. You know what is in my mind, while I do not know anything that is with yours. You alone are the knower of the unseen things. And I'd just like to say one or two things before we begin, that when we're looking at any text, whether it be the Quran or the Bible, you can't just take one isolated text. So you can't just take one text from the Quran and say, this is what the Quran says.
Right.
And the same with the Bible. So
Isn't that what you've just done?
I'm just beginning to explain that though I have quoted...
So you have more verses, is what you're saying.
Can I finish? It's very difficult to engage in scholarship if you're interrupting.
I just asked the question. I said you have more verses than just this one.
Yeah, there are more verses in the conversation. Yeah.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is, it's important not to strawman the Christian or the Islamic position. I'm just giving one verse as a beginning for a discussion, a dialogue.
Give another verse.
Well, okay. You can bring another verse. What is your point about this verse?
Well, I'm asking you about the explanation of that verse, and then maybe you could tie it in with other Quranic verses.
The explanation,
so that we would get a fuller understanding of that verse.
Just one second, Cowboy. Just 1 second.
All right.
You just came on saying you can't take isolated verse out of context, out of a book, which you've just done. Yeah. So do you have another verse where the Quran talks about Trinity?
No, listen. I am asking you. See, the problem.
No, we're not gonna do your work for you.
This verse.
Do you have another verse?
This verse isn't even talking about Trinity.
I know. But do you have another verse?
No, wait a minute. I'm giving you an opportunity to explain it from Islamic perspective.
Yeah, we'll do that. But do you have another verse or not?
So you're not giving us an explanation of this verse with other Quranic verses.
Do you have another verse in the Quran about Trinity?
So it's showing. I have many verses, but
so give us another verse. Give us one more.
You're showing a lack of intellectual integrity now.
Jason,
you're
don't
not willing to engage. I've quoted your verse. Jason. Wait a minute. No, I've quoted your verse. Then surely you can give me an explanation of this.
Jason,
verse.
You just said you can't take a verse out of context, which you've done. So do you have another verse, or have you done exactly what you said you can't do? That's what I'm trying to ascertain.
Have I given an explanation of this text? No.
No, I didn't ask you to do that. Jason, just listen.
You see, the problem with you guys is you don't want to engage in scholarship.
All right, Jason.
You don't want to engage.
This happens every time with you, Jason.
No, Jason, we're ready to engage.
We're going to answer your question. But you created a principle. You said you can't take one verse out of a book, out of context. So, and then you did that. You proceeded to do exactly that. So all I'm trying to work out is, do you have another verse which talks about Trinity? Or is this the only one you think talks about Trinity? Right.
Can I, right. You muted me, which is academically not fair the way you're conducting yourself. There's 4 of you, right? I made a proposition and I've given you some data, right? But I also qualified it that I'm not going to engage in just giving one verse, that there'll be other verses. But I started off, I've made a proposition, I've given a verse, I've not given any interpretation to that verse. I've not given any interpretation. So I've not put anything out of context.
So what's your understanding of it? Right? And then we'll give you ours.
No. You have to explain it. I've given it to you.
Why do I have to explain it?
Explain it to me, and then we can move on into the discussion.
Why do we have to explain it?
If you're not willing to do that, then what kind of scholars are you?
No, we are willing to do that, but how do you understand it, first of all? Because you brought it.
You see, as Muslims, if you've got the truth, you wouldn't be frightened of anything. I've come on with 4 guys You're very knowledgeable.
We need this guy here to respond to this.
Come on, and you're not willing to engage. You're scared. You're frightened. You're frightened.
Do we need him here to respond to this? I don't think we need him here, do we?
Respond. What you're scared of. Expound the text from a Quranic perspective. Give us the totality of the Quran on that verse.
All right, I'll just do this quickly. You actually did make a claim because you came on to say that the Quran misrepresents the Trinity, and then you cited that passage. That is what we call an interpretation of the text. So if you're saying you didn't mean to do that, and that wasn't your claim, then I welcome you to take that back and we can proceed. But if that is your claim, then you've contradicted yourself, and thus you don't engage honestly and consistently. Simple.
Right. I couldn't hear everything. It was a bit quiet. I've got fans here in Ghana. Guess what, guys? I'll be in UK. If you want to carry this conversation at Speaker's Corner. My mum is dying, so I have to go and see her. So please think about that. But I will be in UK. I will come and see you at Speaker's Corner. No, I've made a point. It says here, when God says, Jesus, son of Mary, I want to be fair to the text. The text does not seem to be explaining some kind of Trinity. I'll give you some more text if you want to.
You're right. You're right.
So you're saying the text is not defining Trinity?
Right. It's not. That's the whole point.
We agree.
We agree. It's this verse is not talking about
I'll give
Trinity.
you some more text. You want some more text? Surah 5:17. They have certainly disbelieved. They say that Allah is Christ, the son of Mary. It say then.
That's 572, not 517.
All if he had intended to destroy Christ, the son of Mary, or his mother, or everyone on the earth, and to Allah belongs the dominion of the heaven and earth. Whatever is between them, he creates what he wills, and Allah is over things. I'll read that again. They have certainly disbelieved to say that Allah is Christ, the son of Mary. Say then, who could prevent Allah at all if he has intended to destroy Christ, the son of Mary, or his mother, or everyone on earth? And to Allah belongs the dominion of heaven and earth. Whatever it's between them, he creates what he wills, and Allah is over all things. Surah 5:75. The Messiah, son of Mary, was not the Messiah, son of Mary, was not but a messenger. Other messengers have passed on before him, and his mother was superior of truth.
Is he telling us verses in the Quran that don't talk about Trinity? Is this the exercise that we're engaging in? It's like someone said, Jason, how many surahs do you know that doesn't mention the Trinity?
I'll give you the verses. You asked for them.
But they've got nothing to do with what you're talking about. Anyway, just be quiet now, Jason. Cowboy. One second. You're making no sense. Cowboy, just respond to his Mary and that one. First one.
I've not finished yet. I've not finished.
You have.
No, I've not. Let me give you.
What you
1 minute. I quote a verse. You say quote verses. Now I quote
you don't.
Verses. You say don't quote the verses. We need to get the totality.
I'm struggling with this. I can't handle this.
So
Cowboy, just respond to his initial claim.
The reason why he has a problem is because your claim is about the Quran misrepresenting the Trinity. Every single verse you came with does not speak about the Trinity in any way whatsoever. So it's not as if they somehow get the Trinity wrong. Okay, that's why Hamza's getting fed up, because he's, I mean, we all, we have time. There's a lot of people who are in the queue right now who want to talk. So it's about brevity and being able to adequately answer the questions in a succinct and appropriate amount of time. So if he's allowing, okay, all right. So we're going to go ahead and begin with the first verse that you quoted, which was from Surah Al-Ma'idah, verse 116. And the question, this is what's going to be asked on the day of judgment, right? And we'll make this really quick, where it says, إِذْ قَالَ اللَّهُ يَا عِيسَى بْنُ مَرْيَمَ أَأَنْتَ قُلْتَ لِلنَّاسِ أَتَتَّخِذُونِي وَأُمِّيَ إِلَهَيْنِ مِن دُونِ اللَّهِ. So Allah is saying, did you, Isa, tell anybody to take yourself or your mother as deities, anything worthy of worship other than Allah, or even besides Allah? They still worship Allah, but other than Allah. Min dunillah means it could be beside it, other than it, whatever. Worship in Islam does not necessitate that she is part of a Trinity like that. So when Catholics pray to Mary, asking intercession from her, this in and of itself is worship. Okay, so that's first. So anyone who goes to any saint, who goes to any other person like the saints, the Christians do, or whoever, from any religion, and they think that this thing, other than Allah has the power within itself, any kind of divine power to answer your prayers, then that thing is being taken as an ilah. So the question here is, and people, because people do that, right? It's not necessarily saying, some scholars have said there was a sect in the past that made Mary part of deityship. And I mean, many people even say this is the mother of God, so she has some divinity in her. Nonetheless, even today, there are Christians who worship Mary by sake of evocation and dua, which is supplication to her, hoping that she and the images that they see on their toast, or when they see the blood allegedly coming from the eyes of the statues, they have at this point taken her as a deity. That is what is the law. This is what this verse is saying. So this verse doesn't talk about Trinity. It doesn't talk about she is part of a Trinity. No, the other verses that talk about that, Allah is very clear. He says to those who are the people of the book, the Christians, La taqulu thalatha, right? Don't say three. So at the end of the day, there's no Trinity here or in any of the verses that you quoted.
Beautiful. Anyone to add anything? He did come on here saying there was an inconsistency between this verse and what the Bible states, as if he understood what this says. And then he acted like he doesn't know.
Well, I've heard, I don't know if it was Al-Fad Al-Faldi who had mentioned this before. I think he is one of the ones who has made it more popularized that, oh, look, you know, Muslims get these verses wrong. This verse is actually saying that Mary is part of a Trinity. But someone who understands Arabic, this is in no way indicating that she is taken as part of a Trinity. It's just talking about worship. And worship, once you understand what worship is defined as in Islam, this doesn't necessitate that she is taken as a Trinity whatsoever.
Okay, let me bring the next guest. Conor.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I was watching this live stream on called Dawah-wise, and they had a female on. So what's the opinion on that? They had a female host on the Dawah-wise.
Are you Muslim? Are you Muslim? Are you Muslim?
Non-Muslim.
You're a non-Muslim.
Yep.
Your name's Ishaq Muhammad, man. Your name's Ishaq. Why are you lying?
I was watching Dawah and they had a female host.
But you're lying. You are a Muslim.
No, I'm a non-Muslim.
So why is your name Ishaq Muhammad?
That's a fake name.
You made a fake name called Ishaq Muhammad. You sound like you're from Bradford. You sound like, and you're concerned about a woman showing aura on a Muslim stream. What are you talking about, mate?
On a Dawah-wise, there was like a female host on it.
You're a Muslim, aren't you?
So what's the opinion there?
So you're a Muslim, aren't you?
No.
You're pretending not to be a Muslim, so you could.
Oh my God! Your thing's covering up. Okay, there you go. We get that a lot, all the time on Islam chat. People come on saying, "Hey, can you answer this?" They pretend to be non-Muslims, and then you answer it, and they're like, "Sorry, we lied. We're really Muslims, but you know, we didn't."
They need to retake their Shahadah when they do something like that.
Ridiculous.
I mean, that's a big deal to say you're not a Muslim just for the sake of getting something answered. That's very dangerous.
He needs to.
And he's coming on to question Dawah-wise, bringing Sister Swati on, where she wouldn't have been on the screen. She would have had an avatar. And you just heard her voice.
I've never seen Swati whatsoever.
What madness is this? What crypto just run? Okay, so let's see if this guy's got a new download. Yeah.
Hello, Hamza. If this is better.
You sound like you just kicked someone.
Yeah, at least you can understand what I'm saying, maybe.
Can you not just have like something gentle? Why have to like you're some kind of flipping serial killer now?
I feel like we're talking to Barry White.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I'm not a serial killer, honestly.
Yeah, go try again. Go try again. Most but no cigar.
It was maybe a little bit easier to understand, but I don't think
No.
I could take him seriously. You wouldn't be able to focus the whole time. No one would know what he's saying.
Jean-Luc Picard, I'd be able to get. Yes, number one. I get that. You know, proper English. What's happened to the arena? Have you heard about the new show that's coming on Hamza's Den, The Hunt?
Nice.
Have you heard about it, Jazz?
Nope. Sounds interesting. Can you tell me more?
It's a perfect storm without the nice guys.
That sounds like the arena all over again, to be honest.
No, because they won't be challenging Islam. They have to come onto the show, and then they have to defend their position. And it's called The Hunt because I'm going to hunt them down.
Sounds brilliant. I look forward to seeing it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think it'll be brutal, though. I think it'll be over. Right. Just bear with me a second. We've got someone called Alex. Okay. Muslim name in the... So you don't realize that we can check their name by YouTube, so we know if they're making up a fake name. Do you know what I mean?
Well, why would you make up the name Ishaq Muhammad? It's so specific, right? Not just Muhammad, right? But Ishaq Muhammad, full name. These guys are liars.
Alex.
Sure. Hello. Haha.
Oh, this is a disaster.
Is today like not today's like not serious day?
No, don't worry about it. This is what it is. You see, they've been rinsed so badly now, and it's I'm gonna go live on TikTok as well at the same time. So we'll fish them out on TikTok while we're doing this. I was doing the warm up since 7 o'clock for like 2 hours on TikTok, taking a guess from TikTok, taking a guess on YouTube.
Bro, how you burning that oil?
It was fun, man. It was fun. It's just disastrous.
But when you go on TikTok though, you do have to ask them their age because unlike YouTube, if they're under 18 and they're on there, it can get your stream shut down.
If what?
If they're under 18 and if someone comes on your thing talking to you, it'll get your thing shut down. So you got to make sure if they sound like if they sound like a kid or whatever, they can't be live on your show on TikTok. It is one of the things that they'll cut you for.
Have I got echo in my mic? Hello?
No echo.
Paul says I've got echo.
That's fine.
Anyway,
you sound pretty good, man. It's just something to keep in mind because
inshallah.
One of the rules of TikTok.
I thought it was just app for kids.
It is, but technically, they're not supposed to be able to go live, right? That's for protection, I guess, purposes.
Okay, fair enough. All right. Someone says Sabor doesn't look very happy. We're waiting for these. Where's all these atheists? Where's all these triggered atheists? And got so triggered by my debate with that vegan. You're there. Oh, you don't know the difference between atheist, agnostic, this, that. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you all hiding, man? It's like. Oh, by the way, I didn't kick Jason Burns. Jason Burns ran, just so you know, and that is running. Unless it was just because he was whatever. Hello, noobs. Yes, mate. Yep. Are you muted? Yep, you're muted. Take yourself off mute. Oh dear. I think I've brutalized people too badly, man. They're afraid to come on. Okay, someone's asking, Sabor, tell us what's new in the atheist world.
Good question. Dennis Noble and Richard Dawkins finally had a debate. For those of you who don't know, Dennis Noble is a long-time critic of Richard Dawkins. He was actually the doctoral supervisor of Richard Dawkins. He's about maybe 15 years older. And he's also an agnostic, a secular scientist who disagrees with the selfish gene idea. So they recently had a debate, and that debate is landmark. So that's like a really hot thing in the biological community at the moment.
And they've had the debate.
They've just had the debate, and I'm going to be doing a review on my channel, inshallah, breaking down the debate. Yeah.
And your channel is Sabor Ahmed.
My Darwinian delusions. Just went Darwinian.
Darwinian delusions. Okay, we're back with that, yeah?
Yeah, we are. Well, that's the actual handle. So what's interesting about this is anybody who wants to get a sort of preview, just go on to YouTube and put in Dennis Noble, Richard Dawkins. You'll see a 5-minute trailer in which they've, they show part of it, but the rest of it is behind a paywall. You have to go and pay and watch the whole debate. So it's going to make it a bit tricky trying to do a review, but it's something which Dennis Noble has been chasing Dawkins for about a decade, I think, and finally he agreed to having the debate.
Okay, mashallah.
Yeah, that's the big one.
Right. Let's see. Crypto.
Oh yeah, yeah. What was that?
Hello, and thanks for letting me in. I have one philosophical question that I would like to be answered, if it is possible.
Sure.
So, did God create the devil?
Yes.
Okay. So, will God destroy the devil at the end of the times?
No, he'll burn in hell forever.
Okay. Can I ask you something?
You're asking me.
Yes. Can I ask you something? Why would a being that's so intelligent, create something that would burn at the end?
The premise of your question assumes that God didn't know what the devil was going to do. And that's not true from our perspective. From our perspective, God knew what the devil was going to do before God created the devil. So the real question that you need to ask is, why would God create something that would burn in hell forever?
Okay, so you started the answer with that God did know the devil was going to cause the bad things, and infiltrate with people and everything else. So I'm asking you, if he knew that, why did he created him at the very first place?
Yeah, you didn't understand my my breaking down of your question. Your question is based on the presumption that God didn't know what the devil was going to do. And the thing is, God did know. So the real thing that you're asking is, why does God do X? Why does God create something that's going to burn in hellfire forever? That's your real question, isn't it?
Yes.
And the simple answer to that is, God does as he wills.
Can you be more detailed with that, please? Because I don't...
Not really, because you cannot have an infinite justification. As Aristotle pointed out, if you try and question every single thing and say, what's the justification for this? What's the justification for that? You will eventually get back to a point where you will not be able to justify anything. So some things are foundational. So the real question that you need to ask is, how do we know that this actually happened? How do we know that there is a God, there is a devil, and God did create the devil? And the answer to that I would give is, we would give you reasons for why Islam is true. But in terms of why a particular action God has chosen to do it, that's in God's knowledge. And that's not something that we have access to.
Okay, so practically there is no answer to that question, right?
That's not what I said. What did I say to you?
You point out the Aristotle and that the very presumption actually that we can't, that as far as we are going further and further more to the question itself, it becomes the part of the God's will, so we cannot understand the God's will, right?
Access that information. So I didn't say there's no answer. I said there's no answer. I never said there's no answer. There's a wisdom behind everything that God does. There's a difference between us having access to that information and that wisdom not actually existing. Do you see the difference?
Can you be a little bit more detailed with it?
Okay, so say I'm the head teacher. A student comes up to me and says, why do I have to wear a uniform? And I say, you're doing as I'm telling you to do. Just wear the uniform. Now, do I have a reason for why the child needs to wear a uniform? Yeah, social cohesion, they're making things more professional at the school and so on and so forth. So me not giving an answer to the student doesn't mean an answer doesn't exist. So in Islam, every single thing that God does, there is a wisdom behind it. Us not having access to those answers or wisdom does not mean that those ontologically don't exist. So that's the mistake that you're making. You're making the mistake, if I cannot access it, therefore it doesn't exist. And that's a fallacious way of thinking.
Okay, I would agree to you to some point that it's still impossible for us to access that wisdom that we can get really in touch with. But if a simple man that's not being taught in philosophy and everything else asks that type of a question to a scholar or somebody else, would he get the same answer that you gave me right now?
Well, I would simply
if you understand
say,
what I'm trying to.
Yeah, no, my friend, I do. I would simply say that's what God has willed, and we don't have access to that information.
Can I dumb it down for him?
Sure. Yeah.
Let me dumb it down for you, mate. Do you believe God exists?
Yes.
Okay. How could you know anything about God?
Well, technically, I can't know it if he doesn't reveal it somehow.
Fantastic. So he has to reveal the information for you to know the information about him, yeah?
Yes, and that's the parallel between all theistic religions like Christianity,
No.
Islam, and everything else.
No. You just made the point yourself now. So if Allah's not revealed this information, we don't make up the answer.
Yes, so if somebody doesn't give me the information about his existence,
that's it. If it's not been revealed as to the reasons why this, that, the other, you could rationalize, but it's not necessarily the answer. We'd just be guessing. We don't want to do that. We don't want to say things about Allah and the whims of Allah and the reasons for Allah and the whys and this without Allah's revealing this thing to us. So we're not going to make up an answer. So because like Brother Sabor said, if we don't have access to this information, we don't have access to this information. And whether you're asking us this, or a Muslim is asking us this, or a child is asking us this, the answer is the same. We don't have access to the information. We can't give it to you. We're not going to make up an answer for you. What's your point?
So practically the entire answer to my question is we just need to wait for us to be told that, right?
No, the actual answer is, to be very blunt, that question has nothing to do with your salvation, and you should be more focused on what is true. So for example, if I believe in Iblis, if I believe in the devil, if I believe that Satan exists, then the question you need to ask me is, how do I know that Satan does exist? How do I know that conversation between devil and God happened? How do I know that Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is God's messenger? And the answer to that is, here's the reasons why Islam is true. So it's not that we need to wait for the end of time to know the answer to something. The point is that question is irrelevant to your salvation. And the question relevant to your salvation is, what is the true religion that we should follow?
Mm-hmm. And
you said you believe in God, yeah?
Yes.
Why?
Because I asked myself this question a couple of times, like if there is a beginning of the universe, like since we cannot trace time back before the initial singularity of the Big Bang, there logically must be some cause. And some people would say probably like use the multiverse theory or something like that. But still, for example, if we have an array of infinite universes, we can ask ourselves, how did that first element of the array or the first universe actually came to exist? And that's, for example, one thing that I consider logical while asking for God.
That's good. So you've reasoned it.
Yes.
You've intellectually convinced yourself, based upon the evidence presented, that a creator exists, yes?
Something like that, yeah.
All right. And how do you know about this creator and his wills and his guidance? How do you connect to this creator?
Well, technically speaking, I can't know. I mean, I can only know by some revelations that are
Right.
so-called.
Okay. Cool.
Mhm.
So through revelation, you can know, yeah. And how do you find this revelation?
Well, it's possible only if I read some sort of religious text, like Christian religious text, or Jewish, or polytheistic, or whatever.
Okay. Do you believe all religions can't be true?
That all religions are true or not true?
Do you believe
Sorry.
all religions can't? Do you believe any two religions can be true?
Well, to be honest with you, I really don't know what to say. You mean like do I believe that every single religion is true, or
No.
understand?
I'm saying, can
Okay.
any two religions both be true at the same time?
Oh, no. Then
No.
one must
Could be only one.
contradict the other one.
Highlander. Yeah, Highlander can be only one. All right. So
Okay.
what you need to do, which would be common sense. So we've got men in history who claim to have received this revelation you're seeking.
Yes.
Have you tested their claim?
You mean tested it just by reading it, or listening to various people, or something like that?
Tested their claim. What was their claim, and how have you tested the veracity of said claim?
Well, I would look to the book itself, to the philosophical teachings of the book itself.
Have you, I'll repeat myself, have you looked in history for any men who claimed to have revelation from this creator you believe in?
No. If you mean...
Why not?
If your question is if I read the Bible or the Quran, then
no,
yes.
That's not my question. Stop trying to pigeonhole my question. I'm asking you a simple question. Have any men in history claimed to be messengers of this creator you believe in?
Hold up. So you're asking me if there were people in history that claimed to be the messenger of God?
Yes.
Yes. There are.
And which of those messengers claim to bring a message to you?
The only way they could have done that back at the time was to write a book, probably.
No. Did any of the messengers claim to be a messenger for you?
I'm hearing you really bad because it's lagging for me because of the internet. Sorry, I can't hear you really.
No problem.
Can you
I'll repeat myself.
I know.
Did any of the messengers claim to be a messenger sent to you?
Did any of the messengers claim to be the messengers sent to me?
Yes.
Well, not to me directly, but to the entire mankind. If you
okay, which messenger in history claimed to be sent to all of mankind?
Well, of course, there is Muhammad from Islam. Yeah.
Only Muhammad, peace and blessing be upon him. No other messenger came to the whole of mankind.
Yes. Okay. And
okay. So all you need to do now to narrow down your search is look to the one who claims to be a messenger to all of mankind, which includes you, and ask yourself the question, is he really who he claims to be?
Yes, but not only Muhammad claimed to be the messenger of God. I mean, the apostles
Which messenger of God claimed to come for the whole world? Other than Muhammad, peace and blessing be upon him.
Messenger that claimed to be what? Sorry.
Sent to the whole world, rather than their own people.
Except Muhammad, I don't think I know some other messenger.
It's only Muhammad, peace and blessing upon him. Jesus came to his people, Moses came to his people, Abraham came to his people, Noah came to his people. All the prophets prior to Muhammad, peace and blessing upon him, went to their own people. Only Muhammad, peace and blessing upon him, made the claim that he was sent to the whole world. Only Muhammad demonstrated this claim by sending messengers to the world, Persia, Egypt, and Byzantium, calling them to Allah, calling them to worship, to become Muslim. Okay, so this is an indication of a messenger, right? So now we know who the messengers claim, which messenger you've got to test. Agreed?
Okay, yeah, and I found some things that are not really clear to me in the Quran itself.
Don't worry about the Quran. Don't worry about the Quran right now.
Okay.
Let's just establish this man in the desert 1400 years ago made this claim that God sent a messenger to him, an angel to him, to tell him he was to be a messenger to mankind. Now you believe in God, so you believe God can do this type of thing. So what you need to do next is to test the claim of the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Now, from what I've researched, there's only 4 hypotheses that could explain this phenomenon of a man making a claim an angel spoke to him in the desert 1400 years ago. Yeah, there's 2 atheist claims. The first atheist claim is angels don't exist, therefore it's all in his imagination. The second atheist claim is that angels don't exist, therefore he must have lied and invented this story. The Christian claim is that a devil pretended to be an angel to fool him into thinking he was a messenger of God. Then, of course, the only claim left, which is the Muslim claim, that he was telling the truth. And it's a very simple process. Look at his life, look at his story, look at his history, look at his claim, and ask yourself which one of these 4 things is more probabilistic or possible.
Okay, so can I answer that to you? Because I'm
going to let the cowboy take over because this is like his mastermind specialist subject, and I'm going to learn some detail from him.
Okay.
Go on.
Can I?
Go ahead and talk.
Okay. So, well, the first thing that's not really clear to me is the part. Can you quote that for me, please, in the Quran where it speaks about the camel urine?
We're not doing that.
The Quran doesn't talk about camel urine anyway.
Yeah, yeah. Stay away from these anti-Islamic sites, bro. They're going to make you look a fool.
On the internet, please.
We have right now. Okay, look, what he's laid out for you is a diagram, a blueprint for determining what the truth is. I don't know if it has been made clear to you so far.
Yes, I mean, he advised me to learn more about Muhammad's life and everything else.
What are the 4 options that the Prophet, peace be upon him, could have been that he mentioned?
Yeah, he is lying. That the second one, that I mean, it was the devil who is representing himself, according to the Christian claims. Even if I believe that that's not really what every Christian would say. It would say, for example, some of them might say that the Quran itself is copied from some.
No. Before. That's not what the Christians say.
But we're not even talking about the Quran. We're just talking about the Prophet Muhammad, okay? So he was either what? He was, like you said, right? The first one's right. Okay, he was either a liar. What's the second?
Okay, so he was either a liar. Yeah. There was the devil that tricked people. Yeah. And I mean, the third one, what? He was telling the truth.
That's the fourth.
No. He was crazy.
Crazy.
Oh.
There's
okay.
4.
And there's 2 atheist claims, and then you've got the Christian claim, and then you've got the Muslim claim.
Yeah, so is that it, right?
Right, yeah. So those are clear. So you understand what the process of elimination is, correct? In deduction.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So basically, what he has shown you is that, yes, you have to determine by examining who the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, is, to determine which of these 4 he was. Okay. So if we were to narrow them down, or you were to narrow them down, I mean, we can help you out a little bit, but obviously, we can take an hour and there's more people who want to come up. So I just want to kind of give you a gist of it. And then you need to take the time, expend some effort in looking into this for yourself. Right. And this is what's great. And the job's already been done for you. All of that, which is historically authenticated and very, the veracity of it is, on a very high level. It's already done. It's already there. So you can actually check what's very historically accurate and then even go from there. You don't have to spend the time determining, okay, could this be a false report or true? Everything that's already authentic is already there. So first, let's just kind of take a quick, run through of all of these things. First of all,
okay, yeah.
Okay, first of all, what's the first claim? That he was a liar, right?
Yes. Okay.
Okay. So if somebody is a liar, okay, and they are as known as he was, okay. would you not think that this person would have been known as a liar? I mean, they can't. It's possible someone can lie, but would you think that if someone was a liar, that they would have been known amongst their people as a liar?
Yes. So
Right.
in my case, I believe that there is a difference between, or maybe there isn't, a very big connection between a liar and a manipulator. So, for example, Hitler was famous too, and he was known by many men. Yet he manipulated people. Therefore, some people supported them because of his politics, but many people suffered. That's the same thing.
But was he lying about anything, or do you agree that he was completely truthful and the people he'd hurt, they deserved it? So he wasn't a liar; he was completely truthful.
You're asking me that for Muhammad, or
I'm asking you for Hitler, because you said there's a difference between a liar and a manipulator. You're saying Hitler was a manipulator, not a liar. So if
Yes.
he wasn't a liar, then that means everything that he said and all of the things that he did, you agree with him, and they should have been done.
No.
Okay, so was he a liar or was he not a liar? Because manipulation and lying don't have, these two are not mutually exclusive.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't really think that you understand what I wanted to tell you. So you asked me at the first place about Muhammad and whether he's lying or not.
Right.
And I cannot know whether he's lying or not, but I can assume that he, for example, and some other, scholars and preachers and messengers could be manipulating people. That's what I told you. For the reasons that benefit themselves.
Okay, so I don't know what the disconnect here is. So I'll make it easy for you. The Prophet Muhammad that we have from Islamic sources, not Islamic, but all of our historical sources, even the disbelievers, okay, the people who never accepted Islam, his entire life, he was known amongst this community, right, an entire region of people, as not only being honest, but so honest that he was given a title of being the most honest amongst them, okay, such that whenever they had disagreements, they would go to him to resolve them because he was honest and he was just. That he wouldn't pick someone else because maybe they were part of the same tribe or they were, he was buddy with anybody, but he would choose, and this is even before he was a prophet, okay? And he kept this after a prophet, right? So what I'm saying is that if we were to look at his entire life, if he was a liar, we should be able to find one single incident where somebody even at least claimed it. Because like if I'm going to come on, like I'm in my dawah, I've got Christians who have said, oh, this brother Cowboy, whatever, he's a liar. He was never really a Christian. So people have at least claimed I'm a liar, right? Saying I'm a liar. I was never a Christian. I've always been a Muslim. People have made that claim. But is there even a claim about the Prophet, peace be upon him, being a liar? Nobody ever from any of the people who he lived amongst ever claimed he was a liar. In fact, the opposite happened to where even after he became a prophet, they knew that they said, we cannot say he is a liar because he's not. So we have to give other explanations. We have to say he's either a magician, he's a sorcerer, whatever. So that's the first point. So what I want you to do now, you have to take this and research that, and don't take my word for it. But that's my point for the first point. My argument for the first point is that there is no evidence for him being a liar, and in fact, he was known as being the most truthful. So reasonably speaking, it makes most sense that he wasn't a liar because, as we mentioned, if someone is going to claim to have been a prophet and they are lying, then they definitely don't fear God, okay? They don't fear a punishment because if you're lying against God, there is going to be a punishment and you don't really care about it. So you're going to have different things that you're looking for. There's going to be some sort of reward that you're looking for other than from the one that you're lying against, right? So if any one of us on the panel claim to be a prophet of God, obviously we don't fear God to make such a statement. So if he was lying, he would have looked for certain things: wealth, money, power, women, all of these kinds of things. And when we look at his life, none of these were some things that he went and sought after. And even such that when he was offered them, when they said, we will give you from all that we have, all of the wealth, just stop preaching what you're preaching. We've never had an emir amongst us, which is like a king, some like the Persians and the Romans have. They said, we will make you a leader amongst us. Just stop this preaching, because it was going to, they knew it was going to hurt their economy. And he rejected it. Right.
Okay, so can I ask you something that's connected to your response? Okay. So you said that in order for him to benefit himself, he must have something, for example, wealth or women or something like that. Now, as far as I know, didn't Muhammad have 14 wives? Sorry.
About 12 total, 9 at one time.
Okay, yeah. So, and you don't mean that it benefits him, like, you know what I mean?
Let me ask you a question at this point, at this juncture.
Okay.
Sorry, Cowboy, you're doing brilliantly, but I just feel like I just slap some sense into this guy as we're going along. You're effectively the king of Arabia. Which women are you choosing to marry? The most prettiest, most beautiful, the richest? What are you doing?
Well, I mean, usually, as far as I can understand, it depends from the person to person. But like,
would you marry divorcees and widows?
Sorry?
Would you marry divorcees and widows if you could marry anyone?
Well, in King's case, I believe that it's most logical to marry the girl that's most beautiful and everything.
Yeah, so not divorcees and widows.
The look is the most important.
Right, so not divorcees and widows, not women who've already been married or whose husbands have died or have been divorced from. You'd expect him to have the cream of the crop, isn't it? If that was his motivation.
Sorry, I didn't hear your last words. Can you please repeat it?
Okay, if you were in that position of power and your motivation was to have women, you would have the cream of the crop, and you wouldn't need to stop at 12. You could have 100.
Yeah, but for someone, 12 could be enough.
Yeah, but widows and divorcees, not the cream of the crop. Why not? If that's his motivation.
Well, but I'm telling you, it doesn't need to be that big number. Somebody could be actually satisfied with 12 or 14 women.
What, widows and divorcees?
Yes, why not?
Because you just said a king you'd expect to be marrying the prettiest, youngest.
Yes, but the look is most important, as I said. I mean, so it doesn't matter.
Attraction, right? Attraction, having that feelings between people, correct?
Yes, right. Exactly.
So just so we understand your argumentation so far, you think he created Islam so he could marry 9 women?
No. I just responded.
Did he need Islam to marry that many women?
Look, no, actually, Hamza, because I said that, look, someone would be looking after these things in the world, women, wealth. Because I mentioned women, he's responding saying, well, he did get the women.
No, I get that. I get that what you're saying. But what I'm saying to him is, did he need Islam to marry that many women?
No, I never mentioned it.
No, what I'm saying is, if he wasn't a Muslim, if he didn't come with Islam, the tribe he lived in, he could have married 100 women. He didn't need Islam to give him some kind of license to marry 9 women, for example.
Yeah, he could. He technically could have done it, but
right. So he doesn't. So he doesn't need to invent this religion, pretend an angel speaking to him, go through these wars and battles for 23 years, be persecuted and put in the desert to die. He doesn't need to do all this stuff if women is his motivation.
Because there were other people who did marry more than he married. I mean, dozens.
Yes, I absolutely agree that Islam is not required for somebody to have more wives. I never said it, to be honest. And I mean, and you mentioned the wars, Hamza, right? So,
well, just before you get back, I just want you to understand that we want to stay on topic of the 4 things and proving that each one isn't right, because I don't want to get sidetracked on wars and whatnot.
Okay, I'm here. So we cleared the first one, right?
All right.
It's now the time for second one. If
Right.
I'm
Very
right.
extremely unlikely that he was ever a liar, and the facts prove the otherwise. Even so much, I just want to throw this in there because when you read, I like mentioning this. Abdullah bin Salam, who was the chief rabbi of the Jews of Medina when he migrated to Medina, and this is authenticated in Tirmidhi, which is one of the collections of sayings of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and the narrations from his companions. Abdullah bin Salam, he said the immediate moment I laid eyes upon him, and this is the chief rabbi, like the head of the council of rabbis. He said, I knew this was not the face of a liar. And then he even went on later to say, he had knew about him because of the narrations in the books that he had with him at the time about the final prophet coming, because that is why the Jews were even in Medina. So that's just one more proof. And Abdullah bin Salam ended up converting from that to Islam during the lifetime of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and he was of those who were guaranteed paradise. So yes, let's move on to number 2. The second one is, we can either do either one. Either he was possessed or crazy.
No, Cowboy. No. Continue. Let's drill this one to the ground. So you've demonstrated why he didn't have motive to do what he did, or the character. Did he have the capacity to fulfill the lie? Did he have the ability to be the author of the Qur'an, for example?
That's the question for me, right?
Yes.
Well, this is your claim.
Okay, so here's the thing. So practically, I believe that it's more psychologically. If you somehow manage to get a big amount of people and to manipulate them, as you already mentioned, then you have an army.
Stop.
Okay.
Could he read and write? Was he literate or illiterate?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Is there a problem with my mic, or is it just when I ask him something he doesn't hear? Is there a problem with my mic?
No, it's just like it's lagging. It's stopping. Maybe because of the.
When I ask a question, it lags for you. Okay, I'll say it again. Was he illiterate?
You mean like that he didn't know to read or write, something like that?
Yes. Yeah.
I don't know nothing about his life that much, so that
you just made the claim he's a liar, and you know nothing about his life.
No, I didn't make the claim that he's a liar.
Oh, are we just going through? You haven't made what claims? What do you believe then? Is he lying, crazy, or deceived? Which one?
You're asking me for Muhammad right now, right?
Yeah.
So here's the thing. I believe that he was a good man, right? And that he was the honest man. And I think that somebody on Oxford even wrote a book about him, where it's actually briefly explained about his life and everything else. But there are some claims that he made that could be found, for example, at Sahih al-Bukhari.
Let's establish a position. Let's establish a position.
That we're not.
Don't start quoting anti-Islamic sites. Don't do it. You're gonna look a fool, dude. Okay. Let me ask you a question. Do you accept, after what you've been told now by the cowboy, that
he just said
he wasn't a liar?
He said he was truthful. He believes he was truthful.
So we can dismiss that.
Yes.
Okay. Brilliant. Now, yes. Now you can move on. If he's conceded he wasn't a liar, then either he's a crazy guy having visions of angels, or the devil. Which one is it? Let's do it.
And if you don't think it's either one of those, then we can move on to the fourth one.
Well, I mean, okay, I'll answer you that question. So if somebody's crazy, like if he had schizophrenia or anything else, he could see whatever, really. He could see the angel, the devil, the God, whatever.
Not really see them. Like, because someone who has schizophrenia or is crazy, they don't actually see God. Because one, first of all, nobody sees God. Second,
yes,
maybe some people see angels, but a lot of the times people who are crazy, they're seeing things that aren't really there. It doesn't mean that they're magically all of a sudden, they have this sight into the ilm al-ghaib, the knowledge of the unseen, and they get to go, floating around with the friends of
Yeah,
Allah
yeah.
and stuff like that. No. They're seeing things that aren't really there. That's the point of him being crazy. It's not he's crazy, and so craziness makes him able to see things that are part of the unknown world, and
Give him
now
some
he's
kind
getting
of
information.
supernatural ability
Yes.
to read and write all of a sudden.
Crazy means that this stuff isn't true, but it's not coming from himself. It's coming from the disorder that is in his brain.
Yes, definitely, yes.
So this is another option. Now, just at this moment, I'm going to plug a show that's coming on Hamza's Den, inshallah, I think in 3 weeks' time. We've got Dr. Abu Isa, brother from Qatar. He's a Pakistani brother. You know him. Ijaz actually introduced me to him. So he's going to come on, and the show we're going to do with him is to demonstrate why the Prophet Muhammad SAW couldn't have been suffering for any mental illness of any description. So we're going to be doing 3 shows. I think the Cowboy, I'm going to bring on for 1 show as well. And I think maybe Sharif for the other one. So we're going to do 3 shows. One is going to be, could mental illness have been an explanation? The next one will be, the way the Cowboy's just gone through the lie. I think you're brilliant for that particular show, if you're up for it. And then the last one will be dealing with the shape, the devil being pretending, whatever. I'll bring somebody else on for that. And then I'm going to study those 3 shows and write a book. But anyway. So those are 3 shows coming, inshallah. So what you're going to talk about now is something we're going to do in detail with Abu Isa, inshallah. I'm also going to have a show, what's the difference, how can you tell between jinn possession and mental illness as well. Anyway, sorry, carry on, Cowboy. Is it disrespectful to be a cowboy? Should I be calling you the Cowboy?
Hey, can I ask you something? Just one thing.
That's good. I don't really mind.
Or just Brandon?
Okay.
I mean, I like Brandon because my name means Brandon means from the Beacon Hill or the Hill of Light or the Broom Hill or whatever. I mean, it's okay. It's a good name, whatever. So actually, it also means prince too in some old English, but I'm not a prince, so I don't care about that meaning. But
okay.
I'm gonna call you Brandon now then.
All right.
Okay, so can I ask you, is Sahih al-Bukhari part of Hadith, right?
Correct. It's a very universally accepted, 99.99% authentic. Yeah.
Okay. So practically, can I ask you something that's from it and it considers medicine? And Muhammad spoke about it, right?
So I just want to preface this with what you're asking about. Does it have to do with him being insane or possessed by devils?
Okay. So
yes or no?
Okay. Sorry, what? That he isn't. No. I don't think that he was possessed by the devils or.
Brilliant.
Crazy.
Okay, I love you too, guys. Thank you so much for the.
All right, so you don't believe he was possessed by a devil, and you don't believe that he was lying. So now we've got 2 options left. He's either crazy or telling the truth. If he's telling the truth, get ready to take your Shahadah. Okay, Brandon, take it away.
Okay.
So does this hadith have to do with him being possessed by devils?
Nothing. No, that has nothing to do with it.
Okay.
Can I ask you something about it right now?
Okay, but what does it pertain to though? Just because we are the panel, we're very allergic to distractions and sidetracks.
No. I think that I'm reading. The website is sunnah.com.
Okay, I know, but I'm saying I know it's sunnah. There's so much. I mean, there's thousands of hadith.
Okay, so can I start now? So it's chapter 6 to treat with the urine of camels. Okay. 76 medicine. And the narrated Anna starts. The climate of Medina did not suit some people, so the Prophet ordered them to follow his shepherd, i.e. his camels, and drink their milk and urine as medicine. So they followed the shepherd, that is camels, and drank their milk and urine till their bodies became healthy. Then they killed the shepherd and drove away the camels, and practically the story continues. So I would like to ask you something about this drinking camel urine,
Okay.
Because I personally, by myself, am studying biology, so I would like to ask you something if it's possible, really. You know, there was, I believe that it was like a year or 2 years ago, this study on camel urine. And it was published, I think, on observational study of the World Health Organization.
Yeah,
As far as
WHO
that.
actually published this, and they have said that there are preclinical studies that have shown that it actually does have multiple antimicrobial, anti-inflammatory, anti-cancer activities, and even good for cardiovascular effects.
Yes, but there is also a claim and the conclusion that I found that says all our cancer patients who insisted upon using camel urine did not have any significant clinical benefits, and we do not recommend its use. I can provide you a link if it's.
But like I said, okay, maybe not, but cancer.
Can I ask a question?
And these people didn't have cancer. Nonetheless,
and
before you go, if you already agreed that he's truthful, you understand then that he ordered them to drink this, and you understand that this hadith is saying they felt better. So you accepting him being truthful is accepting that this whole incident that happened, they drank it, they felt better, happened, correct? So what is the issue then after that?
As I already said, I don't think that he's crazy or that he is lying, but somebody doesn't need to be crazy or lying in order to tell something. He can just lack some knowledge.
Whoa. You don't believe he was crazy?
No,
you don't believe he was lying?
He doesn't believe he was possessed.
You don't believe he was possessed?
No.
So you believe he was telling the truth?
No.
What then?
Because this doesn't sound like a truth.
No. What's your other option?
He just lacks some kind of knowledge.
He lacked some kind of knowledge.
Yes.
He's claimed that an angel spoke to him. Is he lying about this claim? Is he deceived about this claim? Is he delusional about this claim? You just said no. That means his claim is true.
Hold up. So I don't speak now about his encounter with angels and all things. I'm speaking right now with his encounter with people.
Fundamentally, I think you're kind of missing the point.
Yes. Let me just establish the point. You ready?
Yes.
Right.
I'm listening.
1400 years ago.
Okay.
Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessing upon him, in a cave, made a claim that an angel spoke to him and told him he's a messenger of God to mankind. Okay? That's his claim.
Okay.
What could explain this claim? Only 4 things. Either he's crazy delusional, thinking angels are talking to him. Either he's been deceived by Satan into believing he's a messenger of God when it's really the devil. Either he's lying about this claim and there was no angels and he just invented the whole story, or the claim is true and an angel did speak to him. You've just said he wasn't lying, wasn't crazy, nor was he deceived by Satan. Then you have to believe he was telling the truth. There's nowhere for you to go.
Yes. So look. So we came with these 4 options. Okay. And everything that I mentioned was about his life and his personality. I didn't mean his encounter with the metaphysical beings. Do you understand?
No, that's what the whole claim is. The claim is an angel spoke to him. Do you believe an angel spoke to him?
There is no way I can test it, possibly.
Well, no, there is. Because once you test that he's not crazy, lying, or deceived, which you don't believe, that means he's telling the truth and an angel spoke to him.
But how can I know what kind of an experiment or observation can I make or anything to prove that he was talking to an angel?
Because he wasn't lying, crazy, or deceived. There's only options left. There is no 4th or 5th option. He claimed an angel spoke to him. Either an angel spoke to him, he was crazy into thinking an angel spoke to him, he was deceived into thinking an angel spoke to him, or he invented a lie to pretend that an angel spoke to him. These are your only 4 hypotheses to explain this phenomena, to explain this claim.
So
and
in
you've
this
said
sense,
you don't
okay.
believe he was a liar, you don't believe he was crazy, and you don't believe he was possessed or deceived by Satan. Then he has to be telling the truth, and an angel did speak to him.
Yes,
You've got no other
but I
option.
meant on his. Yes, Hamza, please. But I meant on his historical figure as a man, not as a prophet in Islam who encountered with angels, Allah, and everything else. Do you understand?
Right. Listen to me, please. If you don't pay attention, this conversation is pointless. So I'm going to say it one more time. Are you listening? A claim was made and angels spoke to him. Do you believe angels exist?
I don't know. There's not any possible way that I can know.
Right. So angels could exist, yes?
Technically, if there's a probability, yes. I mean, I don't know what probability it is, but they can exist.
Well, if he's not crazy, lying, or deceived, angels exist, don't they?
If he wasn't any of that what you mentioned, crazy, lied, or deceived, then, and if he really encountered the angels, the God, and everything else, then it's okay.
No, so I'll say it again to you. If he's not lying, crazy, or deceived, then there's your evidence that angels exist, yes?
Yes. Then that would be a good point. I mean,
Alhamdulillah.
If,
all right.
Every single point that you made is true.
Exactly. So if he claimed an angel spoke to him, and he's not crazy, lying, or deceived, then an angel spoke to him. Get
it? Yes, technically, I could believe that from the claim that you made that he wasn't crazy, lied, or deceived.
Alhamdulillah.
But
right.
I'm again telling you.
Do you believe God is the only one worthy of worship?
Sorry, what do I believe that God is the only one worthy of worship, right?
Yes.
Or do you believe anything else is worthy of worship?
If he exists, definitely yes. Why not?
But you said still, he does exist.
Now
earlier you said you do believe in a creator.
You said you believe God exists.
Yes, I do, but it's complicated. I can give you my viewpoint.
Okay, we're going backwards.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Do you want to add anything, man? Because no.
Yes. Well? Okay. Here's the thing. With everything, with God.
No, I think we've come to a point junction now. You need to go away and reflect on what's been said to you.
Look.
Can I explain it, please?
Yeah, my friend, I just want you to make a point, which is, you're looking at this in the wrong way. You're looking at certain particulars, and you're missing the generalized picture. The generalized picture is this: there's only 3 possibilities: liar, deluded, or truthful. And when repeat that again. What's the
crazy, deluded, deceived, lying, truthful?
Yeah. So by elimination, it's truthful. I just want you to add one thing. I just want you to really think about this. Okay, just really think about this. Every single society on earth, human beings act in the way to conform with their own societies. They act in a way to conform with the social norms of their society. So, for example, one of the most powerful leaders in human history was the Mongol leader Genghis Khan. Yet he conformed to the code of the Yasa, the prevailing code. And likewise, when we have Hitler, it's called the Third Reich because they want to continue the Reich. They want to continue what's going on. Yet when we have the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he broke the shackles of polytheism, which was prevalent in society. He broke the shackles of racism that was in society. He broke the shackles of tribalism that was in society. He broke the shackles of materialism in society. He broke the shackles of class in society. He broke against every social convention to bring people back to the worship of God alone. Single-handedly, he changed human history without anybody helping him, on his own. And I want you to think about that. Like that is something you really need to think about. There's a book called The Forbidden Prophecies. Just Google it, The Forbidden Prophecies by Ira.
Okay.
You can download it and you'll see, because look, sociologically, that we can break it down into he can only be truthful if we eliminate everything else. But purely based on his behavior and what he achieved, it doesn't make sense that this man is just a human being. He is way more than that. He is a prophet of God, simply based upon the fact that he changed the world single-handedly. And I just want you to think about that.
Okay, so would the prophet of God actually give advice to people to drink camel urine, which can develop brucellosis, for example?
I would say no. I would put it in a very, very simple terms for you. Any scientific theory, any scientific idea, many times you have fluctuations. There used to be a time when we were told certain things like putting children on their bellies was good for them. Later on, we found out that led to cot deaths. There are many scientific U-turns. So simply taking one incident and saying, okay, so drinking camel urine leads to this particular problem, that doesn't mean that in the future we will discover actually there are some benefits, but there are some detriments as well, but the benefits are greater than the detriments. So you can't, like, how are you going to stand before God on the day of judgment and say, I rejected all of the evidences for the Prophet Muhammad based upon one scientific study which says X? I mean, if you're willing to pin your salvation, to actually pin your salvation on one particular thing and say, I'm ready to reject this miraculous man because of this one thing, then go ahead and do it. Right? We're not here to force you to do anything. I'm just here to convey to you what is a very reasonable case for Islam. Yes, Ajaz.
Okay, so you're telling me that
just quickly, this teaching on drinking camel urine, I think you're exaggerating this. Because to be clear, it was given to a specific people and it worked for them. It is not as if after this narration that all of the companions began to trade in camel urine and now there's a camel urine industry where only Muslims drink it. This is not what happened. So it's a specific thing.
It's not like a vitamin supplement.
Yeah, no one is saying you don't find a commandment in Islam, go drink camel urine. It has benefits for everyone.
Yes, I absolutely understand you. But,
so then what is the basis of arguing based on this particular innovation? If it worked for a specific group of people, why does it matter to you?
How could it work on a specific group of people? How?
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Asking, hold on. That's a ridiculous question. Because different things work for different people.
Wait a second, my friend. Have you ever heard of water poisoning?
Yes.
Okay. Do you drink water? Would you recommend people drink water?
Yes.
But there is such a thing as water poisoning, right?
Yes.
So we all agree that the same thing that can be beneficial in certain contexts can also in certain contexts be detrimental for you. Now, when it comes to something like camel urine, in this particular example, it's possible that a future study will show that in certain contexts, camel urine is good for certain people. Is that hypothetically possible in your worldview?
You mean good to them in what way? It's impossible to cure a cancer or a disease with the camel urine.
Right. Can I just knock this guy out?
Disease or cancer?
One second. You're answering a question I didn't ask. I didn't ask that question. I asked you a different question. I never said cancer. I never said a particular disease. I said, is it possible that in the future there is a study that shows that camel urine can actually get rid of a certain disease or reduce it or mitigate it or have some sort of beneficial impact upon a certain group of human beings? Is that hypothetically possible under your worldview?
Well, I mean, science develops, it changes definitely, it's true. But
can you read?
You haven't. One second. Look, you're not every single time. You're not answering the question. You're actually changing my question. My question
No,
is
you're
very.
asking me. Hold up, please. So, did you ask me? Is it possible in the future that the science somehow discovers that the camel urine is working different? Is that what you asked me?
I'm asking in a certain context, and my words were very particular. Okay, let me ask you another way. Is it possible that science can change its conclusion?
Change by how? It can only change by developing more with technology and experiments and everything else.
Can science come up with a conclusion on camel urine different to a conclusion which has come to today? Is that possible?
Especially on the camel urine. That's what you mean?
Yeah.
Right.
No.
Can I just read this?
No, wait.
No, because
Wait,
the simple claim can be used with everything else.
You said no, and that basically means you don't understand how science works. Science can do paradigm shifts in things like Newtonian to the Einsteinian worldview. We can have entire shifts when it comes to, say, the way that we understand quantum mechanics and the way that we used to understand things before. It can go through massive changes, and the very fact that you're saying no means you don't actually understand how science works. And I feel okay. Let me ask you another question. Question. If this narration didn't exist about urine, if it did not exist, if you've never heard of it, if it never said it, would you be Muslim?
No.
So let's be honest here. Let's be honest here. It's got nothing to do with camel urine. That's just an excuse.
Yeah. So
I'm asking.
You,
just smash him.
Just one of my questions.
Just 1 second. Just 1 second. Let me just deal with you. Anti-cancer action of camel milk. Sorry, that's not urine. Sorry, my mistake.
Oh,
let me ask you a question. What's the difference between horse urine and camel urine?
Taste.
Would you give horse urine to your pregnant wife?
Would I give what to my pregnant wife?
Horse urine.
Horse urine?
Yeah.
Why would I?
No, would you? Would you?
Why would I give horse urine to my pregnant wife?
I'll ask you a question. Would you?
I mean, as far as I know, horse urine can be used, for example. I don't know much about it, but I know that it's a common drug sometimes that can be used to a woman as some sort of
horse urine can be used.
Replacement therapy. If it's scientifically confirmed that it gives benefits, that it gives good effects on women, I would definitely recommend it. And it confirms, therefore, I would recommend it.
Okay, wait a minute. Let's just deal with the issue at hand. The issue at hand is it's got nothing to do with camel urine. Your reason for rejecting is another reason. So what's the reason?
No, I'm telling you, I'm just asking questions that are not clear to me that appeared in Hadith.
No, but the thing is this. Is it actually possible that there's going to be a study in the future which is going to undermine a study that we've done in the past? Is that hypothetically possible under your understanding of how science works?
Here's the thing. Not just this theory, but every theory could somehow be changed. But the reason why I'm saying no is because there's a low probability of that scientific theory being changed.
That's
just
not
like
true.
saying...
It's simply not true. What you're saying is simply nonsense. It's actually nonsense. Okay. So, my friend. Look, I'm sorry.
So can I ask you something?
I'm sorry. I have to correct you here. You're actually talking nonsense right now. You're actually completely talking nonsense. I really want you to, if you have contentions against Islam, you have questions about Hadith, that's fine. But you're simply coming up with absolutely false statements right now. And you don't understand.
I'm actually asking about scientific mistakes that I found in Hadith.
Define science for me.
Science is a methodology that uses experiment and observation in order to prove a fact. And the theory is a fact.
Science doesn't prove.
What do you mean by science doesn't prove?
So look, Science is there to come up with theories. That's all it's there to do. It's there to use reason, apply it to nature, come up with experimentation, try and falsify something, and then come up with a provisional theory. And that theory is the highest level of certainty a science can come up with. Scientists do not prove. You use the word proof. That shows you simply don't know how science works.
I mean that the theory is the highest proof in science.
That's a contradiction. That's a contradiction. What you just said
what
is
do you mean?
a contradiction.
I don't get.
A theory is not proven. It's a theory.
So you're oh my god. So you are saying that evolution is not true, right?
I never mentioned evolution. I never mentioned evolution.
Okay, so you are saying that theories are not true. Evolution is
I never
theory.
said I never said theories are not true.
And this is from the WHO as well, Hamza. So.
That's something we can do. That's something you can do later. No. Look, my point is this: you want to use a narration about camel urine and a scientific study to try and show that Islam can't be true. I am telling you, you do not understand how science works. And the very evidence for that is that you think a theory and a proof is the same thing. Proof is for mathematics. Proof is for logic. Proof is something deductive. Science is inductive. Therefore, what you're saying is absolutely false. And you have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, so can I ask you something, please? Now.
No, before that, do you admit you have no idea how science works because you think science proves when science doesn't prove, and therefore your entire argument is not categorical. Your entire argument is based upon your misunderstanding of how science works.
By your argument, then science actually doesn't prove anything. I mean,
no. By the way, just to let you know, not by me. This is Thomas Kuhn. This is like well understood within the philosophy of science. Science doesn't prove. Go pick up any book on the philosophy of science. You will learn.
But here's the thing, please. You are somehow misunderstanding the philosophy of science and the philosophy itself with the science. And I'm sorry to say this, but
listen, my friend. Look, there's a level of delusion. Yeah, I think you're getting a bit delusional here.
Honestly,
yeah?
No. Look,
look. You just said right now, I don't understand the philosophy of science. Yeah, I'm sorry to say, but you don't even understand the definition of science. You actually think a theory is proven. Now, I don't want to get into my credentials. My credentials are irrelevant. What's relevant here is that you can't define a simple term, and the way that you did try and define it was actually incorrect.
So can I ask you something, please?
Well, you've been asking.
I think what you just
no, you can't. Sick of you, Ben. I don't want to.
What happened?
We got so many people, man.
You destroyed.
I don't want to do anything.
Okay.
The idol that he had built up in his own mind.
Since
what he thought science was.
you said that theory isn't proven, I'm asking you: do you believe in evolution theory right now?
Oh.
Okay, I believe there is a theory of evolution, and the most predominant one is Darwinian evolution. I believe that theory to be the prevailing accepted theory in science.
Okay, so you do believe in evolution?
Nope, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Where are you from?
Let me just explain. Something.
Look, Sabo, I know you're having a field day. It's just that we've got other guests, and this guy isn't learning.
He's not learning. Hey,
okay, can I just ask him one question? Because
yeah.
So you told me that you believe in theory of evolution, but not in evolution.
You just committed the fallacy of equivocation. You committed a fallacy of equivocation. I'll tell you why. What you said is, do I believe in the theory of evolution? And I said, I believe that that's the prevailing theory, it's the prevailing naturalistic understanding of life. Then you said, so you do believe in evolution. But let me just clarify why that's the fallacy of equivocation. You use evolution in two different contexts. You said evolution as the theory of evolution, and then you mentioned evolution as a generic concept. Evolution as a generic concept was known, philosophized, theorized about before Darwin, going back hundreds of years, going back, in fact, to the ancient Indus Valley civilization, it's like 3,000 years ago. So Sir Monier Williams was a professor of Sanskrit at Oxford University, and he documents that the ancient Hindu philosophers came up with what we today see as Darwinian theory, this naturalistic understanding of life. So evolution goes back way before. So if you're going to ask me if I believe in evolution, then you need to actually define what that means. You can't just switch from theory of evolution to actual evolution. But let's just stick to the crux of the point. The crux of the point is science doesn't prove. Your real problem is not camel urine. It's not. It's actually not camel urine. The real problem seems to be something else, but you're not really coming forward with it, so we can't really diagnose what the issue is.
Because crypto plus, let me make it even more clear for you. Is it possible
I was muted,
that some things that might be harmful to and this is why I think this was good that he brought this up, but I want to bring this up. Something that might not have any benefit whatsoever. Somebody could, in fact, in turn, take and use that thing, and it could somehow, by an explanation that we don't know because we're not able to fully determine it yet or study it, it could possibly, in the realm of possibility, have an effect on somebody else that would allow them to be healed in some way from that thing. Is that possible?
Yes, but the possibility
okay.
of that
So
is
no. What I'm
extremely
saying
low.
is
That's
that
what
you've
I'm talking
already
about.
agreed.
Man.
No, stop. You have already agreed that he is truthful. And you've already agreed that that which is narrated from him is truthful. So this event happened. It is authentically reaching us historically through the most authentic chain of events that these people were sick. He gave them something to do for the sickness that they had, whatever the sickness was. Okay. They became better. Then they went out, ungrateful, went and killed the camel herder and stole these camels. Well, they didn't just kill him. They plucked his eyes out and so on and so forth. And then they went and stole the camels and then left. You are already agreeing that he's truthful. So it is possible, as you just now agreed, that he could have told them something that would have helped them, that it might not help other people, but it did help there. So this does not whatsoever take away from him being a prophet. And for being truthful.
Sorry, hey Cowboy. Okay, can I say something to you? So I completely understand what you're trying to say, but I'm telling you, the lack of knowledge does.
Lack of knowledge. I can't hear you, Hamza. I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Yeah, there. Now we can. There we go.
I said I can't be bothered listening to that guy a second longer.
All right, let's move on.
You keep saying, "Let me tell you something. Let me ask you something." You're like,
just say it. Just say it.
Have you not just been listening, mate? And we got up to nearly 5,000 views, man. And I can't.
We did hit 5,000. It dropped back down. We did hit 5,000. So we've
Mashallah.
Mashallah, record breaking.
Alhamdulillah.
Sabur's light and Ijaz's, mashallah, Ta'adim, mashallah, is really bringing on the people, mashallah.
Alhamdulillah. Oh, before we do this, let's just do something. Sorry, I've been trying to do this. Okay. I hope this geezer's watching. Okay. Let me just read this. Anti-cancer action of camel milk. The claim anti-cancer action of camel product.
Urine. Control F urine. Just make it simple for everyone.
Control what?
Please. Control F. Press Control F on your keyboard and then search for the keyword urine, just to make it easy.
Type it in. There you go.
Type what in?
Urine. Type in urine, and then
no, it's okay. It's not a lot. Let's read this.
Whatever. Okay, he just wanted it to be highlighted for the viewers who might have a slow time reading.
Oh, okay. So the claim anti-cancer action of camel products is widely accepted by local healers who use a mixture of camel milk and urine in the treatment of patients suffering from a variety of cancers, which he said it wasn't, including breast, nasopharyngeal, lung, and others. This, in addition to the difficulties faced by modern medicine in finding a lasting cure for cancer, prompted the current flurry of studies attempting to find evidence to support these claim anti-cancer actions of camel milk and urine, and eventually succeeded in identifying the anti-malignant component in camel milk or urine that could ultimately lead to the discovery of an effective anti-cancer drug.
Keep going, yeah, because it says they actually did the research because that was the claim.
Yeah.
So
in a series of in vitro experiments, a research group led by Dr. Fatih Khorshid succeeded in demonstrating that lipophilicized camel urine stopped the growth of tumor cells implanted into experimental animals, and the growth of malignant cell lines included hepatocellular carcinoma, colon carcinoma. The point here is this: he made a point that camel urine can't help cancer patients, where the study's done that it can. That was all.
So Hamza, I just wanted to add something to this, so hopefully the audience can learn something, right? Because we don't want to just let this point go. Say there's a study which proves that alcohol is good for you, right? That drinking, and there was a study a few years back about wine being good for you in some sort of way, right? Does that mean Islam will be undermined? No. Why? Because you ultimately have something inductive which is going to change. That's it. So with camel urine or anything else, and look, you know, there's a whole thing about camel urine being there you go, camel urine disgusting, yeah. For those of us who happen to live in London, right? So that's Hamza, and I'm not sure where Ijaz is at the moment. Chances are, whatever you're drinking is far worse than camel urine, right? Rishi Sunak is gonna go through Boris Johnson. It's gonna go through everybody, and it's the same bloody water. Yeah, like come on, guys, let's be real here. Yeah, bloody camel urine is supposed to be the most evil thing in the world, when you know clearly there's far worse things.
Yeah, it's true. The water we drink has been through the.
At the end of the day, you know, that's something that's it's emotional, because it's something that is it's very cultural specific, and so when it's presented to people who have not been exposed to that, it's automatically hits that knee jerk, right? And so that.
No, but the thing is, we destroyed him on the claim of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Yeah, so
completely annihilated him.
So Hamza, take black pudding, right? The English dish, that's got blood in it, right?
It's pig's blood.
And blood is
actually tastes delicious.
and blood is actually far more najis, far more unclean than urine. Like blood is just like, you know what I mean? So
I had this conversation when we was at this Chessington World of Adventures, when people, I think my dad had black pudding with his breakfast, and my kids are like, anyway. Marko Arkin.
I can't hear anything.
I don't know if he's muted. Oh, he's not muted.
Hello?
Marko. Hello.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, Sam, loud and clear.
All right. Yeah, just actually more of a philosophical point from ages ago. Just something I've been curious about. Why, if there is a God, and again, I'm not going to argue against the possibility of a God, why does it necessitate that God being active in humanity or in the day-to-day life of people from an Islamic perspective?
Yeah.
Did you just listen to the last conversation? Did you listen to the last conversation?
I did, yeah. But I mean, again.
So how would you know about God? If God exists, how would you know if he interferes with human beings and all this kind of stuff? How would you know?
Again, what does it matter?
What does what matter? You just asked how.
So why does it necessitate it though?
Well, the whole point, because the creator.
Couldn't a creator just create creation and then just leave it alone?
Yeah. So
the creator. Can I just give a quick answer? I'll let you fly. Okay. The creator created us, so he knows what benefits and what harms us. So he's there to guide us, and to tell, so just as you got children.
No.
All right. When you have children, you're going to guide them, aren't you, into the things that you know are going to benefit them, and keep them away from things that are going to harm them. Yeah.
Yeah, correct.
You're not just going to leave them to wander.
No.
Right. So in the same way, the creator who created us cares about us and wants the best for us, so wants to give us the best guidance, so we benefit ourselves and stay away from things that are going to harm us. God does not have. I don't believe why God would create everything the way he's created everything and then be an absent father. If you're not going to be an absent father, I don't see how the creator of the heavens and earth would be an absent father.
But again, like, it's not, we as humans don't know how a creator thinks, right? It's beyond our scope of thinking and thought processes. So why is the other side not possible? That seeing as the creator knows everything, knows what's going to happen, knows what's happening, why is interference or guidance or anything from the perspective, from a religious perspective, from a day-to-day perspective? Why is that necessary?
Okay, so it goes back to the definition of God. Okay, if your definition of God is what I would argue an incoherent definition, then it's possible. It's actually possible. So if you have a definition of God where God is an absent landlord, right, where God doesn't know what's going on, God doesn't decree things, then of course you're right. But I would say that's an incoherent concept of God. And a coherent concept of God is that God is all powerful, and therefore God would know what's going on, and God wouldn't create something without an actual purpose. So it goes back to definitions. Now, the definition of God that I laid out, the second one makes sense, and the first one doesn't make sense. So if you're going to argue that this deistic sort of idea is possible, that God created us, doesn't really care about us, then you would have to argue for why that concept of God makes more sense than the concept of God that I'm speaking of.
Okay, I can accept what you just said, but then going forward from that, I can say that, okay, God may care. God has a, obviously, if it's all power, if that being is all powerful, all knowing, then caring is a different word, actually. Sorry. Let's forget about the word caring for a second, our concept of caring. All knowing, all powerful, then it doesn't therefore necessitate that the being has to have a day-to-day interference, or we have to have a day-to-day knowledge of it in the way that religion pushes it forward, right? It doesn't necessitate that, yet it can still have the attributes you're talking about, is what I'm saying.
I think you're putting the cart before the horse, because it starts off with the definition. So necessitation is based upon the definition. If the definition is that of a sort of deistic God, then you don't have that necessity. But if the definition is the one that I outlined, then it would necessitate God is actively involved.
Correct, but I think that both definitions are plausible.
I
don't see why one definition outweighs the other.
Okay, this is very good. This is very good. So how do we adjudicate between the two definitions? I would propose a way of adjudication is by looking at coherency. Okay, by looking at coherency. So if we have a concept of God where God is all-knowing, all-powerful, creates things with intent, with purpose, that is far more coherent than a concept of God in which God doesn't seem to know what's going on, or doesn't seem to care what's going on, or just creates things without an actual purpose.
Okay, I'm saying that what you said can be correct, right? So knowing intention, etc., 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 can be fine, but that does not necessitate the sending of or the visions, prophets, etc., etc., etc. That both, you can have an all-knowing, all-powerful, all whatever creator, eternal, etc., etc. But again, it doesn't have to necessitate that part, the other part.
Okay, I was just going to make a brief answer to this, and then Ijaz can go next.
Cool.
It doesn't necessitate the medium of revelation. So God could have sent down angels instead of human beings, and this is something the Quran speaks about. But it does necessitate God would communicate. What the medium is something we can go into. Ijaz?
But my question is, why does it necessitate that God has to communicate with his creation?
Okay, that goes back to, if God created us with a purpose, then he would tell us what the purpose is. That's where the necessitation comes from.
But then from a different perspective, okay, he created us. We have consciousness, purpose. The creator can be looking from above to see what we do with our conscience, our self-determination.
Marko.
We make our own mistakes.
Marko.
We make our own whatever. Then heaven and hell actually makes more sense at that point. And so does free will.
Marko, let me make it easy for you, son.
You
don't have to guess. There's no ifs, buts, and maybes. Yeah? Allah, the creator, has told us he created us with purpose. Allah has sent guidance to us. We don't have to guess. Oh, it's not a hypothetical
then we're going to get into the next
situation.
point, which is that was
I'm
sent
sorry?
through a human being. So okay,
Yes.
now we're going to obviously go through to the next points, and then the debate continues to where you know.
No. Look, you said you listened to the
I
last
can say-
conversation. You said you listened to the last conversation. I don't believe you listened to the last conversation.
I did.
How would you
I
know
did.
anything
And then we
about
get
God?
into the next points, right?
No, how do you know anything
We get
about
into
God?
points
How
where-
would you know? How could you know anything about God?
So the debate, I'm saying you don't have to know anything about God. Why do we need to know anything about God?
So where'd you get the
Why is that
guidance from?
necessary?
Where'd you get your morality from? Where'd you get your guidance from?
Fine.
You're giving attributes to God. You're saying He has power.
I'm
and
not giving
knowledge.
attributes to anything, actually, to be honest with you. I'm saying that I don't know, and I'm happy
No,
not
but-
to know.
But we're telling you we
I'm
know.
willing to agree that we're born with innate things.
No,
I'm willing to
Marko,
agree
you're not
that we're born
listening.
with- Okay, go ahead.
We know. We're not interested in your don't know. We know. We don't. It's not like a hypothetical situation. What if God didn't create us for a purpose? No, God did create us for a purpose. This is our paradigm. You're here to challenge our paradigm. You're welcome to challenge our paradigm. We're not interested. We're not interested in your paradigm.
Can I ask you a
I'm
question, Marko?
challenging the paradigm by giving an opposite paradigm. Right?
No, you have to challenge our paradigm first.
Well, that's the way in challenging, right? Because
No,
I'm
you have to
giving
say,
a
why do
different
you believe what you
concept and
believe?
then-
Challenge the reasons why we believe what
Well,
we believe.
again,
When you can't, concede.
I'm not. Well, why should I concede? If you know what I mean.
Well, if you
I'm not
can't
trying to
challenge
be-
our reasons for why we believe in what we believe about God, and that He did create it with purpose and He did send us guidance, you've got to challenge our reasons for holding that position. If you can't do that, don't have to accept it, but you can't challenge it.
Okay, that's an interesting thought process. So you're willing to
Logically.
agree that? Well, so then what you're trying to say is that you're willing to agree that both paradigms can exist.
No. Your paradigm is in your head. That's what I'm
Right.
saying.
And I will theorize that your paradigm is in your head
We can demonstrate our paradigm is true.
through
Demonstrable.
humans.
Through
Right.
revelation, through prophets, through messengers of this creator. Yes.
Again, through nothing that you have personally experienced.
Why do I have to experience it?
Well, how else do you know? You're going by historical context. You're going through a chain of events which you believe to be correct, right? Through
Challenge that chain. Would you like
Okay,
to challenge
I mean-
the chain? I can give you the test. Challenge the chain.
I don't think I need to challenge a chain. If
Well,
you
you
know what I
can't.
mean.
If you can't challenge our chain, then you can't challenge our chain.
Well, if both paradigms are valid, then there's no need to challenge the
only
claim.
one paradigm is valid.
Your paradigm is false, mate. Your paradigm is in your head.
Well, the very
Without
nature of
any
paradigm-
validation, without any support, without any evidence, without any justified reason.
Well, I'm doing it from a logical perspective.
No, you're not. You're doing it from your
course it
own
is. It's
hypothetical
absolutely logical. You
situation of
haven't
not
challenged my
knowing,
logic.
guessing, patchwork. Yeah, you're not dealing with
I'm not
truth and
guessing
reality.
anything, right?
Okay.
You're
Because I'm
living in
not
cloud
trying
cuckoo
to-
land, my friend.
So ultimately, through 1500 years ago, right? There've been many prophets, there've been many people who've made claims, etc.,
Yes.
right? And again, we can go back to your points of what can you debate Muhammad on, right? So
No.
one of my points is one
No.
of my points is, yeah, he could have been a good person. He
No.
could have been doing the best for humanity.
Don't invent
but
our
he could be
argument.
lying at the same
Deal
time.
with no.
Why is that not possible?
Don't invent our argument. Deal with our argument. We have our
Okay, so
argument.
that-
Deal with our
But
argument.
you always say,
Don't make
was he
don't
lying?
make some hairy
Was he
fairy argument that we haven't
delusional? Okay,
made
so-
and then try to straw man it.
Okay, so I'll go from your perspective. You asked.
Or
the
what's my
question.
perspective?
So you always ask the question: was Muhammad delusional, lying? What's the other points you put forward?
I'll tell you my argument and you can deal with it.
So I will say that it's possible.
No, I'll tell you my argument,
Mm.
but then you can deal with it.
Okay,
So
no problem.
Muhammad made a claim, peace be upon him, made a claim 1400 years ago that an angel came to him in the cave and spoke to him and told him he's a messenger of God to mankind. Yes? That's the claim.
Yeah.
What could explain that claim?
That he was making it up and wanting to do the right thing for humanity.
So he was lying about the claim,
Correct.
right? Or what else?
Well, he was lying for the benefit of the people around.
Doesn't matter
him
why
and
he's
humanity.
lying. You're just saying he's lying, yeah?
That's what I would.
No. If you want to say he was lying, right? So he could be lying, crazy, or deceived. Do you believe he was deceived by Satan?
No.
Right. Do you believe that he was crazy?
Possible.
Possible. So is he lying or is he crazy?
What I would suggest is more lying.
No, it's either one or the other.
Lying.
A crazy
lying.
person thinks they're telling the truth, mate.
Let's
so
go
is
with lying.
he crazy into thinking an angel's talking to him?
Let's
or is
go
he
with
lying about an angel talking to him?
Let's go with lying.
No. Want to know what your position is?
Lying. I'll pick one, lying. There you go.
Right, and did you not hear Brandon, the Muslim Cowboy, explain how he couldn't be a liar?
I could still say he could be a liar. Why couldn't he be a liar?
So what reasons did Brandon say that he couldn't be a liar?
Well, he was not known to be a liar. The people around him said he wasn't a liar, and the rest of it. I mean, you can explain it.
So nobody ever claimed he was a liar.
One person can lie once, right?
What?
A person can lie once and never again. Or
when did he lie? Well, no. If he's for 40 years, he's been known as a man who doesn't lie. You have to then challenge. You have to explain why he began lying, yeah,
because
and how he continued that lie.
Humanity.
Listen. It was a lie for 23. It was a lie for 23 years, mate.
No,
he received revelation for 23 years.
Humanity, because he saw the state of humanity.
Where did he get the information from in the Qur'an?
Okay, let me finish for a second. So he thought the best way to convince people to live a better life was saying it's from God.
So he lied for 23 years.
Correct.
And what's your justification of that?
That he thought it was better for humanity.
No, what's your justification for that?
That if you want to convince someone to do something, the best way to do it is tell them it came from God.
Right. So he's an illiterate man. How did he come with the Qur'an?
You don't have to be literate.
How did he produce the Qur'an? Where did he get the information from to put in the Qur'an?
And he had people with him who could work together with.
So he worked together with. Is there any evidence of him working with anybody when he received revelation?
I don't know.
Well, the answer is no.
For 5 people to come up with something.
So you believe everyone was in on it?
About 1,500 years ago, there was no recording devices. There was no TV cameras.
So just so I understand, are you saying that everybody was in on it? Everybody knew it was a lie?
It's quite easy to make something up without it being challenged.
I'll say it again to you, Marco. Are you saying that his companions knew he was lying?
I'm saying it's possible, yes.
So they knew he was lying and they went through everything they went through because he was lying?
Well, they could have thought it's for the best reason.
Marco.
Is that not possible?
No.
I'm just saying it's not possible at all.
No.
In your world.
Ridiculous. It's ridiculous, my friend.
I'm just asking the question.
I'm answering the question. No, it's ridiculous.
There's 0% that could have ever happened.
0.
Okay. Well, I mean, look, I think that's possible, right?
You're delusional.
Seen it done by other people. Have you seen it done through?
You're arguing from ignorance, mate. You're arguing from silence.
Marco, do you understand the difference? Hold on, Marco.
No, we're not.
Marco,
yes,
please. Do you understand the difference between a possibility and a probability of a thing?
Of course.
What's the difference?
But again, if you're putting probability and percentage chances on it, right?
Right. What's the difference?
Between what? A probability and a possibility?
A possibility, yes.
A probability and a possibility.
Yeah, what's the difference? Am I speaking French?
The difference is something that's probable is likelier to happen. A possibility is that there is a small chance, like it's a lot lower. So a possibility in the rankings, it's still possible, but the odds on it happening are a lot lower.
Okay, good. So understand this. Anything is possible, but not everything is probable. Based on the facts that we know about the life of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, you eliminate possibilities by looking at the probabilities. And as far as Hamza is giving you the facts, it eliminates the possibility that he and his companions, an entire nation up to 10,000 people plus, all conspired, and none of them knew that they were openly conspiring.
But again, I'm not saying that entire nations conspired. A small group of people can conspire, and then that could lead to.
But this is that's a hypothetical. That's a hypothetical that cannot be realized because this person was a public figure with constant and persistent access. People knew who his companions were, and when he sent them off to teach, he would not see them for months thereafter. If there was a persistent group of people having a conspiracy, you need to provide evidence of that. If you can't provide evidence of that, your hypothetical is eliminated.
Okay, I can agree with you. I don't have the ability to provide that evidence, right?
So then why make the hypothetical?
Because it's an hypothetical. Because even today, when we hear
No, you can't make it. That's what Hamza said.
How many people believe that, even with the weight of evidence against it?
This is an argument from ignorance. Today,
even with the technology, even with
you just said
cameras, people can get proven something's wrong.
You just said you don't have the evidence to validate that point of view.
Of course
so
not, because
what's
it
the
happened
point?
1,500 years ago, and it just write the histories.
That's not how it works, because we have the historical method and we're able to look at the literature and archaeological evidence and determine certain things. If there was a conspiracy of this kind, there will be evidence of it. You can't simply beg the question and fill that in with hypotheticals. You either have evidence or you don't.
So, okay, evidentially speaking, obviously, when you're making a claim of angels, gods, etc., that's a massive claim, correct?
Separate topic. We're speaking about the truthfulness of the Prophet Muhammad.
Those things all link together when you're talking about probability and possibility.
You can't change the goalpost. The goalpost was about the truth of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. You just tried to argue about him in a conspiracy, and now you're trying to argue about angels. Focus on that initial point. Was he truthful or not?
All those things are intertwined and interconnected, because
was he truthful
one thing leads to another, leads to another, correct?
Was he truthful or not in his life? Did his enemies attest to it, to his truthfulness? Yes, and his trustworthiness. Yes.
Again, that's prior to him having revelation, right?
That's after his revelation as well, because they became Muslims.
What I'm saying is,
they adopted Islam because of his truthfulness.
Prior to him having revelation, people believed him because he was known to be a truthful person, correct?
Yes, and a trustworthy person by his enemies.
And a trustworthy person.
Who still left property in his charge.
Trustworthy person, the first time you tell a lie, if that's the only lie you've told, that you're more likely to be believed. Right? Because you don't have a history of telling untruths.
But this lie would last the last 23 years.
Well, of course,
you can't assume that he made a lie at some point.
And
you can't assume he made a lie
the very
at
fact
some
that
point
he
as a
lasted
possibility.
23 years shows, because things happen, then he says, oh, God told me that, okay, do this now and do this now.
That's not how it works.
Along in life. So that actually makes more sense.
That's not how it works in Islam, and you can't just introduce that possibility into it. You have to look at the data itself. The Qur'an openly corrects the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Sometimes it critiques him and it guides him. He was not, as you seem to think, a person who covered up his so-called flaws with revelation. If you had bothered to read the Quran and understood what his companions testified about him, this claim is simply irrelevant and cannot be evidenced. And when we look at it, at the end of the day, those people who were his enemies and fought with their families to kill him, they ended up turning to Islam, not because a sword was put to their throats, but because the evidence overweighed the possibility of him being a liar, deluded, or a madman. Simple as that. You guys can continue. I need to take my
it's fine. Okay. I mean, like, I think ultimately, it was nice talking to you guys. Like, I mean, I think to a certain extent, we go in circles when we talk about these things. And I admit, from my perspective, it's obviously I'm having a hypothetical debate in many terms, right? I just find it hard to reconcile, especially in the world that we live in today and the knowledge bases we have, that it just all seems a bit too nicely packed together. That fine, 1,500 years ago, one person had a revelation. They closed the loop as well. He goes, okay, no more after you, no matter what happens, right? No matter where humanity goes to, no matter the changes the world go to, we're done. We are absolutely done 1,500 years ago. Now, I admit, I find that very hard to reconcile.
You are aware that Islam is transitory to different ages, yeah?
Yeah, again, we can. I don't think it is transitory, personally.
Well, no, well, we've already discovered that you're kind of delusional anyway, so it's not really surprising for you to say that.
Actually, not. I'm just thinking about things.
I think you're a slave to your desires, mate, and you don't want to be told what to do.
I mean,
That's what I
slave to
think.
what desires exactly? I mean,
Whatever you want to do. Marco's a slave to what Marco wants to do. What Marco thinks is right, and what Marco thinks is wrong is wrong. That's how you want to roll.
I can also find a lot of people who think the same way as me.
I would agree.
That forms a group, right?
I would agree.
So then I have a collective of people who believe the same thing.
Yeah, collective of deluded people. So
it's
what?
Not personal
What's your point?
desire at that point. Then it becomes group desire, right?
So what? Yeah. No. Because how are you going to determine between you? No, 1 second.
People to think your way.
Marco, this group of like-minded people who have desires like you have desires. How are you going to control what's right and wrong between all of you? Say there's 20 of you. Who decides what's right and wrong?
And then if both of you want the same woman, who's going to decide who's going to get her, or are you going to share her?
Why does it have to be someone else who tells you?
Right, you just said you created a collective.
Decision you make because God told you to make it.
No. You said you created a collective of like-minded, lusty, slave to their own desire people.
Who said any of those things?
Slave to their desires, man. You're slave to your basic animal desires. Let's not, let's call a spade, mate.
And I could speculate that you're the same.
No, I surrender my ego to my creator. So no matter what I want to do, whatever I think is right or wrong is irrelevant to what my creator
to a set of rules that were told to you, right?
Yeah, slave to my creator, yeah, which I'm convinced came from my creator, yes.
That you're convinced came.
Yeah, I'm convinced that the Prophet Muhammad wasn't lying, crazy, or deceived.
But then you're the same as me.
Because, no, again, I'm different to you. I'll tell you why. I'll explain why. Because when someone presents to me whether the Prophet, peace be upon him, was lying, crazy, or deceived, and I look at the claim of lying, I don't go to absurdities like you do. I don't argue from ignorance like you do, and argument from silence. I look at what's in front of me, and I have no reason to believe he lied. I have no reason to believe he could lie. Yeah, I have no reason to believe he was crazy, and I have no reason to believe he was deceived. Then I have every reason to believe he's telling the truth. And if he's telling the truth, what he's brought is from my creator, and my creator knows what's best for me and what's harmful for me. So I surrender my ego, my wills to that of my creator. So it doesn't matter about my base desire, my ego, my wants, what I think is moral or whatever. It's irrelevant. What's relevant is what my creator says is moral and immoral, what is right, what is wrong, what is good for you, what is bad for you. Whereas you become your own God, making your own decisions, and your irrelevant point of bringing 20 people together who think like you will collapse in on itself, because how are you going to agree amongst you what those values should be?
Well, again, I think that society has an evolving nature, right? And again, evolving is probably the wrong word. We can, I'm using it as a word, not evolve. Evolution is a different thing. When I say evolving, I say that as we learn as a collective, as a human collective, we can make new decisions. We can learn from our histories and our past and our mistakes, right? And we're always making more, and we can make more, right?
Marco, Islam crosses every civilization.
So if you look
Islam
at it right now,
covers every civilization, every age, every race divide, every nationality. What are you talking about? As if Islam is some thing that's just stuck in time. It moves with the world.
So my thing is, look, by any metric you
we have Chinese Muslims, we have Moroccan Muslims, you have Swedish Muslims, you have African Muslims, you have Asian Muslims, you've got American Muslims, you've got English Muslims, you've got Pakistani. It's not as if it's one monolith in that sense, that it's like one, it spreads across every culture.
I never said it was a monolith.
No, but what you're saying is as if like human beings develop and move and are transitory. Islam molds with you. Islam is applicable for all time. Islam, like you said, with your little blasé, it's locked in. Yeah, it's locked in. Why? Because it's perfect. There's nothing you can add to it. There's nothing needed more to be added and brought. This is why the Prophet, peace and blessing be upon him, was the final messenger. Because he was the final, as the Prophet said. As the Prophet said.
You just closed off there.
Can you shut up while I'm talking, please? Okay. So as the Prophet said, peace be upon him, he said, if the other messengers or prophets were bricks in a wall, I'm the final piece. Yeah, and this is the reality. And so this is what we believe. Now, if you want to challenge our paradigm, challenge our paradigm. Don't invent your own paradigm and act like it challenges our paradigm, because it don't.
Well, ultimately, what you've just said is that you've pretty much closed off, right? Rather than being open.
Okay, what's this show called?
Challenge Islam.
Right. So do you think we're closed or open?
Well, I think that you have you've done a very good job because you've spent, you've all spent a lot of time research, and I respect your beliefs. I respect that you believe what you're saying, right? And you put a lot of time and effort and thinking about this and answering questions that are put to you, etc., etc., etc. That's your job, right? That's what you do, and you do it for the right reasons, and you think it's the best for humanity. My perspective, and again, yes, it's personal, and I may be a slave to my desires, or whatever you want to say, is that you've closed off to anything that's going to happen going forward. Right?
No, Marco, we've opened up, we've asked you to look. We believe Islam is perfect, yes?
Right.
We believe you can't add anything to Islam.
And I'll say it's limited.
Yes? 1 second. We say it's complete. We don't say it's limited. We say it's complete. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you want to come on here and say it's not, then challenge it.
Yeah, I just did. I say it's limited.
You didn't challenge it. You said, well maybe this, maybe that, maybe the other. That doesn't help you.
Of course it is.
Well, no, it doesn't.
What's wrong in doing that? What's the problem?
Okay. You haven't challenged anything. I'll give you an example. I'll make it easy for you, Marco. When I challenge a Christian, I demolish all their reasons for believing Christianity is true.
But I'm not a Christian.
No, if I was dealing with a Christian, I don't start saying, oh, Islam teaches Jesus was just a prophet and not God, therefore Christianity is false. That's what I do. If I deal with a Christian, I'll demolish their position of why Jesus isn't God, why the Bible's not reliable, and such and such and such. If I'm dealing with an atheist, I'll destroy his whole position and his whole reasoning, his whole scientific understanding. I'll collapse everything. I don't go to an atheist and start saying, well, Islam is true because. That makes atheism false. I go and challenge atheism. Now, you've come on here to challenge Islam, and what you've done is you've tried to present your hypothetical delusional mindset as if that's a challenge, and it isn't. You have to challenge what we believe and why. So you have to demonstrate the prophet lied.
I'm challenging the process behind it. Right?
You have to demonstrate the prophet lied, peace and blessing be upon him. If you can do that, then you can collapse our belief.
Well,
can you do that?
Again, I don't know enough about it.
So the answer is no. So the answer is no. So you can't challenge that.
Well, of course not, but then absolutely proving it's true is not possible either.
No. If we've demonstrated the prophet wasn't lying, crazy, or deceived, then he must be telling the truth. Halas.
Again, it's probability and possibilities. But when you're talking about
that's how we roll, isn't it?
When you're talking about
it's
coming
impossible
from a creator,
for him to be lying.
To go by possibilities. Right?
Well, no, it's impossible for him to be lying, impossible to be deceived, and impossible to be crazy.
It might be highly improbable, but it's not impossible.
Impossible.
No, that's where I would totally disagree with you. Right?
Why?
And the very
why is it impossible? Why is it not impossible?
There's a possibility shows that you're close.
I do not think the prophet, peace and blessing be upon him, invented the Qur'an as an illiterate man. I really don't.
Your being and your nature necessitates that.
Why? Why does my being and my nature necessitate that?
Because you have dedicated your life to that.
No, have I always been a Muslim?
Agreed with that paradigm.
Marco, have I always been a Muslim? Marco.
You're not willing to say that there's a possibility.
Marco, have I always been a Muslim?
Science, hold on 1 second. The same way when you challenge science and you say a theory, what does a theory mean? Same thing.
Have I always been a Muslim?
I'm challenging it the same way.
Marco, have I always been a Muslim?
No.
So I chose Islam.
You chose it, yes, correct.
Why?
But you have your own reasons for it because you're looking for something.
Right, my reasons. So if you want to challenge my reasons for why I believe Islam is true, you're welcome to do so.
Prior to Islam, you were looking for something. I don't know your history.
I was looking for nothing.
I don't know your psychology.
I was looking for nothing. Why do you assume I was looking for something?
What? Because I can assume that, right?
Why? Why would you just make something up about me that you don't know?
Why were you happy not being a Muslim?
Why are you talking about happiness now? So you know nothing about me. You're making so much assumption about me.
And again, you know nothing about me. We're making.
But you just
I know that you don't understand logic. I think you don't understand logic. But just quickly, we know that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, did not lie because he's no longer living on this earth, means he's died. So the body of things that he said does not grow, it only reduces. And we can examine what he's said and what he's done. It's not as if it's changing day to day. And on that basis, the probability of him being truthful versus him being deceitful is higher than the other, and we don't find evidence to the contrary. You cannot simply argue from nothing that there must have been some point in which he did lie, but you can't actually provide the evidence for it or qualify that claim. So Marko, let's change this up a little bit, Marko, because we've answered a lot of your questions, and this isn't an interrogation, it's a discussion. So to turn it back on you, Marko, I would like to know, what do you believe? Do you follow a particular religion? Are you agnostic, deistic? What are you?
So, I would call myself agnostic, right? Because
agnostic atheist?
Agnostic atheist, I'll call myself. I mean, it's a difficult question, right? Because obviously, logically speaking, I can't, we can go back and we can say that something has to create something. I'm happy to say that. Nothing could come from nothing. And there's so many possibilities and probabilities that I don't have an answer, right? And I'm willing to accept the possibility or the probability of a being a creator, and it's probably highly probable, right?
Highly probable, okay.
It's highly probable, and if not an absolute necessity, but the nature of that creator and everything else beyond that, I don't have a theory.
Did you just say it was Did you just say it was an absolute necessity for there to be a creator?
I think that I've thought about it, and I'm still not. So again, I'd say that there's a necessity of some form of creation.
Creator, you mean?
To put words to that, because when you think about the expanse of the universe and the mass of it all, and me and you, if we try to count, we can't even imagine a billion. You know what I mean? Try and count from 1 to a billion. You're not going to get there, right? So it's so beyond the scope of my intelligence and my thinking, right, that I'm not willing to put a vision or a thought to it that I know anything about it.
Okay, let's just pause right there. You are a human being with a mind, and you have the ability to think about things. You are not like an automaton that simply exists and thinks with predetermined thoughts. You have ideas, you have beliefs, which evolve, and you have a knowledge base which grows over your lifetime. And you used that knowledge base to come to the conclusion that there must be some kind of creator, correct?
There must be some sort of creation, is the way I'd put it.
Creator. Well, you can't have a creation without a creator.
Yeah, some sort of, but putting the word creator to it, I can't imagine what that creator is.
But you said creation. Like if you acknowledge life as creation, then it necessitates a creator.
I'm saying that the universe has to come from somewhere or from something. What that is, I don't know.
Well, it can't be somewhere, because it has to be something, because it seems as if life is purposeful and meaningful. So it has to come from an agent which created us. It can't simply be that we exist in a vacuum.
But again, we're putting human notions, agency, creator, we're humanizing it to a large extent.
We're not humanizing it. We, as humans, we understand causality, don't we? That A, then B, then C, then D.
Our nature, because we have to think in a certain way, and we are conditioned and we learn as we grow. So we're not, for example, what I would say
Marko,
is, done.
Just pause. Do you understand the 3 fundamental laws of logic?
Yes.
Right? Do you know what they are?
So, sorry, say again, the fundamental laws of, I thought you said
fundamental laws of logic. Do you know what they are? I would take that as a no.
No, my brain is remembering, but go ahead and tell me, please.
So take your time.
No,
right?
Go ahead and tell me, because
So you have the law of identity, you have the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle. And this seems to be 3 things which allow all humans to make sense of the life that they live. And so we know that logic is independent of humans, because if I created it in my mind, it would not be the same random creation in your mind. It is something which is shared and multiply attested by every single individual. And I can give an example of this. When you say, this is me, you're not referring to anyone other than you. That's simply the law of identity. And it's either you exist or you don't, the law of non-contradiction. And it's either a claim is true or it's false. There is no middle option, the law of the excluded middle. So either you are right about what you say or you are wrong. There's not going to be a middle option here. Every claim needs to be qualified. So on those three laws of logic, which we all observe, and we can cohere those laws of logic with our reality, the experience that we've lived, we've all come to the conclusion that there must be a point of origin for all of humanity.
So point of origin for, but again, you're saying point of origin for
just
humanity
point of origin
is different from
just
point of origin of the universe, right?
I'm saying humanity.
Those are two different things.
I'm saying humanity, and then we go back and we can say point for the origin of the universe.
So I can, again, through my limited knowledge and through nature and science, I could come to a point of origin of humanity, right?
And the universe.
And the universe becomes a bigger concept, right?
No, well, we can observe.
Your knowledge of the universe is very, very limited. Both of our knowledge of the universe is very, very limited,
but
right?
it being limited does not mean that we don't know it didn't have an origination point. So, all things which exist, if I go back in time, come from a point of origin. So it's not a point to be debated.
From your scope, but from scope, I'm talking about scope, right? So from scope, we can, as human beings, we can say, okay, the point of origination of humans, that I can wrap my head around, right? I can look at,
but logic and proof isn't based on what.
Look at our knowledge base to come to some form of conclusion about the origination of humans, but the origination of the universe, we get to subatomic particles, wherever science is going to lead us, and that is the scope of it is so much more massive.
Okay, Marko, the scope is irrelevant here because everything must have an origination point. You don't simply get things existing by themselves, of themselves, in a vacuum. All things which you can see, feel, hear, touch, and taste, all these things come from something and from somewhere. So logically, it necessitates an origination point.
But there's obviously, we can postulate. I say that there is no conclusive proof of any idea that you or me would have. There's no conclusive.
What the hell are you talking about?
So again, I can come back to, even if we can agree that there is a creator, we can't. There is no proof that there is no objective proof that that creator.
Are you just like using random words because you're not making sense at this point?
No. Okay, so what I'm trying to say, if you let me finish, right? So even if we can say, if we can agree that there is a possibility of a creator, there is a creator. Let's say that's a given, right? But then I'll go back to the first point I made right at the beginning, is why does it necessitate that creator has to be influencing day-to-day life?
Okay, because he's the creator of all things. Things don't exist in and of themselves. That God chose to create each and everything which exists means that there's purpose and intent behind it. And notice that you're shifting, right? When I get you to the point of origination and you agree that all things are creation, you switch between creator and then the scope of things. Either you nail down one thing or the other, but you don't move. If we're going to discuss that, stick to one. Right? Stick to one. Don't move it.
It is intertwined, though, correct or not?
No, but we have to stick to one point at a time.
Of course,
we don't simply do what we machine gun points.
It's a complex issue.
Do you understand, Marko, that in logic you discuss one point at a time? You don't throw all points at the same time. Basic logic. Well, one claim at a time. One proposition at a time. Do you agree?
So you talk about philosophical logic, right? So where you go from
proposition. You discuss one proposition at a time.
Logic. Correct. Right.
Right. So you don't discuss all things simultaneously, and I don't think you're capable of that.
The way it works is you start from one logic point and then you build from that, right?
Right.
So you
one point at a time.
Then you go to Y.
Very good.
Right?
1 point at a time. And
So,
the
but-
point that we've agreed on is that if there is a creator, and we agree that the likelihood of a creator is there, that creator must have purpose, intent, and will for the things that he creates. Simple as that.
But that doesn't necessitate interference.
It's not interference if he creates each and everything. There is no universal intellect beyond him or beside him. He's the one that
Correct.
creates every single atomic particle, subatomic particle, and
Correct.
he is the one that designates how they function and exist. So it's not interference if he is the one that controls it at all points in time.
But again, it doesn't necessitate the sending of prophets. It just doesn't necessitate it.
Changing the point again. You just asked
again,
me
you
about
have to
intent,
go-
purpose,
you
and
can go
will.
from one
No,
point to another.
sorry,
Okay, I
doesn't work
agree
that
with
way.
you.
It
Tick,
doesn't
tick.
work that way, Marco. Either 1 point at a time or no point. It's just that
So I'm
simple.
fine. I'm fine. I agree. Tick, tick, tick.
You
Then we have to
agree.
get to the point of why prophets are necessary.
Right. So hold on. So we've agreed that there's creation. We've agreed that there's a creator, singular, and we've agreed that he has intent, purpose, and will, and it's not interference with the creation. Agreed?
Sorry, intent, purpose, but
And
that
will.
doesn't. Sorry.
Intent, purpose, and will for all things which exist.
Wait a second. I don't see why there has to be will,
Okay. If God creates
and I don't see
something,
why there has to be purpose.
okay, if God creates something, he intends to create it. It is not as if things exist by themselves of themselves. They come from the creator. Do you agree?
Right. Right.
Right. So if God chooses to create things, then that teaches us that there is intent and purpose.
Mm.
Because he intended to create it. It didn't
He
simply pop
intends to
into
create it.
existence.
Yes.
Right.
But
So
the purpose of it
intent,
is
intent is purpose.
no intent and purpose can be different.
Intent and purpose is the same thing here. That God purposefully chose to create something.
Okay. He purposely chose the entity purposely chose to create it, right?
Everything.
But we don't know the intent.
And we don't need to know the intent of all things to know that he intended to create all things. That's an irrelevant point. The
I'm
fact
just
that
saying.
all things exist shows that
Okay.
there is intent behind them and that God chose to create them. If there is intent behind them, then we can conclude that God wants us to know things about them. And in this way, he gives us axioms or guidance for life, which we then find in the form of revelation. It's just that simple.
But again, I don't see where the point before leads to the next point. Why does there have to be an axiom? Why does there have to be revelation? Why does there have to be that?
Because if there's intent, purpose, and will, we look at then humanity and we see that humanity is a shepherd for each other, and that we as humans naturally create laws irrespective of our moral guidelines where we seek to govern our lifestyles. We build a worldview.
But
And so based on that, we
do
can
that anyway,
infer.
right?
No, but there's a point to that. Why do humans do that instinctively? Why do humans have that instinctive form of morality? And so if we look at that on that basis, we assess it on that basis, it must mean that the creator created us with the ability and capacity to have moral guidelines.
So
Just that
do you
simple.
agree? Do you agree without some people, without prophets, without knowing Islam or Christianity or any other religion, have created societies, created ethical codes, etc., without those guidelines? Humans have
It's
that
not
capacity.
without those guidelines. All people have what we call a
Humans have
fitra.
the capacity without revelation to create ethical guidelines.
Not create. We believe that all humans have an internal ethical, what do we call it, system. I forget the name. Just give me
without
here.
knowledge
Just
of
give me 1
Muhammad,
second.
Jesus, or anyone else, we can
Mhm.
create our own ethical, moral
Not
guidelines in society.
create.
Correct or not?
We all inherently have a moral code which we follow, and humans have come together and acknowledged that we all share that same base moral code. That does
Right.
not mean that base moral code was created by humans. Instinctively, we know these certain
So if we
commands.
have those things
In the Arabic
instinctively, why do
language,
we need revelation?
I'm getting to that point. I'm qualifying the first point. Because we instinctively have these moral codes, we acknowledge then that the creator had a purpose in giving us these moral codes and guidelines. And so when we have an alignment of our moral ideals, we can conclude that God created us with the intent of following, adhering, teaching, and believing in these moral guidelines. I forget the term, but I think it's called moral alignment or something along these lines.
Right.
From that, we know that if God has given us these basic things, we can understand why he would send a prophet, because humans over time change the way that society functions and operates. And so God calls us back to the truth, regardless of how much we want to rebel.
So prior to revelation, when were we living correctly?
We don't say that we were. Sorry, we say that God gave us a fitra or ethical moral guidelines inherently as each human to obey and follow what he has given us.
So what I'm trying to say is that humanity, our knowledge, prior to there being a prophet from God, right?
The first human being was a prophet according to Islamic belief.
Oh, okay, sorry.
So there's no prior.
Okay, sorry, I apologize. Like obviously I don't go by Adam and Eve. So okay, sorry.
Oh, sorry, Fauzana, thank you so much. Moral compass. So everyone has an internal moral compass.
It's fine. We can say we have a moral compass, and we have some sort of, again, we can, obviously evolution would say that over time we've developed that moral compass to sustain society.
No, we
right?
don't believe that, because it's something.
That's what anthropological view is, right?
That's not how it works, and you can't simply invent a moral code that is innate to every human being, because then you would have random development with people without a moral code.
From an anthropological point of view, if humanity's been around for 3,000 years or whatever it may be, and then over that period of time, for humanity to sustain itself, we had to develop certain more, we had to work together, we had to collaborate, we had to do all these things.
Do you understand the term innate moral compass? The term innate moral compass. It's not the word innate does not mean external.
Right. So basically what you mean by innate is like we're born, we're saying we're not going to kill our mothers. Right?
We're born with a moral compass. Yes.
I'll give you an example, right? So obviously,
I would hope not.
Hopefully not. And we all believe
We've got loads to guess, man. Is this going anywhere?
I leave it to Hamza.
No, but honestly, it's been fun, guys. Like, I get it. Like, it's been fun.
But I got him to agree that there's a creator.
Alhamdulillah. There's hope for you, Marko.
At that point.
Honestly, guys, it's been fun. I enjoyed the conversation. I hope you guys did as well. Take care.
Hello. You did well there, Jasmine. It was nice.
You were listening, you were praying, so
No, I was listening to you. I was here.
Okay, Uncle, thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum. The cowboy zoned out at that point. I wanted to zone out as well.
I'm really sorry. I literally was hearing him. I was just like, oh my gosh. I didn't see him going anywhere. Allah bless us and forgive us, and guide him. Before the next guest, I do got to say, got something I got to go take care of. So unfortunately, I won't be able to stay till y'all hit the 5-hour mark.
You going, yeah?
As much as I would love to, yeah, bro. It's 2:20 in the morning, so.
Okay, then, dude. Jazakallah khair for joining.
Take it easy, Assalamu alaikum.
Take care. Allah bless you guys. And my new website's up, themuslimcowboy.com. It's been like way too long, so anyone who can check that out. I'm just gonna.
Inshallah. All right, dude.
Barakallah fi guys.
Okay. Google. Oh, sugar.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
How you guys doing?
All right, mate.
I just want to make a remark before I ask the question. I heard you tell the guy that he's a slave of his desires and stuff like that.
Can't hear a word you're saying, mate.
I heard you say. I heard you talk to the guy and you told him that he's a slave of his desires.
Yes.
But you're a slave of yours too, right? You're a
no.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Listen. Your desire to believe in higher power, to believe in God, is what led you to Islam.
No.
Yes.
No.
Okay.
No.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Okay, so you don't desire to worship God?
Oh, okay. I believe in God because God intellectually, for me, exists. Okay?
Yeah,
and
but you
I'd
desire
be
to believe in
stupid.
them.
I'd be stupid not to connect and follow the guidance of this God, of the Creator.
Okay,
Yeah.
but
Now,
you
slave to your desires means you do what your desires tell you to do. Yeah. So you have no parameters except what you think is right and what you think is wrong. Now, if I was a slave to my desires, I would ignore God's commands and do what I think, but I'm not. I'm a slave to my Creator. You can only have one master. If Allah is my master, what He says is right and wrong is what goes, regardless of what I want or feel. You understand?
Okay, so if you don't, if you don't desire,
Do you understand that basic thing?
I heard what you said, but
Do you understand what I said?
Yes, I did.
Good man. So you
Yes,
take
I
back
did.
what you said?
No, I don't.
You don't take it back?
No, because your initial desire to believe in a higher power is what.
Why is that my initial desire?
So if you don't desire to worship a higher power, to believe in a higher power, would you research religion?
No, what you said. I said desires, ego. I
Yeah,
have no
but you have to
choice.
desire-
I have no
listen,
choice but
listen.
to submit to my Creator.
Okay.
It's not a choice I have.
Yes. So you don't desire to worship God. You just believe
Oh,
in
okay.
God.
I didn't become a Muslim because I desired to worship God. No. Well, actually,
You
yes.
desire to believe in a higher
Sorry.
power.
I didn't believe in God because I desired to know God exists. I didn't really care. But when I believe
but
God
you
exists,
desire to believe in something that's greater, that gives you purpose in life, and so you start researching religion.
why does that make me a slave to my desires? Wouldn't a slave to my desires means I would do whatever I want?
No.
That's what I mean.
If I desire a car,
No.
I can
If
desire
I'm a
single thing.
slave, 1 second. If I'm a slave to my desires, doesn't it mean that I do whatever I want?
Yeah, but you
Whatever I desire to
something.
do.
You desire something. You don't have to desire a lot of things.
Right.
You desire
Now, if
single
I
thing.
desire something,
Yes.
because I'm a slave to my Creator, I have to swallow that. I can't have it.
You desire. You have to desire to work.
If I was a slave to my desires, I would do whatever I feel and want, but I can't.
You feel like worshiping God.
I'll say it again to you. If I was a slave, if I was a slave to my desires, I would do whatever I want and feel.
You are a slave to your desire.
But I don't. Well, I'm not, because I don't do what I want and feel. But I don't do what I want and feel.
Yes, because you want to believe in a higher power. That's why you follow the rules.
Because you can only have one master. So if I want to do something, but my master says I can't do that thing, if I was a slave to my desires, I would do what my desires say, not what my master says, wouldn't I?
But you desire to serve that master.
Exactly. So I'm a slave to the master, not my desires.
Can we just pause the word?
That
using desires in two different ways. 1 second. You're using the term desires in two different ways. I'm always saying desires in the term of like drugs and alcohol and
ego. You can desire anything, right? You can desire anything.
He's not using it. He's not using the word the same way that you do.
No, because I desire anything could be desired.
But
he limiting desire.
The term desires refers to things which we derive pleasure. He's not saying it simply as generic desires. Either you understand his point or you don't, but don't change the definition on him.
No, I'm not changing the definition. His idea of desire is just something that you do whatever you want to do, right? If you want to believe, if you desire to believe in something, then that's what you're gonna do. It's so simple. So you're a slave to your desire. Your desire is what led you here.
Greg, what's happening, dude?
Hello, mate. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you, son.
Yep.
Cool. I just wanted to ask a question about justice. So I'll be clear with my own perspective, my own point. I'll try to be as quick as possible because I know you've got other people waiting.
No. As long as you stop talking nonsense, you're welcome to stay, bro.
Okay, cool. So I was an atheist my whole life, and then had a crazy I won't go into it because it's difficult to share personal things like that because people generally think you're a wacko, right? But had a deeply religious encounter, you could say. Anyway, so after all that, read as much as I could, studied as much as I could, and came up with a foundation of faith that I now have. And one of the main things that has always got me questioning Islam, I have a fair few Islamic friends, and we're always going backwards and forwards. And I'd be really interested to hear your perspective on it. Is that so throughout the Torah, the Old Testament, the Abrahamic faith through Moses, you have the idea, or rather the command, of blood sacrifice for the forgiveness of sins, right? So you look at the whole book of Leviticus, and the entire history, if you like, of all of the Abrahamic faiths, all the way up until Jesus, who is thought of as the final blood sacrifice for those that believe in him. Obviously, the Jews do not believe that he's the final blood sacrifice, and they're still waiting on their Messiah. And that's why they're trying to rebuild the third temple and start with the heifers being sacrificed, because they believe that they still require blood sacrifice for the forgiveness of their sins. Right. So what I'm saying is that in order for God to be just, right, and for him to be merciful, for him to forgive that which is wrong, which we would call sin, for him to forgive sin, to forgive wrongdoing, in order for God to remain just as a judge, and if you'll hear me out, I'll just give you an example so that you really understand what I'm asking. In order for God to be just, there has to be payment, right? The sin, the wrongdoing has to be punished. And so as an example of that, I like the chap that you had on just a minute ago. His camera's gone now, but he was talking about logic and how we have these things have to make sense, right? And so what makes sense to me is that for example, in a court of law, if somebody did something horrific to, I'll make it personal so that it hits you, right? God forbid, but Hamza, someone does something horrendous to a family member of yours, right? And you appear before a judge, and the judge says, well, I'm going to be merciful today. Yeah. So there's not going to be punishment for this sin because this guy also gives to charity. And I've seen all these other good works that he's done. And so his good stuff outweighs his bad stuff. But you're there saying, well, hang on a minute. What about this heinous thing, this horrible thing that he did to my family member? And so justice is not served by the judge being merciful. So the judge cannot be seen as a good judge because he hasn't served justice. And so this is what I struggle with, is that this idea of a God who is merciful, who has not required payment for sins in order to forgive. And of course, this is the entire context of Jesus, is that he was the blood sacrifice that was big. And by the way, I don't believe Jesus is God, just for the record. I believe that Jesus is the Son of God. And I believe if you're God's son, then you're not God. It's very simple. And also Jesus claimed to have a God who's the Father. But anyway, so I believe that Jesus was the perfect sacrifice, the Messiah, the chosen Messiah, God's chosen Messiah. Very special. I believe he was a prophet. Everything he said is coming to pass right now, as I do think we're living in some crazy times. But anyway, so that's my whole sort of perspective on justice. And I can't see the God of Islam being able to be seen as just by being merciful and forgiving wrongdoing because somebody's done some good stuff. That doesn't make any sense to me, because how can that judge possibly be just? Because justice has not been upheld. There hasn't been punishment for the wrongdoing. So justice hasn't been served, in my view. But thanks for hearing me out fully. That's cool.
Okay, cool. All right.
I have a question. Yeah. So, Greg, I just have a question before we get into the Christianity stuff. So, Greg, you had an experience which you don't want to talk about that led you from atheism to Christianity. So, my question is, at the point that you believed, right, in something beyond the physical world, you believed in God, why did you choose Christianity when it could have been Hinduism, Sikhism, Islam, Taoism, Shintoism, whatever? What made you choose Christianity over the other religions?
So on the journey before having the big sort of blow open door situation, I was asking all the questions, right? So I was speaking to people of all different faiths. And then after having the sort of doors blown open during a dream and basically saying, this is the way, I didn't actually entirely believe that it was the way straight away. Obviously, it smacked me profoundly. I was like, okay, wow, this is, but what we believe has to stand up. It has to stand up to scrutiny. And when people ask you whether this makes sense, then you have to be able to say, well, this is how it does make sense. And of course, people can disagree with you. But yeah, so I'm, like I said, I'm always asking questions, always speaking with people. And my foundation as it stands now, because of obviously the reason I've spoken about just now is probably one of the main ones. There's other reasons too. But yeah, it's sort of an open dialogue and open discussion to define what the truth is, right?
Greg.
Yes.
Do you believe God is merciful?
I believe God is just, and I believe God is merciful, yes. But I also believe he's just. I believe that he...
So where in your worldview is he merciful?
In that he's allowed his son to take the sins of the whole world for those that will humble themselves and believe in his sacrifice for us.
Well, he got paid.
What do you mean, sorry?
He got paid in blood, didn't he?
I don't understand what you mean.
What did God forgive?
He forgave the sins of the world for those that would believe. Sorry, what was that?
He got paid.
Well, of course, because justice is paid. Justice has to be paid, right?
Where's the justice in sacrificing an innocent man? What justice is that?
But that's exactly it. Can't you see?
How does that serve justice?
So
how does the judge? So a criminal kills one of your family members.
Yep.
And the judge decides to sacrifice his son. That you think that's justice?
So let me bring it. So if you're going to speak about earthly examples, right? So let's say, for example,
you brought it to earthly examples. So if
exactly.
the judge says, you know what,
exactly.
I know he's done a heinous crime, but what I'm going to do so he can pay for that crime, I'll let my son be killed, and then that will make up for that crime he committed.
Okay, so let's say I've got a load of speeding tickets, right?
No. I want you to use my example.
Okay, heinous crime. So someone steps in and pays bail.
No. I said no. I said somebody kills one of your family members, and when he's on trial and he's at the judge says, you know what, he's had a hard life, this, that, the other. I'm going to forgive him, but just so you know, no hard feelings. I'm going to bring my son, and I'm going to have him killed instead, and then that means that'll pay for the crime that he did to your family member.
Right. So if this guy deserves capital punishment, yeah. He deserves death. He
deserves capital punishment, but the judge has said, instead of killing him, I'll kill my own son.
No, so the son has come along and said, I will take his place.
No, the father's brought his son to take his place.
No, but my point is that Jesus had a different will from the Father, right? Jesus said, please let this cup pass from me. Jesus
didn't want to do this thing.
Hang on. So Jesus begged God to not go through the sacrifice. He was sweating blood in the Garden of Gethsemane, right? He begged God not to go through with it.
Right. So Jesus wasn't willing.
And God was saying, well, he was in the end. He then submitted.
No, he had no choice in the end.
No, he submitted his will. He said, your will be done, not mine.
I agree. So the son had to submit his will to his father. So the judge brings his son, has his son killed to pay for the crime of this guy who killed your family member. And you think that's just?
Of course it's just. Because justice has been served.
How was justice served? Well, so you're happy that, so you're saying him killing his own son is good justice?
Okay, so when somebody commits a heinous crime, right, and they get the death penalty, right, and death is carried out on that person, justice is served, right?
Greg,
if somebody comes along and says, I will take the punishment of this sin,
I'm going to stop you.
I'll take it on my
I'm going to stop you because you said something earlier.
Yeah.
That may give a wry smile on my face. You said what you believe has to stand to scrutiny.
Absolutely.
Why do you believe what the Bible says?
Well, you're going to go through that the Quran is perfect, even though there was a massive...
You mentioned the Quran, mate. Why do you...
And all this stuff.
This is scrutinizing you. So why do you believe what the Bible says?
Well, this is challenging. I came on here to challenge Islam, right? That's the title of the. And
no,
so
no, you came on here
to challenge Islam,
saying that your beliefs need to be able to handle scrutiny, and you're saying that your position that you hold as a Christian makes more sense than Islam. So you're arguing indirectly against Islam. So it's not a direct challenge to Islam. You're basically saying because Christianity has perfect justice, Islam is flawed, therefore Christianity is true. That's exactly what you're saying, mate.
Well, it's more.
You've brought your religion to the table as some kind of standard of the truth, and of course, Islam must be a lie.
It's actually more to do with blood sacrifice.
Do you accept if Christianity is true, Islam is false? Yeah.
It's actually more so to do with blood sacrifice. So,
well, blood, you have no disrespect, Greg. You haven't got a clue.
All the way up to
Greg.
All the way
you
up
haven't
to
got a clue.
Faith, right? There's blood sacrifice for the forgiveness of sins. All the way up.
Show me in the Bible. Show me in the Bible where God says, one second, Greg.
Sacrifice being ignored, and people saying, "Well, you don't need to have blood sacrifice anymore." It doesn't make any sense.
Greg, my claim to you is this: you're clueless when it comes to understanding the atonement.
Well, let's not get personal. We don't need to do that, do we? We can just.
No. I'm saying a fact, and I'm going to demonstrate that fact now. Okay. Can you show me anywhere in the Bible where God says He demands blood for a sin?
For the forgiveness of sins, absolutely. In Hebrews,
yeah, where
it says there is no forgiveness of sins.
No. I said where God says it.
Well, but it's the inspired word of God, so this is exactly how we read it. But anyway,
no. Why is it the inspired word of God? Why do you believe that?
To answer questions about Islam. That's the whole point of it.
No. Listen, Greg.
People in and then try to flip it around is very deceptive.
Have you ever read the book of Ezekiel?
And I'm asking you about blood sacrifice.
Have you ever read the book of Ezekiel?
I'm asking you about blood sacrifice. So don't try.
Greg, there is no blood sacrifice. God doesn't require blood.
I'm asking
God doesn't need blood.
That's exactly what it says throughout the whole Abrahamic faith. And you're claiming to believe in an Abrahamic faith.
No, it doesn't. You're misunderstanding it.
No, I'm not misunderstanding it. Read the whole book of Leviticus.
You are. Can I prove you are?
Read the entire book of Leviticus.
Okay, Leviticus. Remind me what the sin is. The Day of Atonement.
There's thousands of them.
No.
There's thousands of different sins, and there's thousands of different blood sacrifices for different sins.
Greg, I'll say it again to you. You're wrong, and I'll prove it if you like. Would you like me to prove it? Or not?
You're intent on interrupting me, so I'm just going to be quiet for a second. So
okay,
what is it that you'd like to say?
That's a good start. Okay, so if you read Leviticus, the Day of Atonement is for unintentional sin. It's the sin that you didn't know you did over the past year that's made up for.
Blood. And it requires blood.
Okay, no, it doesn't. Flour could be used as well. Okay, that's the first thing. Second thing, if you read the book of Ezekiel, how does the wicked man get rid of his sin? The wicked man, the one who intentionally does wicked things. How does he get rid of his sin? According to Ezekiel, Prophet Ezekiel in your Bible.
All I said when I came on here is that Islam is on trial, right? Islam is the one that you're saying that is to be defended. And what I'm saying,
what you've come on, that's not what you've done. You've come on and said that all Abrahamic faith says blood is required as payment. I'm saying you're wrong.
Forgiveness of sins.
No, it's not.
And it always has been. And all of Moses is all to do.
How long have you been a Christian, mate? How long have you been a Christian?
It's always to do with blood sacrifice.
Right. I don't know who's lied to you. I don't know who's blagged you with this. How long have you been a Christian?
Why do you think the Jews are trying to rebuild the temple to sacrifice red heifers? Why do you think they're trying to do that?
Okay, have you?
Why do you think they're trying to do that? Don't answer my question with a question. Answer my question.
Greg, how long?
You're a very skilled
have you been a Christian?
Answer my question, Hamza.
Your premise is false.
Answer my
Your premise is false,
question.
Your premise is false.
Why are the Jews currently trying to rebuild?
I can do it this way. It's not a problem. I'll just have to mute you now. I don't know why you flipped into arrogance mode. Anyway, okay, your premise is false. God doesn't require blood to forgive your sin. If you read the book of Ezekiel, the wicked man just needs to repent and keep the laws of God. Yeah, and you can leave. It's not a problem. This is the point, you see. You come on acting all innocent, Greg, and you come on so arrogant. Right? You're clueless, no disrespect, but you're clueless about your own premises, about the idea that God requires blood throughout all the Abrahamic faiths. No, he doesn't. The only time blood was for the atonement for the sin you didn't know you do. It's called the unintentional sin. That's the first thing. Second thing, it didn't have to be blood, as Ijaz will testify. It could be flour to pay for this particular sin. And if you read the book of Ezekiel, intentional sin, the wicked man, all he needs to do is repent and keep the laws of God. And his wickedness will not be reminded of him.
So Hamza, you were right throughout the entire interaction. To be clear, the book of Hebrews may make that claim, but it's not evidenced by the Hebrew Bible itself. And the book of Leviticus chapter 4 will tell you even flour will do. At some point, even a prayer in the direction of the temple will suffice for a sacrifice. So a sacrifice is not required. And that verse in Hebrews that you're referring to is self-contradictory, because it says that God can't forgive without the shedding of blood, yet he forgave people in the past. Micah chapter, I think it's either chapter 1 or chapter 7, but he casts our sins to the depths of the sea, that is, that they are gone. So I would suggest that you familiarize yourself with your soteriology a little bit more. I hope that helps, inshallah. Maybe
He
too much.
premised that and then said Islam is out of kilter with the Abrahamic faith because it doesn't require blood.
That's a messed up claim, because Abraham was not given, Abraham was credited with righteousness, not because of sacrifice, but according to Paul, by faith alone. So you don't need blood to be righteous. It's a strange thing. This is what happens when you make a European religion out of a Hebrew book.
You know, Hamza, there's something that I noticed these Christians do, which is they don't want to get into how they chose Christianity. And that's very, very important. I was with, what's it called? I was at the Oxford University after a discussion, after a debate, and we were talking to various people, and there was actually an academic type of atheist there. And he said something very interesting. He said, if I do believe in something, if I do believe in God, I will go back to Christianity. I won't even consider Islam, because essentially, that's what he's saying, because my ancestors were Christian. So it's interesting that they don't want to talk about how they chose, because the process of choosing is where you start to see where their worldview starts to crumble. Why did they actually choose that particular religion? A lot of the times, there is no logical answer for why they chose.
Emotion and heritage.
Or like a lot of it's to do with the supposed miracles, right? So I'll give you an example, guys, right? And this is a good point before we find another guest. I was dealing with a Polish brother who started to doubt Islam because he saw these Christians' miracles, right? He started to doubt. And only when he discovered jinn and you know what the Quran says about jinn, then he start to think, oh wow, okay, no, I do believe in Allah. Actually, these things are these people are basically using jinn. So the thing is, a lot of them have been lured in by these miracles, by these types of experiences, and certain things. And I think we have to keep that in mind, that if their journey into religion was not rational, then it's hard to bring them out using rationality, right?
That's why I say you can't reason somebody out of something they've not been reasoned into.
I agree. But
good. I like the way you put that.
Deeply with one final point here, which is that in the future, when the Dajjal is fought, right, people, I think, will flock to Christianity simply because of their heritage. And many people who identify as secularists or agnostics today, I can see them falling back into Christianity for the sake of Christianity, not because they're convinced by it. That's just my personal belief, to explore the more eschatological type of things that we believe in.
But just so people understand, because Greg kept trying to protest that, I'm trying to challenge Islam. There's two ways you can challenge Islam. You can say Islam is false for whatever reasons, but if you're trying to say Islam is false because Christianity is true and Islam doesn't match it, then you're bringing Christianity to the table. And we're right in a position to challenge a premise, which is what I did. And because you were under the impression that blood is needed because of what it says in the book of Hebrews, as my brother just says, the problem you've got is you don't know who wrote the book of Hebrews. You don't know if that's true or not. Anyway, we have evidence in the book of Ezekiel where God says about the wicked man, if he turns away from his wickedness and keeps my laws.
Can you put the verse back up?
What's that?
Can you put the verse back up? Because
I want to find an actual verse where it's pretty detailed. 1 second.
I think they said Ezekiel 32.
Yeah, that was a different one, I think. What he quoted.
One. Okay.
And nobody could prove he had to steal the convo away. Well, no, he had no choice but to leave, because there's no way he's wrong. No, but the thing is, right, Greg come off as a nice guy. Did you notice he had this really kind of cool, calm,
British
relaxed,
polite.
open mind? But, 1 second. My bloody...
I see people in the comments asking, who's the barber for Brother Subaru? Just to be clear, he doesn't have one.
That would be
I'm
funnier.
sorry.
That would be funnier if it wasn't so true.
Oh my
Let me just share this. So this is Ezekiel.
Maybe can you click maybe later because it's covering like half of the screen right now. Okay, there we go. Can you click the maybe later?
Hamza's a technical noob like I am.
I realize.
All right. So again, when the wicked man turneth away from his wickedness, so this is someone who's intentionally a sinner, that he hath committed, and doth that which is lawful and right, he shall save his soul alive, because he considereth and turneth away from all his transgressions that he hath committed. He shall surely live; he shall not die. And then, if you carry on reading, it goes on to say that, "Who are you to say I am not righteous?" So he's then challenging the Jews to say, "Who are you to say that what I'm saying is doing is not just?" So it's so funny. He comes on about justice, and God is there explaining that He can just forgive whom He wills when He wills. You know, if you want to talk about Jesus being the ransom, I mean, Greg went on to say that Jesus wasn't God, so Jesus was a human sacrifice. Now, it just gets deeper and deeper, and then he says He's God's son. Well, what does that mean? Is He God the Son, or the Son the God? Sorry, is He God? Was it God the Son or the Son of God? Which is the difference?
Yeah, a big difference, mind you.
I know. Michael.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can I just make a suggestion to Hamza? Hamza, have you thought about just putting that image on the left-hand side? That layout on the left-hand side?
Yeah, the problem. All right, okay. The thing is, with the other one, I don't think Ben has given me the opportunity. He hasn't done it either. Nah, I don't know why.
What are you doing, Ben? You're making Hamza do double the work.
I know. I have to like switch it across.
Yeah, I keep seeing that. Okay, let's proceed.
Anyway, there you go, Greg. Right. Anyway, carry on. Oh, yes, Michael. How can we help you, sir?
Well, I wanted to take the Shahadah.
You want to take the Shahadah?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Well, I've been looking into this. Well, I found nothing wrong. And, well, I truly believe that Islam's true.
And what is it that convinces you Islam is true?
Well, all the, miracles I saw and, well, overall,
How old are you?
17.
17. Where are you from?
Poland.
Poland. How old do you have to be to join the army in Poland?
I think 18.
Do you have any Muslim friends?
No, I don't.
You don't have you have friends, Muslim friends?
No.
So how did you get interested in Islam?
Well, I don't know. I just came. Well, it showed up on some videos, and then I just started looking into it.
How long have you been looking into Islam?
About half a year now.
Wow, 6 months. Okay. And
So what have you learned so far?
Yeah.
Well, obviously there's one God, Allah, and Muhammad's his messenger. Well,
6 months, Michael. Come on. What about the Quran? Do you believe in the Quran as the word of God?
yeah, I do.
Okay.
There's no contradictions in it. There's a lot of miracles which were impossible before, at the time of the Prophet to occur.
What do your parents think about you looking into Islam?
Well, they don't know.
So, Michael, do you believe that there is only one God, Allah, and that there is nothing worthy of worship other than Him?
Yes, I do.
Do you believe that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is the God's final messenger?
Yes.
That the Quran is the final revelation from God to humanity?
Yes.
In angels?
Yes.
In God's messengers? Like
Yes.
Abraham, Jesus, Moses, etc.?
Mm-hmm.
That there will be life after death, that God will resurrect us?
Yeah.
That he will judge us?
Yeah.
And that there is a heaven and hell?
Yes.
And that God knows all things and has predestined our fate?
Yeah.
That ticks the boxes on my side.
Okay, let's do it then. All right, we'll do it Arabic first and English, yeah?
Okay, sure.
Okay. Say Ashhadu
Ashhadu
an la
an la
ilaha
ilaha
illallah
illallah
wa ashhadu
wa ashhadu
anna
anna
Muhammadan
Muhammadan
Rasulullah.
Rasulullah.
Say, I bear witness
I bear witness
that none has the right to be worshipped
that none has the right to be worshipped
but Allah.
but Allah.
And I bear witness
And I bear witness
that Muhammad
is
the messenger of Allah.
Is the messenger of Allah.
Alhamdulillah. So young, man.
Assalamualaikum.
When did
Welcome to
you turn
Islam.
17?
What?
When are you 18?
I'm 18 November.
Okay, mashallah. You're on your way to 18. Okay. Are you going to tell your parents?
Well, eventually, yeah.
Okay,
Inshallah.
When I'm ready.
Okay. See, the next step you need to do is to learn how to pray.
Well, I actually know like something about that.
You know something,
Mashallah.
mashallah. Yes,
That's beautiful. Mashallah.
But listen, you see this website here, the New Muslim Academy.
Okay, I think.
On the now the newmuslimacademy.org, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, if you go to that site, mashallah, they're set up and geared up to help new Muslims learn how to pray and things like that,
Okay.
yeah? This is a beautiful start for you, inshallah. And hang around the chat, be here, yeah? It'd be nice if when you want to speak to your parents, if we could speak to your parent, okay?
Yeah, right.
If you need any support, if they've got any questions or anything like that.
Right, go.
So,
All right.
Michael, just one thing before
Actually,
we
one
let you
question
go.
though, before Jazz asks you his question. What do you think about Andrew Tate?
Well, I like him, but
You like him? Thought so. Go on, funny Jazz.
My question, Michael, is just take Hamza's email so we can stay in contact with you. I don't know if Hamza can put it up on the screen, and we will try our best to put you with some local Muslims for face-to-face interaction. Does that sound okay?
Okay, right.
We want
I
you
think
to
we've
join
got a
the
young
community.
Muslim. This one young Muslim brother who's got a Discord that the youth are going to,
Okay.
so we can try and connect him with that as well. That's my
The youth.
email, Michael.
Okay.
So take that email, Michael, and email us, okay? Don't forget, we need to hear from you again, okay?
Okay, right.
And I just want you to understand something now. All your sins are forgiven. You have a clean slate, which means that you have the opportunity to pray for all of us and ask that God forgive us for our sins and misgivings. You have that cleanness that we don't have. So we hope that you pray for us and that you keep watching Hamza's Den. Are you a subscriber?
Yes, I am.
Okay, make sure you click that notification bell, okay?
All right, take care, dude.
Okay.
Take care,
Take
guys.
care, Michael. Assalamu
Assalamu
alaikum.
alaikum. The irony is they can't come on the stream now. Support disappeared. Disclaimer. It was nothing to do with me. Yeah, we spotted you slinking off. I understand why. Though. I understand why. I understand why.
No comment. No comment.
I get
No
it.
comment. Indeed. No
I
comment,
decided
indeed.
that 16 was my limit.
Okay. Okay.
I told you that we had a German boy.
Do you know, Hamza, someone's gonna take the whole content.
Oh dear.
We're gonna get in trouble now. We're gonna get in trouble. You didn't have to say that out loud, Subur, okay?
Okay, disciple.
How are you
Omar,
guys?
are you a Muslim, bro?
What?
Are you a Muslim?
I can hear you. What's that?
Are you a Muslim?
Yeah.
Okay, bro. This is a stream for non-Muslims. Forgive me, bro. Assalamu alaikum.
All right. Alaikum assalam.
Harry!
Hello, hello.
Harry!
How are we doing?
You're a wizard, Harry. What you want, bro?
How are you doing? You can hear me, okay?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
A little bit low.
Brilliant.
A little bit low.
Yeah. So, I class myself as an agnostic, and I think I wanted to come on with my main objection in my head, and just to hear what you guys think, because I've not heard something that's convinced me yet, but I'm all ears to kind of get a new perspective on it. And
Are you willing? If your question is answered, Harry, would you be willing to accept Islam?
I think it's one of many questions, but I wanted to kind of tackle the biggest one for me. So it wouldn't be as simple as that. There's a few more, but it's like.
So ask the most important one then.
Okay, the most important one for me is the problem of evil. So it's quite a common problem.
I knew he was going to come with that.
It's quite a common problem. And just personally, I've not heard something that's convinced me. I was not saying it's not a convincing argument, and then maybe I'm just not receptive of it. But as someone who's...
Harry, you're in the right place, because we got a guy called Subur Ahmad, okay? And he discusses the problem of evil quite a bit. So we're going to hand it over to him, Brother Subur.
Yeah, thank you, Harry, for joining the stream. The thing is, the problem of evil comes in a myriad of ways. Like, what is your particular version that's bothering you?
Okay, so as someone who's kind of been through a fair few, struggles, as we all do, and I can obviously observe in the world, it seems to be a lot of cases of quote unquote evil. In my current view, it kind of suggests to me that there's an inherent randomness in the world, and that for example, children getting cancer. It doesn't make sense to me that there's any lesson to be learned there from a child who's too young to kind of reason with the world and getting, some form of horrible cancer or some sort of disease that is extremely debilitating, and there doesn't seem to me to be a point at which they have any influence over that, and they're there to blame for it in any way. And in the same way of even just things like, for example, a tsunami, like if that wipes out your family, it doesn't seem like that is in punishment for anything. It doesn't seem at all related in my worldview to something that people have done. So it seems to me there is a problem of evil that is separated from the actions of humans.
Yeah. So thank you for your question. So the first thing I would say is the impression that we have, because of obviously the way that we're brought up in the West, is that bad things happen to bad people, or people are punished through cancer or through tsunamis or whatever. The Islamic paradigm is very different. The Islamic paradigm is all human beings are going to be tested with good and evil. All human beings. So you could be a saint or you could be a sinner. You are going to go through good and bad in life. And this life, God created it for us to be tested by good and evil. And there is an actual, like, take the example of a child having cancer. That's a test on the parents, right? So in Islam, the place of pure pleasure is paradise, and the place of testing is this life. So in the Quran, we are told again and again that God will test us with good and evil. So evil is not something that's because of someone's actions in particular. Evil is simply part and parcel of being alive. And even in our own lives, we know there are many times we go through struggles and pain and trauma. And these things actually, we start to realize afterwards that there was a growth element. They helped us grow. They helped us develop. That actually made us appreciate life more. Those people who come out of chemo and they survive, they look at a tree and they feel much more gratitude at breathing the air and just looking around than they did prior to having cancer. So the thing is, the Islamic paradigm on the problem of evil is not that evil is due to our actions alone. It's actually the fact that all human beings, regardless of who we are going to be tested. And I just wanted to add one more thing. Whether you're an atheist or theist, the problem of evil is not going away. Evil is there in the world. But being a believer in God, it's much more easier to deal with the evil in the world than it is if you don't believe in God. Because there is no meaning, there is no purpose, there is no hereafter, there is no exit route, there is no ultimate meaning behind any of these things, which is why a theistic worldview will help you psychologically deal with evil in a way that a atheistic worldview will not.
I'd agree with you there, and I think there is a benefit to a theistic view of it and believing it has meaning. I think I just don't believe that, because for me personally, for example, I'll give you some context so that kind of can help align to my situation more clearly. I lost a friend when I was very young, and he got leukemia. So he went through 4 years of some of the worst treatment ever, and in the end, I always believed he would make it, and he didn't. And so part of that for me, my world, the thing that aligns with what I've experienced seems to be that random bad things happen to people that we can't control, and I would like to believe there's a meaning of it, but I just, in my head, I don't make the connection that there's any sort of meaning or justice or anything there. I just think a random act happened, his number came up, he was unlucky in that sense, and that I wish, in a sense, I believed in something more, but it doesn't like, my brain just doesn't accept it. I've kind of done a lot of research and all sorts, and it's just, I think that's pretty much it. It's just it doesn't seem to align with what I've experienced.
Yeah, I mean, Harry, the way I would do it is I would go back to the question of, do you believe in God? Because someone can say God is evil, but or God is good, but the question really is, do you believe in God? Because if you believe in God, then you would know there is no such thing as randomness. Everything happens for a reason. There is actually something behind it. Another issue is you may not know a reason. You may not know what's the point. A third thing to keep in mind is every human being will suffer good and evil. Like, that's just a brute fact. So if your friend, and sorry to hear that, if he died of leukemia, the fact is all human beings are eventually going to die anyway. And if he didn't die of leukemia, later on in life, he could have gone through a traumatic divorce, or his child goes missing. Like, all human beings are going to go through trauma. All human beings are going to go through pain and suffering. So pain and suffering alone is not a reason not to believe in God. The question we should ask is, do we believe in God? Like, the question of God's existence is independent of the problem of evil, is what I'm trying to say. Do you agree with that point?
I don't think I do, and I'll just outline it with the fact that when I say I'm agnostic, it means in the sense of I don't disbelieve or believe in a creator. I think I don't know, but what I would say is I don't believe there's a creator that interacts with the world, because in my view, in respect to justice or all loving or all just, because in my view there isn't it doesn't matter, say for example, if in the life after, we're all alive and everything and it's a wonderful paradise, morally it doesn't, to me, make sense that the creator would put people through that. It's almost like, in my mind, oh, if I kick you in the teeth but then I give you £100, it feels like to some degree you can't just wipe out the bad with the good. That's kind of the way I see things at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's wiping out the bad with the good. And I see where your concern is coming from. But what I would, again, go back to is you need to separate out the question of the existence of evil and the existence of God. Now, like you pointed out, Harry, it's possible for you to believe in deism, that there's a God, but God doesn't interfere, right? So the existence of God is independent of the problem of evil. I mean, that's, I think, a very important point. Secondly, once we start to believe in God, then if we have evidence that the Quran is the word of God, if we have evidence that God sent prophets like Moses and Jesus and the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, then we can start to look at, what does God say about problem of evil? What does God say about the problem of suffering? I'd like to, because you sound like somebody that's is really interested in this topic. I recommend a book called Even Angels Ask. Right, Even Angels Ask by Jeffrey Lang. Now, This is a book about somebody that went through trauma himself. He was an atheist and he was grappling with the problem of evil and eventually became a Muslim. Eventually, he looked into Islam. So be sure to get that book. You'll find an online lecture as well on YouTube if you put in Jeffrey Lang,
Jeffrey Lang, okay.
Yeah, Lang, Lang. Even angels ask. And look, Harry, you've come onto this stream. You know, you're asking these questions. You're not going to get your answers straight away, but you're definitely along the right lines because you're investigating. You sound objective. You sound reasonable. And someone like yourself, if you carry on this journey, you will find the answers to what you're looking for. I'd also recommend you read chapter 18 of the Quran. It's a very short chapter, and chapter 18 of the Quran is about the problem of evil, and it's a really interesting take that I'd like you to look into.
I definitely am keen to get some more reading on it, because I always kind of want to expand my knowledge of this area, because I think it's a really important area to kind of everyone have their own justification for it.
George, you want to go next? Okay, I'll save my thunder for that.
Okay, Harry, Brother Subir explained it brilliantly, but I just want to touch on something here. Do you think your emotional relationship with your friend strongly influences your views presently? And is it possible for you to separate the logic of it from the emotion of it?
I think it is. I think I look at it obviously through an emotional frame. I think it's impossible not to. But I would also say, in terms of just if I then extrapolate out my experience to other people in the world,
reality,
it seems like evil is everywhere, and I wouldn't even, in my view, class it as evil. From what my current view is, it's just we put in evil on it because it's something that, like, I obviously didn't want to lose my friend, but my current view is I don't think the universe cares. I think it's I put on the fact that I didn't want to lose him, and he would put on the fact that he didn't want to die, and then, but I don't think anything other than things happened. For example, leukemia, a random mutation happened, and that caused, once or a few cells happened to go rogue, and then that caused his death. And I don't think I can reason with that happened for a reason, because I've just seen no examples of it.
So, Harry, just to touch on what Subir said, do you agree that anything which lives has to die?
Yes.
Right. So if you live, you're guaranteed death, right? And
Yes.
the way that you die, we don't believe it's random, right? True random does not technically exist, right? Everything has a purpose and intent if there is a creator. Would you agree if there is a creator? Would you agree to that proposition?
I don't know if I can. I had to kind of think that through more. Initially, I don't agree with that, just because I think.
Okay, so let me touch on that then. God, so nothing can exist from the theistic paradigm. Nothing can exist unless God causes it to exist. Do you agree that's what theists believe?
Yes.
Right. From that, if God chooses to create things, then he has an intent and will behind those things he has created.
Yeah, if he's all-knowing and all-powerful, I'm assuming he has the intent to do what he does.
And will. So meaning he doesn't simply press a button and things come into existence. Rather, he chooses for each and everything that exists to exist. Do you agree?
Yes. If we're looking at through that paradigm, yes.
Right. So just we're looking for consistency and coherency's sake here now. So on that basis, any person that suffers, if they believe in a God who has intent, purpose, knowledge, and wisdom, don't we have to conclude that it makes sense that there will be justice for that creation which God has created?
But then you have to assume that he wants justice.
We don't have to make it an assumption, because for us, we believe in revelation and that God has explained or communicated to us who he is. And by giving us the gift of life, that gift which is not guaranteed to anyone, that he's given us that opportunity to live, we have to assume he's a merciful God. Otherwise, things would not come into existence unless he chose to bring it into existence. And those things which exist, by giving them the gift and opportunity of life, that in and of itself has to be a mercy.
Could he not have brought us into existence for reasons outside of our knowledge, but not for the
He didn't have to create anything. He didn't have to. But the fact that
so
he
we don't know
created
his.
us, yes.
Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. It's a bit of a delay.
No, but do you agree then that if he did create us, right, and he gave us that gift of life, that itself is a form of mercy?
I don't know. I think I don't think that answers for me the question of why there's so much seem to be random.
Okay. Not random, but strictly about mercy. Does not make sense that God will be merciful to us.
I would say the world could be more merciful than it is.
It could be more merciful, we agree, but it could be less merciful as well. The point is not about the amount of mercy, but that the act of creation, where humans can experience good and bad, that itself is a mercy. Just on that one point, would you agree?
I don't know. I think it's neutral, because from different perspectives you could look at things as having more or less evil. I don't think you could argue
Is life evil? Is
Yes,
life
mind if I
itself
interject?
evil? Say that
Yes,
again, Hamza.
mind if I interject so I can kind of rail Harry in the right direction?
Okay, I'll just leave Harry one thing so Hamza can go through this. Your friend isn't the only one that suffers, Harry.
Yeah,
This bag full of prescription pills. This bag full of prescription pills. This bag full of prescription pills. If I don't use these pills, I don't function. Most of these bags are full of morphine. And there is one thing I walked away with in all of this, because I struggled a lot with pain and suffering. And what I studied and just research which demonstrates this, is that people who suffer from incurable diseases or people who have severe chronic pain, they tend more than not to believe in God as opposed to not believing in God. So we would think people who suffer, they would think that God is evil and therefore they would disbelieve or reject him. But the trend goes the other way. The more that people suffer, the more that they find meaning in life, and the more that they end up believing in God. So I would just leave that thought with you. Why that change occurs, I would leave you a follow up on that.
Can I just answer that?
Yes, go right ahead. No, go right ahead. You have the right to respond.
To me, that makes sense that people, the more suffering, there's obviously a split. Some people don't believe who suffer, and some people do. But it makes sense that people would try and justify why things are happening to them. Like I would want to be able to justify why I lost my friend, and why it was 4 years of extremely painful treatment. In the end to be futile. So I think I'm in a sense I want to justify it, because that would be for me, that for my existence, that would be a lot better. But I don't. But in my heart of hearts, I don't believe it. So.
But from the theological paradigm that we view, that we theists view reality through, does it make sense? Is it consistent with our view of suffering and what I've just explained?
I think it makes sense in terms of, given all those assumptions, yes. I think if you believe in all those assumptions, that makes sense. Like if I made the assumption that I'm going to have something amazing come to me after death, then you can maybe make a case for justifying it. I wouldn't justify that it's moral, so I wouldn't be able to say that the creator is moral, because I don't believe in you just do one good thing and it outstrips the bad. But I can understand your point of where.
Okay, good. I know Hamza wants to jump in, but one final thought here. Hamza, just hold on. Hamza, just spare me a moment. So Harry, just one minor note. We don't believe that God is all loving, right? All loving.
Do you believe that he's just?
Yeah, we believe he's the most just. And we say that he's the most wise and the most knowledgeable. So out of all entities which exist, God with those three attributes, wisdom, knowledge, those two in specifics, those two attributes give us an ability to understand suffering and why God would allow us to experience it. Because at the end of the day, this life is not the end for us. We believe that there will be a day of justice, a day of recompense, and every soul will be able to account for the things that they've said, done, and experienced. So we don't believe that this life is reductive and we can simply say evil ends with people suffering. Rather, we say people may suffer in this life, but they have the opportunity to be recompensed for their suffering. And that's the comfort that Islam gives us, I think. But Hamza is a nice guy. If he goes rough on you, just like forgive him. Harry, do you support any EPL clubs?
Time for a reality check, Harry.
No, Harry, do you support any Premier League clubs?
Premier League clubs, Brighton and Hove Albion.
Brighton. Actually, finished above Chelsea.
Hold on, you just gave us Graham Potter, and that was the worst deal in the history of deals.
Look, I'm sorry, I
Okay.
can't let that. If that's my sin in this life, then
20 million pounds, Harry. Are you happy with that? 20 million pounds, so we can end up spending 600 million to come, what, 11th or 12th?
I mean,
I'm
I'm
Thank you,
personally
Harry.
great
46 points behind City. 46 points.
That is, yeah, it's pretty mad.
Was it think you lost 6 of 8 games or something, your
What are you
mate?
talking about?
Anyway,
Sorry,
let me give Harry a
connection
reality check
problem.
now. All right. Right, Harry, you do realize your argumentation is a logical fallacy, yeah?
Yeah, okay, go on.
It's a
Expand
non
on that.
sequitur. Your conclusion doesn't follow your premise.
Okay, so expand on that.
So it's illogical. Your argument's illogical because you can't say bad things happen so God doesn't exist. It doesn't add up.
No. So my claim wasn't bad things happen so God doesn't exist. My
evil exists so God doesn't exist. That was your argument.
No. Sorry, can I just highlight it again? Mine isn't. I don't believe whether or not there is a God. I'm not entirely sure on that. My argument isn't that he doesn't exist or not. Is that he can't be all just, all powerful, and all knowing in all three.
I see. Okay. Because you think your friend dying was unjust.
Yes.
I think I think someone who gets a terminal illness is blessed, to be honest. Yeah.
Okay.
I think they've been blessed. They've been given an idea, an indication where their time is up. So they can prepare for it. So they can prepare their family for it. So they can prepare themselves
at the age
for
of
it.
14, I think that's quite a difficult justification because.
Say again, sorry. How old are you, Harry?
I'm 25.
You're 25. Okay. So, but being aware of your death, for me personally, I think is a blessing. That's how I see it. I don't see it as a bad thing. I see it as something that you're going to die. You can prepare for death, get ready for it, rather than thinking because even at 14, you think you're going to live forever.
Yeah,
you've got dreams, aspirations. You're going to be this. You're going to be that. You're going to do this. You're going to do that. You're going to go here. You're going to go there. And the reality is, no one's guaranteed tomorrow. Nobody.
So yeah. I'd agree in the sense I can take positives from it in the fact that I realize.
No. What I'm saying to you is this: if you don't die of a terminal illness, your death is going to take you at a time you least expect it. It's going to be like a car crash. It's going to be a heart attack. It's going to be a flood. It's going to be a fire. It might be a mugging in the street. It could be anything.
Yeah.
Death is going to take you with your pants down if you don't know.
100%. But I don't think that to me justifies that. No.
I'm not saying it justifies. I'm just giving you an example. That go to any graveyard and you'll see that. Everyone dies. Young people, old people, fat people, thin people, rich people. We're all going to die. Tina Turner died. Was it Tina Turner died today?
Yeah. Yes, do you think that?
So
Hamdi,
what I'm trying to say to you is
better deaths? Do you think there are deaths that are less painful? Do you think there are deaths that are a less horrific experience? Do you think there are deaths at different times? For example, a man.
I don't want to burn in a fire. I don't want to drown.
Of course, but say, for example, dying in your old age, in your 90s, surrounded by family.
Then you've got to live with dementia. Maybe dementia. Maybe your faculties. No. Bones.
But don't. I'm saying, like, say you live pretty healthy and towards the end, and then something just takes you in the night. Do you not think that's a better death than dying at 14 of leukemia?
Yeah, but then if you die at
14.
But then, okay, then it depends on the side of the coin. It depends what is death. What happens after death? Is death the end or is death the beginning? If you're 14, you haven't had opportunity to do all these sins and this and that and whatever.
But just going back to it, I mean, if you say that there's life after death, it doesn't change the fact of what happens before death. Because you could say, say for example, going back to the argument of, I kick you in the teeth, then I give you £1 million. It's like morally that doesn't sit right with me, even though you would come off better of the situation.
What if I say to you? What if I say this to you? Live on the streets for a year. Yeah, for 1 year, live on the streets, and after that 1 year, I'll give you £1 billion.
But the choice, you would give me the choice. You're not right. The difference is you give me the choice. Would
you live on the streets for a year? Would you live on the streets for a year?
If something was as that simple, you might make the choice yes. But then it depends on how you
live on the streets for a year. You got to eat out of bins. You got to scavenge. Yeah, but at the end of that year, I'm going to give you £1 billion.
I probably wouldn't actually, because I think the billion would turn me. I think I won't be corrupted by the billion, but I understand your point. I think if I had £1 billion, all
right. So the point here is this: this life is temporary. The next life is forever. Who knows what state your friend died in? Who knows what he was thinking and believing? Who knows what he was exposed to? Yeah, I wouldn't worry about these things. I wouldn't worry about your friend Harry. I would worry about yourself. Personally,
I don't follow. I don't follow.
Oh, okay, because you're going to die one day. What's going to happen when you die?
No idea, to be honest. Like, I think
That's the point.
Personally, I think it'll be the same as before I was born. I have no knowledge of it.
You'll think it's this. You think, but you don't know. You're not aware. You've not even looked into it.
Oh no! I don't think anyone. I think you can know. I think that's the definition.
Well, I think who would know? If God exists, would God know?
If there was life after it and he created it, then yes.
So what if we demonstrate to you God does exist? How's that?
Okay, I'm interested to hear.
Good man. Oh, okay. So, do you accept you don't need proof of everything to believe something? You don't need proof.
Yeah, you don't need proof of it. No, you
just
believe
need justified
in
reason, yeah?
Justified reason, yeah.
Right. So if you see something which is a product of design, do you accept it needs a designer?
No.
You don't accept it?
No, because of things like signaling theory and evolution. Things, abstract concepts come out of signals. So, for example...
No, you could give your examples in a minute. So you're saying if something can be demonstrated to be a product of design, you're saying it doesn't need a designer?
Yeah, I don't think it always needs a designer. I think we
give me an
infer
example
design.
of something. So give me an example of something that can be demonstrated that is a product of design that doesn't have a designer.
Something that looks like design.
No, something that we can demonstrate is a product of design.
So when I'm talking about something that we infer looks like design, because I think but I would.
Yeah. We infer it. We infer
Yeah.
it. That
So
this thing must be designed.
You look at something and you say that must have been designed.
Right. Does it need a designer?
No. So, for example, the interaction between bees and flowers, when you have them, it looks like it was designed that the ecosystem, for example, bees would need to pick up the pollen. It was designed that they would have to pick up the pollen to spread it because they that's how they nourish themselves.
How do you demonstrate that's not designed?
Signaling theory in evolution. So you see that as for example, more bees pick up more pollen, they spread more of that pollen. So the flowers that attract more bees end up being the prevalent flower in or the prevalent plant.
What's your proof that's not designed?
When you say what's that proof it's not designed?
Yeah, I want you to demonstrate that's not designed that way.
Well, you can't prove it's not designed, but you can't.
All right, so so don't give me an example of something you can't. I want something that you can infer is designed that doesn't have a designer. You don't believe that's designed, so why would you bring that as an example?
I don't believe that it's designed because it seems to me.
Right. So listen to the question. I want you to bring something that you believe is designed that doesn't have a designer.
But I'm saying it looks like it's designed.
No, but something you believe is designed but doesn't have a designer.
Well, the only examples we have are from human design.
No, give me. So you have no examples then of something that you can demonstrate is designed that doesn't have a designer.
But so define design for me, because I think we're looking at it from different perspectives here.
Really? Okay. So you know about the design inference, yes?
No, explain to me.
So basically, it's a way to determine how something is designed or not, or something's a product of chance, or something is necessary. So there's a 3-step method. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So the first step is this thing contingent that we're looking at?
Okay.
Do you know what contingent is?
So it didn't have to exist.
No.
Okay, explain it to me.
All right, so something contingent is something that could be another way.
Yeah.
So if you have a contingency plan, it means you're doing something, but you also have an alternative way to do the same thing in a different way. Yeah.
Okay, and is that sorry, just to butt in, is that compatible with determinism? Because I think I believe in determinism more than elsewhere.
No, I don't think determinism plays a part in this.
But
so
if
the point is this.
Sorry, I don't want to cut in, but I just want to try to clarify for my mind. if you're saying something is contingent, that relies on the fact that things can't be deterministic, because if they were deterministic, then they wouldn't be contingent, because they would have had to be that way as a result of determinism.
No, no, it means no, it could be a different way. So, for example, this bottle. Does it have to be this shape? Does it have to be this tall? Does it have to have a purple lid? No. Does it have to have a label on it? No. Could it have had a green label on it? Could it be a yellow bottle? Yeah. Agreed? So I'll keep my bottle as my example. So is a bottle like this contingent?
I don't think I follow in terms of what contingent means in terms of like.
All right, so contingent is okay. I'll give you an example of something that's contingent, and I'll give you something of an example that's not contingent. Would that help? That's necessary.
Yeah. Go on.
Okay, so this bottle is contingent because it didn't have to be this way.
Okay.
Yeah? A salt crystal has to be the way it is necessarily, based upon natural law or natural regularity.
Okay, so it's conceptually has to be. It's more of a concept of the concept of a salt crystal is the salt crystal in that way. It wouldn't be a salt crystal.
Couldn't be any other way. It has to be the way it is. Sodium chloride comes together, salt crystal forms the way it does, based upon natural law.
Okay.
So this is what we call necessary. So when we look at a snow crystal, when we look at a salt crystal, or a snowflake. Because people infer, oh, look, they look designed, but we know they're not. No, it's not a product of design because it's just following natural regularity. Something that follows natural regularity isn't design.
Okay.
Right. So we'll go back to our bottle example. But our bottle example passes through the first filter. So the next filter it has to pass through now is it complex?
Okay.
The answer is yes. It's made of a material that doesn't naturally form. It's got a label with print ink on it. It's complex. It's not something simple. Yeah, agreed?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not a product of chance now because of that complexity. Is it specific? Does it serve a purpose?
Yes.
Yes. So because it's contingent and because it's complex and because it's functional or serves a purpose, this is a product of design. Agreed?
I don't know. I'd say I don't know because I can think of, say, for example.
Give me an example of anything.
So, say for example, a cell.
We're going to go there. Don't worry.
Okay. So
let's continue. Let's continue with the bottle.
Okay.
So do you accept that this bottle is a product of design?
But I think it's a product of human design. But
is it a product of design?
I think it depends on what we classify that as, because I would say it's a product of human design, but I don't think human design.
If I found this bottle on Mars, is it a product of design?
You could infer that something created it.
Is it a product of design? Could it exist without a designer?
Could it exist in that configuration?
Yeah, without a designer.
Probably not.
No, the answer is no.
Okay.
Right. Now, can you name anything that you can put through that filter that isn't designed?
Let's have a think. I can only think of the example of, say, like cells, or for example,
Cell. Okay, let's make it easy. Let's use DNA as an example.
Okay.
Is it contingent?
So it could have been another way.
Yeah.
Yes, I think it could have been another way.
Is it complex?
So I think it could have been another way. I think it is complex.
It's contingent. Okay. Is it complex?
Yes.
Is it specific?
Yes.
So it's designed.
But then, so I don't. When you say designed, understand the way you're walking me through the premise, but I don't follow in
something that goes through those 3 filters can only exist with a designer.
I don't know if I agree.
Which part do you disagree with? Give me an example of something then that you can demonstrate goes through those 3 filters and doesn't have a designer.
But what is it? Absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence, so that doesn't mean there isn't another. There is.
No, but I want to know your justification. No. Well, you're special pleading if you've got nothing. So what you're saying is everything we see that goes through these 3 filters are products of design, but because this one thing would mean I'd have to believe in a creator, therefore I'm going to special plead. I'm going to say there's something, but I'm not aware of it. So you're just going to plead.
No, I think everything we see. So there seems to be 2 categories of things we've designed, and things that the natural laws design themselves.
No, because the natural laws are not designed.
The natural laws are not designed.
When I'm like, for example, use our salt example. Natural regularity demonstrates no design. You've got to demonstrate. What you've got to demonstrate is this. If you want to use DNA as your example, you've got to demonstrate to me that DNA has the capacity to create itself or cause itself without the need of any external assistance.
When you say cause itself, do you mean come from smaller parts, or do you mean, because then it goes back to the idea of something from nothing, which I don't fully believe in.
What I'm asking you to do is this: can you break it down a little bit more? Can you name anything? Not what you think, not what may be, arguing from silence. I want anything you can demonstrate that it goes through these 3 filters that isn't the product of a designer. Anything.
I suppose the best I can think of is RNA.
What do you mean RNA?
So from the belief
RNA come out with DNA? Am I wrong about that?
So RNA over messenger RNA, and eventually I think evolved into DNA from more simple cells. But then we have an experiment, the Miller-Urey experiment, which proved that things. So, for example, if you, I can't remember exactly how they did it. So they had they recreated the elements that were in what they believed to be like a primitive Earth, which I think included lightning and the gases they thought would be in the atmosphere, and they left it for multiple weeks. And I believe its RNA was shown to be a product out of, it was amino acids, which would eventually form, we believe would eventually form into RNA, which would eventually form into DNA. So we kind of, in a sense, saw evidence.
Doesn't the DNA come before the amino acids?
Yeah, Harry, the Miller-Urey experiment from decades back, that's been like, no one references that anymore. That's like thoroughly debunked.
I thought we had. I thought it was only debunked on the fact of we weren't sure that the actual gases made up that composition, but it shows that, and wasn't it repeated by something like the University of Manchester in the 2000s, or one of the universities in the UK?
No, the thing is, everyone's like, the current discussions in abiogenesis have moved far beyond like the Miller-Urey experiment. But even hypothetically saying there was a plausible theory of abiogenesis, knowing a mechanism wouldn't preclude an agency, right? I mean, this is, I think, something which you would appreciate, that knowing how something works wouldn't preclude the idea that there is a designer behind the actual process. So it's irrelevant whether with a Miller-Urey experiment or any other experiment in abiogenesis would actually work. The same thing applies for, Darwin's theory of evolution. Even if it was shown to be a plausible model that's working, the mechanism wouldn't restrict the idea that there is an agent behind this process. So I think design as a concept is inescapable from that perspective.
Okay, so yeah, I get your point. That we could say there's a creator. I think this is the good argument of why I'm undecided on whether there's a creator or not, because right. I think like whether or not I know the arguments of both sides, I think I've heard, and I can't really recount them very well, but I remember hearing compelling arguments both sides of, okay, there could be a creator, there could not be. So I don't rule out that there's a creator. I think I kind of got a bit sidetracked here because I think it's a really interesting discussion. But to me, it still doesn't change the fact of whether the creator would be all just, because I think there could be a creator, there could not be a creator.
But don't worry about that. But don't worry about the justice.
But that was the crux of my question. Because
but you were jumping the gun.
But let me jump the gun. Let me jump the gun so that we can say there is a creator. Let's just skip that and say there is a creator for the argument of this.
Who would know best, the creator or you?
With what regard?
In what's best for whatever.
And that assumes intent of the creator.
Yes.
Intent not just to create, but intent to make things good. So when you say what's best for me, with what regard do you mean best? Do you mean best?
So the creator would know what's best for his creation, what's good for them, what's bad for them, and all of these things, yeah?
But doesn't that make an assumption that the creator not only has... I can agree that the creator would have to have an intent to create us. That makes sense. But then you're then assuming as well that the creator would also have to have an intent that he wants the best for his creation.
Yeah, 100%. See, here's the thing, you see. We're not guessing. You're guessing. We're not guessing. That's the difference. We don't speak about the creator things that we imagine or things we hope. As far as we're concerned in our paradigm, we're telling you things about the creator that the creator's told us about himself.
Okay, but
we don't make stuff up.
I want to kind of go back to the idea of all just, because I think you're assuming there that the creator wants the best for us, whereas I'm not.
Yeah, but no. I'm not assuming the creator wants the best for us. I'm sure, I'm confident, I have proof that the creator wants the best for us.
Okay.
The creator wants us in paradise. This world is just the test.
But where's the proof for that? Because if that's the claim...
Where's the proof?
Where's the proof for the claim?
Okay. So the creator, if he tells us that this world is just a test, that this world is a prison for the believers, that after this there's going to be eternal bliss or eternal fire, yeah?
Yeah.
We believe this with surety.
But that's what I'm saying, is that's a claim, so where's the proof? Because I'm not saying...
Here we go. Okay, how could you know anything about the creator? How would you know whether what he wants, what his will is, what the guidance is? How could you know anything?
To be honest, I don't believe that you could.
Okay, no, I'm not asking whether you could believe or not. I'm not asking that question. I'm saying, how could anybody know about the will of the creator?
If they communicated with us.
If the creator revealed information about himself, yeah?
Yes.
Has he done that?
I don't believe so.
Why don't you believe so?
Because I don't think there's strong enough credible claim because it's quite a large claim.
Beautiful. Okay. So what's the claim that we make?
That Muhammad was the final messenger of God, and that there were prophets before him, and they communicated, and Muhammad communicated.
No, don't need to go before Muhammad. Peace and blessings be upon him. Stop with Muhammad. He claimed to have revelation from this God. Yes. From this creator. Yeah. How could you test the claim?
I don't. To be honest, I think it's almost impossible to test that claim.
I disagree.
I don't think you could be sure either way because
I think you can.
Okay.
Do you believe in the concept of the absolute truth?
Explain it to me.
You can't have 4 explanations for the same phenomena. Only one can be true.
Okay, so run me through them.
Okay, so the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. I can't believe I'm doing this again. This is like the 3rd time we've done this, but it's beautiful because this is where my dawah leads to. This is why I plan to write a book about this. This is why it's needed. You see, Sabor, this is why it's needed. Everything comes back to this. No matter where you start the conversation, this is where we're going. Okay, the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, made a claim in the desert 1400 years ago that he was a messenger sent by God to mankind, that an angel came to him in the cave and told him he was to deliver this message from God to mankind. Yeah? That's the historical claim.
Yep.
What could explain this phenomenon?
But is it not, if you make a claim, is it not the claim Does the claimant not have to make the proof? Because I don't think there's a.
No. I'm taking my Muslim hat off right now. I'm opening the doorway to any explanation. So what could be explanations? I can give you two atheist explanations. I can give you a Christian explanation, and then of course I can give you the Muslim explanation. One of these explanations has to be true.
But okay, so do you not think that? Can I just draw a comparison here, because this is the best way of explaining it for me?
Go on.
If we have someone like, I don't know, pick your favorite magician, who the most incredible people at the time. Okay, David Blaine, Dynamo. I'm particularly fan of Dynamo. People would say if you can't explain how he did it, then he must have done it by magic. But
No, it's irrelevant. No, it's irrelevant. All right, let me continue. I'll explain to you. Okay, I'll give you the 4 hypotheses. Yeah, and let me see if you agree or disagree that one of these has to be true.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll give you the 2 atheist claims first. Yeah, the 2 atheist hypotheses. So what is the claim? That the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, an angel spoke to him in the cave and told him he's a messenger to mankind. Okay, so this is the 2 atheist claims or atheist hypotheses to explain the phenomena. 1, he was delusional. He was crazy. He was seeing visions of angels that don't exist because angels don't exist. So they affirm angels don't exist. Therefore, he didn't see an angel. So he must be crazy thinking he's seeing angels. This is one explanation. Yeah.
Yeah.
The second atheist claim is that angels don't exist. Same premise. Therefore, he lied. He invented it. He wasn't crazy. He knew exactly what he was doing. He was motivated to invent this religion for his own personal gain or for whatever reason.
Okay.
That could be true. The Christian claim is that the devil pretended to be an angel to fool Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, to think he's a messenger of God, and then so he could trick him into delivering a message from God. Which, hey, Muhammad Isham, Assalamu alaikum.
This is the big man. This is the Stone Cold Steve. It's the lion of. Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah. Deceived him into thinking he was delivering a message from God, but he was tricked into delivering a message from the devil, and the Qur'an is from the devil, and Islam is from the devil. This is the Christian claim. Or the Muslim claim is he's telling the truth, an angel did speak to him, and he is a messenger of God. So the 4 hypotheses are very simple. Either he's deluded into thinking he's speaking to angels, either he's lying, claiming he's speaking to angels, either he's been deceived into thinking he's speaking to angels, or indeed he is speaking to an angel. One of those has to be true, mate.
That seems to make sense. I think that makes sense.
Good man. Then what? So if we can eliminate the idea that he was lying, eliminate the idea he was crazy, and eliminate the idea he was deceived, then it's telling the truth.
Can you eliminate those? Because I don't think you can. I don't think it's possible to
with ease.
Okay, eliminate them with ease.
Okay, so the claim about him being crazy doesn't explain how an illiterate man comes up with the Qur'an over a 23-year period, doesn't explain how this crazy guy was followed by these people and how Islam grew into what it became, how he was a diplomat, a leader, he was a husband, he was a father, and nobody made this claim about him.
But do you not think you could say he's exceptional in some areas, but exceptional people aren't necessarily prophets?
No. What we're saying is this. If you're saying he was crazy, you have to answer the question. He was illiterate. How did he come up with the Qur'an?
I don't know, but illiterate people do learn to write.
No, how did he recite the Qur'an? Where did he get the words from? Over 23-year period.
But he was when you say illiterate, he could speak.
Couldn't read or write.
Yeah, but he could speak.
Yeah, where are the words from?
What do you mean where are the words from? I don't know what language he spoke, but I'm assuming whatever language
Arabic.
he spoke.
Arabic.
So he spoke Arabic, so he would be able to communicate and then have a scribe write down what he's communicating.
Oh, okay, so he did. That's exactly what he did. He recited, and it was recorded. Now, when his enemies heard that he was reciting this Qur'an, they sent their best poets to listen to this this Arabic, to this Qur'an. They said, "Where is he getting these words from?" Because it wasn't just poetry; it was words that was changing society. It was challenging the status quo. And so the question is this. So they sent their best 5 Arab poets of the time who lived in history, lived at this time. They were sent to listen to the Qur'an. And they said, go listen to it and come and tell us what this is. They returned and said, this is sorcery. But why would Arab poets return from listening to the Qur'an and come up with the only explanation they had was it was supernatural.
Because if you can't explain something, you default to the supernatural. Is that not the God of the gaps argument?
No. Why did the Arab poet, or where does Muhammad get these words that are so profound that the Arab poets couldn't even put a word, couldn't understand where he's getting it from? Where was he getting the information from?
I'd ask the same about someone like Shakespeare. Where do you get the words from? You know, where do these incredible orators, writers, where do they get the words from? At some point, their minds just work differently. But I think for me, it's easiest. It seems more of a simple explanation that he was an incredible orator. He was gifted.
No, that's different
with
again.
skill.
Different again. Was he known for this for 40 years? No.
But
all of a sudden he comes out with
there
it.
are people with. So he would have been communicating. He wouldn't have been writing, but he would have been speaking. And he put, you know, some people have a natural.
Have you read the Quran?
No.
Maybe if you read the Quran, you'd maybe understand the profound nature of what the Quran is. Because it's not like Muhammad's thoughts and ideas and biography or anything like that. Yeah, it's direct revelation from God, talking about the prophets of the past. Where do you get this information from? Where do you get this detail from? Talking about signs, for example, Allah says in the Quran, look for signs within yourselves into the heavens for the existence of God. So, you know, these questions that you're asking today, where's the evidence of God? You know, Allah's told you in the Quran where to look.
This feels to me like saying, this feels to me like we're saying, I don't know how Muhammad, peace be upon him,
no,
was able to do this. So therefore,
I don't know how. It's how do you explain it? Because this is your claim.
But do I? No. My claim isn't that he's. I'm not claiming that he's crazy. I'm not.
Well, you have to claim one of them. Which one is it?
I don't have to claim. I can just say that the claim is. So the claim is that he is a prophet from God. So I'm not claiming. I'm just not believing the claim.
His claim is an angel spoke to him. Then you've got 4 hypotheses as to what could be true.
But when you make the claim, do you not, like, you're moving the burden of proof to me, aren't you? Whereas the burden of proof,
not at all.
Because if I come and claim I was spoken to an angel, you would say you have to prove that. You would, rather than saying you would have to prove that I'm a liar or prove that I'm crazy. And if
look. If you say to your if you come to me and say you're a messenger of God for 20 years. I'd look at what you've said and what you've done and who knew you. And for example, Joseph Smith, yeah?
Yeah.
The Mormon founder.
Don't know about him, so enlighten me.
So Joseph Smith, he was a con man.
Yeah.
He was a known charlatan. Right?
Yeah.
So as soon as he starts saying things, are you going to believe him?
No.
Exactly. So straight away you can disqualify it.
But there are
you're like, wait a minute, you're a con man, mate. You lie.
Would you disagree? Would you disagree that there are people that get away with cons that no one's ever detected before?
No, but if you're a known con man, see the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him. See, we've changed to a different claim now because we've moved to the claim of liar. But stick on the crazy. I want you to explain to me how a crazy person who thinks he saw an angel, is he seeing these angels for 23 years?
But I think my argument is I don't know how he did it. That's a given.
No. But the point is this: if you're saying he was crazy and he saw an angel in this particular moment, this revelation came for 23 years.
But do you
truly believe that he kept seeing visions of an angel that wasn't there?
People have all sorts of hallucinations, or people. What is it in the is it the Westboro Baptist Church where people believe they're being like people believe the Holy Spirit is going through them? I'm sure they believe it. I'm sure they believe.
But there's no justification of that.
What's the justification? The irrefutable justification that he's a prophet rather than just an incredible man?
Because what he came with was impossible for him to come with if he was crazy.
But when you're saying crazy as if he was like we're using a definition of crazy where he's.
Oh, okay, let's backtrack. Okay, is he hallucinating, seeing an angel? Is he seeing an angel in his mind's eye? What is it? How is he seeing this angel from a deluded perspective?
I'm saying it could be any one of those. I'm saying there are infinitely more solutions or minute deviances than he is a prophet from God, in my opinion.
No. You've got 4. Is he deluded then? Is the angel there or not?
But again, I feel like you're moving the burden of proof. I'm not making the claim. I'm just
You have
refuting the
to,
claim.
because one of these things is true.
But why do I have to make the claim if the person
Because
making
one
the
of
claim,
these things is true.
But
So which one do you believe is true? Because you have to choose one. Which one?
But do you? I'm curious what the others think. Do you, if someone makes a claim, can you move the burden of proof to the other person to disprove it? So Sabor, what do you think? If I make a claim, is it on you to answer why I'm making that claim? For example, if I do a magic trick that baffles you and you says there is no way he has done that. If I'm
keep
able
to
to
the example of the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessing be upon him, and the four hypotheses, and ask Sabor who's making a claim.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not as simple as if you make a claim that it's the onus is on you to actually prove it, because it depends upon whether that claim is could be attributed to something like a basic belief, right? So if I say the world is real, that's a claim, but it's also a basic belief, and basic beliefs don't need to be justified. But going back to this elimination thing, I think what Hamza's trying to get down to is that there are only 4 possibilities. So if you go through each one logically, then the most reasonable answer is that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was actually speaking the truth. So I think
that's where we disagree. I think I'm not saying that I can list every possible way that he could have done this, because I just don't think I can. But what I'm saying is that can I finish? But what I'm saying is that he has made this claim, and so I don't have to then I don't have to give how he did it, in the same way that if David Blaine does an amazing magic trick, I don't have to know how he did it to say I don't believe that he is a real magician. I can just say I don't know how, but I think it's unlikely that he is doing as he claimed, which is David Blaine does a magic trick. He claims that I've just escaped the chains. I don't believe he had.
There's a disanalogy there. I know exactly what you're saying, but there's a disanalogy there. With David Blaine, we do actually have the option. So he's a really good magician. He's actually doing real magic, or he's, whatever else, right? Here, other than these 4 possibilities, what other possibilities do you think they are?
I think they fall into that category. I think they fall into those categories, but there are different permutations in each category.
Okay, let me make it easy. Let's leave the crazy for now. Okay. Do you believe that he could have been deceived by the devil?
No.
Right, so we can forget that. I'm saying, without the 3. I don't mind without the 3.
No, but I'm saying it's not impossible, but I think it's extremely unlikely.
No, it is impossible. If this is a Christian claim, and according to the Bible, Jesus says that devil can't do this. So it's a Christian claim, and their whole book refutes them. Anyway, and also the teachings of Islam refuting and cursing the devil, saying to accept refuge from him, to get rid of all the debauchery in society, all of these things, creating social harmony. And these are things that the devil doesn't want. Anyway, so we can dismiss that. Do you believe he lied? Do you believe he invented the story? Do you believe there was no angels? Do you believe he was just pretending?
Again, I'm saying I don't know.
Right. So if we can refute that, then we're left with 2.
But you've moved on to refuting it. I'm not saying it's refutable. I'm saying
no. I'm going to refute it.
But can I just the exact parallel? Okay. David Blaine does a magic trick, right? Just let me finish this point. David Blaine does a magic trick, okay? And I go to you, how did he do it? And you say, I don't know. And I'm saying he's either a liar, he's either or he's an actual, he can do magic, or he's deluded. Okay. And then you go, okay, he's a liar. He's clearly tricked me somehow. And I go, how did he do it? And you say, I don't know. And then I can't go, oh, you can refute it then. Because you can't refute it, because you're saying, if you say you don't know, which is what I'm saying in this scenario, I'm saying, I believe.
No.
I believe it's either he lied or he believed what he was saying, but I don't believe people can believe what they're saying without it being the truth. So I'm saying I don't know what the answer is.
I agree. So let's just agree that we've reduced it to 3 because you don't believe it was the devil deceiving him, yeah?
Okay.
So we've got 3 options left now. One of these has to be true, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So the other claim. So you're claiming that he was autistic in some way and like Rain Man, yeah? All right. That's your claim. I'll park it for now. I don't mind parking that for now. So the other claim is that he lied. He invented this religion and such and such. Do you believe that's a possibility?
Yes, I believe it's a possibility, but I don't know.
Well, let's take that off the table.
Okay.
Oh, I think the word, is it possibility or probability? I think probability is probably more of the word. So first of all, we know he's a literate man. Second thing, we know he's an honest man. We know for 40 years he's been known as a truthful one. So his character is not to lie. Yeah, his enemies never knew him as a liar, never called him a liar. Yeah.
Okay. But
okay, so his character is of this. What motive do you believe that he could have lied for?
Infinite motives. Like you could say he there's so many different. Not infinite, obviously. It was hyperbole, but there's so many motives. It seems reductive.
What's the motives? What's the motives?
Well, I could list them. There's so many different ones. You could look at the angle of how he thought it was better for society, or he genuinely believed it. Sorry, are we going on lie? Are we going on lie? Or are we going on?
No, this is liar, isn't it? This is somebody who knows there was no angel, knows he's just inventing this thing, and he's trying to get people to believe him, knowing because people know he tells the truth.
He could be an
he could lie, get away with it. Yeah.
I believe he was an exceptional person, so he could be exceptional to the point where he goes, the best way for people to heed this message, which they need to hear, is for me to claim that it's from a divine creator. Or if we go back to the one where he's saying he could genuinely believe that.
Why would anyone believe him?
Because of the exact statements you said. He was an incredible man. If incredible
he's going down into a society that worships idols, and he's telling them to stop worshipping idols and to worship the one God of Abraham. Yeah, he's changing breaking the whole society.
I think it's quite an
the whole society makes its living off the idols that the pilgrims come to worship at the Kaaba. Now he's breaking that, yeah, and him and his followers are being persecuted for it, yeah.
But could you not say the same about Jesus? How did when he was?
Don't worry about Jesus. Don't worry about Jesus. You know nothing. Harry. You know nothing about Jesus.
Can I draw a comparison though? Because I think it's important.
You don't have no evidence for the historical Jesus, my friend.
No, I'm not claiming that these things happened. What I'm saying is we have knowledge of incredible people throughout history who are able to defy expectations and convince people of things, and and even if they are known to be truthful for their whole life, first of all, people can lie at any point in their life. They could go 100% truth to everyone and then decide to lie one day, or
start lying. So start lying for whatever reason. Yeah,
or he could fully believe what he's saying. He could go, I believe this is the truth, and therefore, to be honest, I think that's probably more likely. Even just thinking about it now, I think it's probably more likely that he believed what he was saying.
So he wasn't crazy. You ready to dismiss crazy?
No, I think because you're using crazy to mean he was like. I think he potentially believed something that didn't, like through his senses, but didn't believe it.
You can't be deluded. You can't be deluded and a liar. Which one is it?
Well, I'm not claiming either. I'm saying
it's one or the other. It can't be anything else.
But I'm not making that claim. All I'm saying.
But it has to be one of the two.
But if I'm not making, I'm not making a claim here. So why does it have to be one of the two?
Because it has to be.
But I'm not making the claim.
You're saying it's both. I'm saying to you. I'll make it easy.
I'm saying either.
I'll make it easy. I'll make it easy. If he's lying, then he's not deluded, yeah?
Could it be a combination of lying and deluded?
No, you can't. That doesn't work.
Probably not. No, I think you're right.
Right. So if he's lying, he's not deluded. If he's deluded, he's not lying. They both can't be true. One of them's wrong.
Yeah, I'd say that's. But I'm saying it could be either. I'm not committing. I'm saying.
Yeah, no, it's got to be one. But then you can't say what you tried to do then was bring in delusion into his lie.
It was an accident. I keep forgetting which argument we're on. It's my bad.
You're a liar, man.
Me?
Now, Sabor has a brilliant way of demonstrating he wasn't a liar. I think I'm going to bring you for that particular one. Go on, let him know. I'm just before you do, actually. There's a show on my channel in 3 weeks' time, Harry. I think it'll be good for you. Yeah? I'm bringing a psychiatrist onto a show, and it's basically all about demonstrating how the Prophet ﷺ couldn't have been suffering from any mental illness. You'll enjoy that one. And there'll be a Q&A.
I'll look forward to it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it because we're going to go nuanced. Okay, so Bo, do you want to let my man Harry know why the Prophet ﷺ wasn't a liar?
Yeah, so So before I get into the detail of it, the book, The Forbidden Prophecies, you can download that book from, what's it called? Just go into Google, put in The Forbidden Prophecies by IERA, IERA, and you should be able to get that book as a free download. So essentially what the point is this: when you lie for a particular reason, for a motive, for personal gain. Here we have a man who is going against the social fabric. The social fabric is to tell people to worship idols. Racism was rife. Tribalism was rife. Materialism, hedonism was rife. And in this society, a man comes who's going against all of society. He's literally going against everybody in saying that there's none worthy of worship except the one transcendent God. So all around him are idol worshippers. All around him are people who do not believe in God. From the perspective, they believe in physical gods. And he is here to tell people to believe in the one true God, the transcendent God. Now that thing put him at risk. That actually threatened his life. Him calling to God alone to be worshipped threatened his very life, threatened his very existence. People were out to kill him because what he was doing was he was going against the religion of everybody's ancestors. So why would a liar come up with a claim that gives him no personal benefit and puts his life at risk? So in that book, The Forbidden Prophecies, it will go into this in a lot more depth. But the main crux of the argument is a liar does things for something that they're going to get in return. A liar uses the social anchors which already exist to prop up their own persona. In this case, you have a man who's not gaining anything, but he's putting everything at risk, and he's being physically threatened, and he's calling to God alone. So that is evidence that he could not possibly be a liar. A liar would act in a total different psychological capacity. They would look to conform to society and actually look for something of personal gain, and that's not something which the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, did.
Is that the case? I'm saying, for example, I believe that it's less likely that he was a liar than he believed. So I'm saying it's unlikely that he was a liar compared to that he believed what he was saying. However, he did get gain out of it in the end, because I mean, again, my knowledge of the history of Muhammad, peace be upon him, is far less than I'd like, and I'm still not trying to learn more. But he did get gain out of it because he was a leader in the end, wasn't he? He's heralded for like centuries and thousands of years to come. And
Harry,
you could say he didn't know that.
Yeah, and Harry, what I would say is the easiest way he could have been the leader is if he said to everybody, believe in all these idols and I'm God's prophet, and all of these idols are also true. He had no reason to go against all of the idols, which was going to physically put him at threat in terms of his own life. So him becoming a leader right near the end of his life, he could have found a much easier way of doing it if he just accepted the social norm of idol worship, if he accepted the social norm of tribalism and racism and hedonism and materialism. Instead, he went against all of these things, and him becoming a leader in the end is something which he could have achieved in a much easier way, but he decided not to do that.
But do you think it would have been as profound an impact? For example, even as a non-Muslim, I think the attraction of the Muslim ideology is an attractive proposition. That it simplifies things so that the message is very clear. And I think that's the difference there, is that saying there's one God and you have to answer to him and follow his wills, and his wills are very clear, is an attractive proposition, because it removes all the ambiguity that surrounds life, which makes life so difficult, because knowing you're doing the right thing or whatever. If someone comes and says to me, I know exactly how for you to live your life and you're going to end up in this paradise after, and it's going to be amazing and all this, that's an extremely attractive proposition. Because
I know what you're saying, but it still doesn't explain why he would put in all these things in the religion which would go against other things in society which everyone loves. Hedonism, this was like well accepted in Arabia. Tribalism was well accepted. Racism was well accepted. The idea of materialism was well accepted. All of these things, the best thing he could have done, if you look, his revolutionary idea of pure monotheism was not well received. It led to constant death threats. So if you really wanted leadership, then he would have found much easier ways of actually doing it. And remember something else that we learned through his life. He was somebody that didn't want leadership. He's not somebody that wanted to be acknowledged. He's not somebody that was looking for leadership. He was always somebody in society that was there to just try and help the poor and the widows. And that was his main thing. Him becoming propelled to this leadership position was not something he wanted. It's just something that happened out of the mission that he was tasked with.
I get your point that there are easier ways to become a leader than to do what he did. However, it could be the fact that there is no other way than to claim this new theism that is the answer to everything to get as much influence as he did. Think about the influence he has now in terms of like the propagation of his name throughout history. There is no other way really.
Harry, do you think he knew? Do you think this is why he started his mission, so it'd be propagated through history?
I'm not making that claim. I'm trying to walk.
And you do know there are events in his life where like, for example, there was an eclipse after his baby died, and the people were attributing it to his baby dying. Now, if he wanted to kind of trick the people, he would have took advantage. He would have said, "Yeah, you see, I am the Messiah." He would have said, "Yeah, I told you," but he didn't. When the people were saying this, he said, "This is nothing to do. This is just a natural occurrence. This is nothing to do with me."
And not only this, he was told by the tribal leaders when they saw that his message was spreading. They told him, "We will give you money, wealth, women, leader, everything you want. Just give up your message."
They offered him it.
And I'll give you one particular example that happened at the Battle of Hunain. During this battle, because the disbelieving pagans were the large, obviously, majority in Arabia, they were ambushed. They ambushed the Muslims in such a way that the Muslims started retreating and running off. He single-handedly went into the thick of the battle on his own, with arrows going towards him, with all these enemies coming towards him, and the Muslims then saw him charging against the enemy on his own, and they decided to follow him. Why would somebody put themselves at risk like that? And if you look at his life, and that book that I recommended, The Forbidden Prophecies, will go over some instances, it just doesn't fit the psychology of a liar who wants leadership. A leader will be, huddled up in a safe location away from all the danger. He constantly put himself in danger. And that just goes to show that he could not have been a liar.
I think it makes a good case for why it's more likely that he believed what he was saying. And I think it's really interesting having this chat, because I think it does kind of highlight more that it does at least seem that it's much less likely that he was a liar, but he believed what he was saying.
Yeah.
I do still think, obviously, there are examples that it doesn't fit with the general characteristics of a liar, but there are also many different characteristics and interpretations of what liars and sociopaths and whatever look like. And I think I'm not claiming that he is one. That's not the. I'm just saying there are many different ways. For example, when you start talking about the eclipse, if you were particularly conniving in a certain way, this is not me saying he is, but you could pepper in some, "Oh no, this isn't to do with it," to increase the validity of the claim. So look, I don't, for that exact reason, to say, people will, if I start taking the piss with, "Oh, everything's a sign," people are going to start to think, "Oh, well, aren't you just doing that with whatever fits with your will?" Whereas,
no, but they were already, because his baby had died and the eclipse was happening at that moment, they attributed this to something to do with his baby dying, that it was because he was a messenger of God that this was thing. And he could have said, "Yeah, you're right."
Yeah, he could have, but he also could have made the decision to go, whether he believes it or not, that it's not. Anyway, I think it's kind of, I think I'm not going to be able to disprove everything here, because I think it's impossible to rule out every single permutation of how it could have gone. I'm just saying I still.
It's not about permutation, bro. It's not about. It's very, very simple. If two questions: why did he lie? Yeah, and could he have lied? Did he have the capacity to produce the Qur'an over a 23-year period? Is he capable of this? He was an illiterate man. Could he have done this? And how did he do this? Well, he's lying every time the angel came.
Could he? Yes. How?
No.
But that's just where we differ, is that is that
Well,
I
challenge is
believe
in,
that,
look, I'll make it easy for you. The challenge is in the Quran. The challenge for the Arabs was bring something like it. If you think he did this, then you bring something like it. When you can't and you shall never, fear a fire whose fuel is men and stones, prepared for the disbelievers. So Allah says in the
there is
Quran.
incredible texts from history that
One
I couldn't
second.
recreate
One
and that
second.
couldn't be recreated. Sorry.
1 second. I'll say it again to you. The Quran challenges the Arabs who claim that this is words of Muhammad. Allah says, bring something like it. Bring a verse. First, it was like a chapter, then it became a verse. And then this is the key. This is the falsification test. Yeah? When you can't, and you shall never. So Allah's not just telling the Arabs at that time, you can't match this. Allah's saying no one in the future will be able to do it either. And to this date, no one has done and met the challenge. That's the first thing.
But when
The
you're saying
second
bring, sorry, I didn't measure. There's a bit of delay.
And the second thing is the test for you. Allah says, if this book was from any other than Allah, inside you'll find many contradictions and errors. So there's the falsification test for a non-Arab. If you want to challenge the Quran, then Allah says, look for the contradictions, look for the errors. This is a 23-year period this has been revealed over. Linguists have looked at the Quran and said, because in the timeline of the Prophet ﷺ, he had great moments of joy, he had great moments of sadness, but it never influences the Quran. And linguists say that an author will always be affected by his life and what's happening, and it will influence his writing, and it will change what's being said and the mood of what's being said. Like William Wordsworth was always talking about beautiful stuff, yeah? And Shakespeare was always tragedies majority of the time. So it's like people are influenced by their lives, whereas if you read the Quran, this doesn't change tone. And it's impossible for somebody to have written this or have authored this and not be affected emotionally by the joyous moments of his life, like the conquest of Makkah, or the death of his beloved wife Khadija and his babies, or the loss of battles. You would see in the writing if he is the author, and you don't find this. There's a beautiful book by a guy called Raymond Farron. Look into it. Yeah, Angela Neuwirth, the German. What's her title? Ijaz? Angela Neuwirth. She's what did she say about the Quran?
She's the German scholar.
She says about the Quran. And ask yourself this question: who do you believe is the most influential man, successful man who's ever existed?
Most influential, probably Muhammad.
Why?
His impact on the world, and I think I would I'd agree that the Quran is, having not read it but seen some verses, there's no denying it's a great work, and I think it's I think that's the claim I agree with, is that it is an incredible piece of work. But I would also say that about some of the verses of the Bible and other texts. I think some of these things are incredible. These incredible texts, they almost defy the fact that they could be created. But I think that's more down to the limitation of my view of, I couldn't create it, and it's maybe potentially a 1 in a billion person that could create it. But these people exist. These people exist in all skills and forms of defying expectations of what could be done. There's people in every avenue that defy, even now, expectations of I didn't think that was possible. And to me, that says,
give me an example of a man like Muhammad.
A man like Muhammad
who accomplished what he accomplished.
Well, I would say, in what aspect? Because he's obviously his life is very in every aspect.
Secular and spiritual. Who achieved what he achieved?
I think he's probably the most influential. So I don't think you could compare someone and say someone achieved
And what does the Quran say?
I don't know. What does the Quran say?
We shall make you an example for mankind.
But I think that's a different claim. I think the claim that there's two parts here.
Sorry? Say that again.
I think there's two different claims. There's two parts here. So he clearly is an incredibly and potentially one of the most, if not the most influential person who was an incredible in multiple aspects of his of life. But I think that's a separate claim than saying he was a prophet, because I could say you know, the stories about him, and some of these may have been embellished. The stories about him are incredible, you know. But then you also hear of the stories about Jesus, and I don't believe, for example, that everything.
Jesus is number 3 on the list.
Yeah, so he's another incredibly influential figure, but I don't think.
Well, why is he number 3 on the list?
Because he's impacted less lives by number, probably.
No.
But what's the number of Christians compared to Muslims in the world? There's more Muslims in the world.
If you combine all the Christians, there's more Christians. If you combine Catholics with Protestants.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so
you've got to understand how. See, that's not even a test, because the Catholics, bloody hell, slaughtered South America.
Yeah. So
Spanish Inquisition. You know, Christianity was forced on the world by the sword.
But did Muhammad not wage wars with his nearby neighbors and conquer via military conflict?
His nearby neighbors was the Persians and the Romans, mate. They're not bloody playing kumbaya, mate. Age of Empires. Got the Roman Empire one side and the Persian Empire the other side. Yeah, the meek and mild Romans and the meek and mild Persians. Come on, bro. Age of Empires.
Anyway, I still think that
the conquistadors in South America. That's got no excuse. The Spanish Inquisition, no excuse.
I'd agree. I think there's some.
And then you have to say one of the most populated Muslim countries in the world today is Indonesia, and no Muslim army ever landed there.
Again, wasn't it via trade?
Yeah, well, that's the point. That's what I'm saying to you. So Islam is not spread by the sword. Christianity was spread by the sword, so it had a head start.
It was partially spread by the sword, partially spread by. No, I'm saying Islam was partially spread by the sword and partially spread.
No. Islam, I would say, the sword would allow the message to be heard, but it wouldn't force people to convert. In Islam, you can't force someone to convert to Islam, whereas in Catholicism, you can force them.
Regardless, going back to the point of incredible works and incredible people don't mean profits in my mind.
And then what you're missing, and this is the reasons. See, this is what you're missing as well. And it's very hard to do everything at one point, but the reasons why Islam is true is multifaceted. So, for example, if you look at the teachings of Islam, it will solve the world's problems today if everyone adhered to them. All the poisons in all societies today, which is destroying societies, Islam prohibits. So, if you want to stop the rot, then follow Sharia and implement Islam, and then you'll stop the rot. Because alcohol, drugs, gambling, sexual immorality, interest dealings, usury are destroying every society. It just so happens that the teachings of Islam and the guidance of Islam benefits man like a glove.
Well, I disagree. I mean, some of them do. I completely agree. Some of the teachings do, but I think
give me an example of something that doesn't.
One of the teachings that doesn't.
Yeah.
So, for example, drugs. So, the teaching about drugs, what does it specify? Does it specify?
We're talking recreation intoxicants.
Okay, so something, for example, like new ketamine trials for treatment-resistant depression.
Different story. If you're talking about medical use, it's a different story.
But these same compounds have medical use. So is it the compound?
No. Okay, look.
Or is it the use?
I'll make it easy. If I'm starving, I can eat a bacon sandwich.
Okay, so expand on that.
So your life is more important than that. So we're prohibited to eat pork, but if I'm dying of hunger and the only thing I can eat is a pulled pork stuffed roll with stuffing, then I can eat it to satiate my hunger.
Okay, but then for example,
we're not Jehovah's Witnesses. We don't not take blood transfusion and die. You know, we don't die of hunger because it's only prohibited food. So there's exceptions. So for life and limb, this is what's called the exceptions for life and limb.
But then, for example, say going to the topic of recreational drugs, while I agree that the current paradigm and the way it's set up is extremely damaging to society, I would argue that recreational drugs in some form benefit society in a controlled manner.
No, they don't.
So it's escaping the prisms of the way you view things by so for example, this is the whole reasoning of ketamine treatment for treatment-resistant depression, which is being trialed, is that it allows you to escape the way you think, because we'll all have.
Just explain to you for medicinal purposes. It's a different
Okay,
story.
but you're drawing a separation where there isn't a separation in terms of, because you're suddenly saying it's medicinal when in actual fact the very use of it regulated would allow for the medicinal benefits without being medicinal. So in the same way you could say, so these compounds, which they are just compounds at the end of the day, have different uses. I would agree. And I think recreationally used and misused, extremely destructive.
Oh, no. Recreationally used is prohibited.
But
medicinally used is okay. Recreation is prohibited.
But medicinal for something like a treatment-resistant depression, there's no quantifiable way to be inside of someone else's mind, so you can't say they are actually depressed. We say they're clinically depressed because they exhibit signs and it impacts their life, but that is an arbitrary decision. So you're arbitrarily saying it's medicinal compared to arbitrarily saying it's recreational. I'm
not the one to make that decision, but what I'm saying is going clubbing, drinking, gambling, all of these things destroy society. Sexual immorality destroys society. Yeah, all of it. And Islam prohibits all of it. But you didn't tell me what thing impacts society negatively.
What I'm saying is I think Islam makes very general statements that you can interpret as true. For example, yes, I think you're right with that interpretation. However,
no. I want to know what teaching of Islam do you think impacts negatively on society?
To be honest, my knowledge of a lot of the teachings isn't particularly great.
You just said there was some stuff that you didn't agree with that would be against society.
So the only ones that I've heard, and I don't want to misquote because I don't want to attribute something to Islam that's not attributed to Islam. So I suppose it would be good here to kind of hash out what's been said. The only other, or the other line that I've seen quoted is to do with striking women when they was it? I'll just find the quote because I don't know it off by heart. I've only seen it in passing, and I don't want to be misquoting it. So
don't waste your time. What did the Prophet Muhammad say about striking women?
But what does it say in the Quran? I thought that was the.
Okay, that's to do with to prevent a crime of passion.
Let me find. Do you think striking someone? Do you think striking your partner or someone or a woman is ever justified besides self-defense?
Define striking.
So a strike in most common context would mean physical hit or physical
hit where?
Anywhere.
Does it cause pain?
I'd assume so, yes.
No, I can't do it.
How can you strike someone without causing pain?
Can't.
So then it's a contradiction if it's saying to strike.
Just symbolic.
So again, it seems like there's an interpretation for things. You can interpret things in all sorts of ways.
Not really. Really, if you read the verse, it says about first of all you admonish them. Then, if that doesn't work, then you separate from your bed, and then if that doesn't work, then you beat them. Yeah, that's what it says. But the word "beat" can be understood in different ways in Arabic. Not just that. The Prophet Muhammad said about hitting the face, causing pain, leaving a mark, prohibited. So
okay, so you can hit them without.
So just understand something. So the Prophet Muhammad helps us understand ambiguous verses of the Quran, or so we can understand, or even explicit verses. So in the Quran, it tells us to pray. The Prophet shows us how to pray. So the whole, if you read the story, imagine you come home and your missus is in bed with the neighbor's husband. Yeah.
Yeah.
What would be your first reaction?
just, you know, probably be very angry, and
you know what a crime of passion is, isn't it?
Yeah, and I don't think that's justified either.
Well, no, it's justified in a court of law.
I would disagree with that.
Whether you disagree or not, it doesn't really matter. The
Well,
point
I
is
think
this,
I think
in
it
a
does
court of
because-
law, if you come home and catch your wife in bed with the neighbor and you strike her, because it's not based upon your character, it's out of character. It's something
But
your
how do you
emotions,
think all
you're
laws
provoked
are
into.
justified? Do you
You
think
couldn't
all current
control
laws are?
yourself. No,
But I
I'm just
disagree with
saying
that
to you, in a court of law, it is justified.
Yeah, but I disagree with that law, and I'm
Right,
asking
right.
you-
And the Quran disagrees as well.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is do you believe in every law that is currently in place? Like, do you think every law that we have, for example, in England, is justified?
Listen, I don't have to agree with every law. But I don't break them.
Exactly. So I'm the same. I don't break the law, but I
Right. But in Islam, I can't strike her if I find her in bed with somebody. I have to admonish her.
So
then the
so
next
where does
stage,
the striking come in then?
after it doesn't. It doesn't. That's
So
the whole point.
why does it say that if it's, and why is it ambiguous?
Because it's a cooling mechanism. First, you admonish her. Then you have to separate beds from her, so you sleep in different rooms or sleep on the floor.
If it suggests striking and it's ambiguous, whether it's verbal or physical.
No. What it says is explained by the Prophet. So it's like the Prophet used the example of a miswak. It's a symbolic thing. It's to let her know that.
But if the Quran is perfect, do you believe that the Quran is perfect? I don't know if that's a belief of Muslims. Is the Quran perfect?
Yes, it is.
So then, if the Quran is perfect and it's ambiguous on that point, surely then it's not perfect.
That's why we have the Prophet, peace and blessing upon him.
But if you need the Prophet, who's not currently, not currently alive, as far as I'm aware, then how?
That's why we have the Hadith. That's why we have the reports about what the Prophet, peace and blessing upon him, said. That's why we have verification of these Hadith to determine did he say it or not. The problem is you don't have enough information to understand what we have.
But I'm saying you need like supplemental texts and interpretations and lists to make. It seems to me if there was an all-knowing or being that communicated with us, it would be unambiguous. A line like that would be unambiguous.
Why?
Because if you've got the answer, you wouldn't make it ambiguous. Because if you make it ambiguous and open to interpretation, then it's open to completely wrong interpretation. So someone may interpret that as striking a woman is okay.
Well, they can't, because the Prophet ﷺ said it's not, and you can't be a Muslim if you don't follow what the Prophet said.
But it seems to me contradictory in that you've got one statement that says you can do something.
What's the contradiction?
The contradiction that you can strike, but then don't
define the strike. You can't strike. Does it tell you you can beat her up?
It says, but then you could. So let me find the. Has anyone got the extract?
Does the Quran say you can beat her as you like? Does the Quran say you can punch her in the face? Because if it did, then it would be a contradiction.
But does it use the word strike?
Right. So how do we understand this?
Well, strike. If you asked the 99% of people on the streets what strike means, if I said I'm going to strike you, would people not interpret that as physical violence?
Right. So who cares what they would say?
Well, then, if this is again where the disconnect happens for me, is if this is the word of God, then I would assume, and maybe this is an incorrect assumption.
Don't disrespect, Harry. Who cares about your assumptions? This is the way it is.
Well, this is what most people would assume. That it would be
you can't just put us in your paradigm and ignore our paradigm.
Okay, well, would you think that a being that's all knowing would be clear in their instructions, or do you think they would be ambiguous so that you could follow them?
He's clear in his instructions. Listen to the messenger.
It seems like there are contradicting points of strike.
Listen,
but don't
it can
strike.
seem as it likes. Okay, the fact of the matter is very, very simple. You cannot strike your woman.
I think.
So your objection to striking women We agree with you.
Well,
Islam agrees with you.
So your interpretation agrees with you, which is great. But I think and again, this is just my view. I'm not trying to convert you away. I'm explaining my point of it seems to me too ambiguous to be the word of God. Because if the word of God was in the same way that if God wanted me to believe in him, he would make it unambiguous that he exists.
Whether you can strike women or not is irrelevant to God's existence.
No, I'm saying I believe in the unambiguous. Why is he hidden, and why is everything ambiguous?
Your whys are irrelevant, my friend.
Why?
Exactly.
Why is that irrelevant?
Why should you determine how Allah put something in a book because it makes sense to you? It makes sense to me, and it makes sense to Muslims. Whether it makes sense to you is not really our problem.
Because this is the point: is I'm asking about my belief, my understanding.
You made a point. Look, understand one thing: we're not Quran-only Muslims. We believe in the Quran and the Sunnah. We can't believe in Islam unless we believe in the Quran and the Hadith of the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessing upon him. They go hand in hand. How do we pray? The Prophet shows us how to pray. How do we fast? The Prophet tells us how to fast. The Quran doesn't tell you how to pray or fast. Yeah, but the Prophet shows us. The Prophet was a walking Quran. He was the explanation of the Quran, so it could be tangible for us, so we could see it in action. Yeah, this is what we recognize the Prophet. This is what his wife said, Aisha anha, that the Prophet was a walking Quran. Yeah, so it's not abstract. It's tangible. It's reasonable. You know, we're not trying to, like, for example, the Christians are trying to compare themselves to Jesus, who they think is God. You know, it's not so abstract in Islam. Prophet was a man, and he followed the Quran, and he showed us how to follow the Quran. Khalas. That's it. If any of you always want to interject, you can feel free to.
And I'll probably leave soon because I've taken up quite a lot of your time. It's been good talking to you guys. But no, I think that I completely believe in the right to everyone to make their own decisions on what is sufficient evidence enough. But I think in my mind it's still, I'm not sold on a lot of these ideas, and I think there's too many barriers for me in terms of the problem of suffering, the problem of the ambiguity and hiddenness of God. I think, and coupling those together in the same way that you couple different factors to believe are the reasons that I disbelieve. I think, but it's
Harry, can you challenge can you challenge anything what we believe, why we believe Islam is true? Can you challenge anything? Can you demonstrate how we're being irrational, unreasonable, illogical?
So, I'm saying from my justification, from listening to your beliefs, is the problem of evil and the hiddenness of God at the moment are the two biggest blockers for me. So, and I personally,
you've seriously gone back to the problem of evil again after.
I think so. You asked me what the two problems are, and those are the two issues that we've discussed on this call.
Harry. Goodbye. I'm sure we've had this guy on before, but I'm sure he's going to waste time.
Hello. Hi, Hamza. Hi, Sabur.
Hi, I'm ready for us.
Hi, Jazz. I'm an ex-Muslim atheist. I'm a big fan of both of you. I'm not very aware of Jazz, but I wanted to talk about today about the difference between Allah and Prophet Muhammad. So the first question I have is, what is the difference between Allah and Prophet Muhammad? If you could explain that.
Well, Allah is the creator, and the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is one of the messengers of God.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. From an atheistic perspective, the way I look at it is that Allah wears a mask, and if you remove that mask, then you'll see Prophet Muhammad. I think of it like Allah and Prophet Muhammad are like a world championship tag team. They work together to get everything done that Prophet Muhammad does. And I'll ask a series of questions that I think support my point. One is,
so just before that, say the Prophet Muhammad didn't exist, would you believe in Allah?
If Prophet Muhammad didn't exist, I would not believe in Allah.
So
do you believe Allah is the God of Abraham?
No, I believe Allah is the God of is not the God of Abraham. I believe Allah is the God of the polytheists that came before Prophet Muhammad, and then he adopted Allah and kind
okay.
of
So say the
believe
word
in Allah. Would you care to mention anything Yeah, when I did before, I'll do now also. Allah is taken from the name from Alaka. Alaka, which is, we use that word all the time. We have the same God as the Arabs. We believe in the same God, in one God. So it's a paradox. See, the Christians believe in the Trinity, whatever that's supposed to mean, but it's a part of it is their God, who's the JC we call her, but that's not our belief at all. We're not allowed to believe in anything like that, and we're in better terms with the Christians generally than with the Arabs, generally speaking. But we have in common, we believe in the same God. As a matter of fact, I was speaking once to Moshe Feinstein, the greatest rabbi of our generation. He said, Allah, that's the Arabs' God, the same God that we have. He wasn't afraid to talk about it. They have the same God. But Allah means God, the Alokah that we say, and they believe in the one God who created the world.
Was there an event that made the Muslims break away and change the name of God to whatever?
Didn't change the name of God. It's Allah, that's the name of the God. They didn't break away from any. Why did they break away? They come from the children of Abraham, of Yishmael. We come from Yitzchak, and they come from Yishmael.
So, from the horse's mouth, Allah is the God of the Jews, mate.
Yeah, but okay, fine. Maybe I'll speak to this for a bit. I believe that Yahweh is the God of the Jews, and Allah is the God of.
But the Jews disagree with you.
Yes, that one individual, that rabbi.
No, Moshe Feinstein, the greatest rabbi of their generation, says that Allah is the same God as their God. So, are you saying they're wrong?
Yes. And one interesting thing to note about that.
How delusional is that? Yes.
One interesting thing to note about that is that the name of God doesn't really change with language if you believe in the same God. Like, think about it like this. Like, my parents, right? They're Indian Pakistani, and they believe in Allah, right? They call him Allah too. They don't call him a different word in the Urdu language, even though they speak Urdu. So the fact that the name changed from Yahweh to Allah, it's an indication that it's a different God. And the
Do you not
mythology.
just pay attention to what he just said?
Yes.
He said, the guy asked him, why did the Muslims change the name? And he said they didn't change the name.
Right.
Did you not listen?
Is it
What
okay
did you
if I-
hear that rabbi just say?
He's saying that they're the same God.
So he's saying Allah is the God of Abraham,
Yes, yes.
a Jew. And he said that the greatest rabbi of their generation said the same thing.
Yes, yes.
So who are you to say they're wrong?
That's my opinion, but I was hoping to.
Who cares about your opinion?
Is it okay
I
if
want
I
your
ask you-
facts. I want your evidence.
Right. Is it okay if I continue with my question? So what I wanted to ask you guys is, why is it that Allah is only able to speak through the mouth of Prophet Muhammad? Why is it that Allah cannot speak to you or I?
Okay, so with this question, we're putting the cart before the horse, because I know what you've already outlined. What you're going to be arguing. You're going to be arguing that essentially Allah is a made-up concept, and it's just there to achieve what the Prophet Muhammad wanted, peace be upon him. Now, for that to actually work, you actually have to then prove that every single thing that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, achieved was something that he achieved through this means, and he could not have achieved otherwise. Because for somebody to actually benefit from a concept, like they want to make up a concept and benefit from it, it shows that they have a conniving mind, they have a planning mind, they want to be able to achieve a particular goal. And then the real question is, couldn't they achieve that goal in a much easier way than making life much more difficult for them? So that's one way of looking at it. But another way of looking at it as well is what I was alluding to earlier, which is that the belief in God is independent from the belief in prophets. So what I'm interested in is not just a discussion to show that actually the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, could have actually achieved this, whatever he achieved in his life, in a much easier way rather than coming up with the concept of Islam, but also why would you not believe in God? What is your concept of God, and why would you not believe in God? I think these are two different things. I'd rather deal with the second one first, because you described yourself as an atheist. So what I want to know is, what led you to this position of atheism, and why do you think theism is not true?
Okay, the reason I believe that there are no gods is because I believe that the concept of God itself is man-made, and it all comes as a package, right? In religion, you have every culture has its own religious gods, its own origin story, and its own, religious figures, and that religion builds itself around that God, right? So if you disprove if you disprove Prophet Muhammad, then you're disproving the Allah of Prophet Muhammad, right? So
Not really. Or if we disprove the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, being a true messenger of God, all that would mean is that he wasn't a true messenger. It wouldn't actually get rid of the concept of God. So look, what I'm interested in is, you said, okay, you don't believe in God because all religions have their own sort of concepts of God, and they have their own origin stories and this type of thing. That's essentially a partial sort of perspective that you've given. You haven't really explained from a sort of metaphysical point of view, like, say, the universe that we have in the world, that the way that we would say it's designed and this kind of thing. Why would you think atheism is a better explanation for the reality that we experience than theism?
The reason I believe that is because, so if we're talking about theism, I suppose that we're talking about religious gods, right? So if we're talking,
it could be deism. It could just be the idea that there is a God.
Oh, okay. Well, the reason I don't believe in any gods is I believe that there's no empirical evidence for any god. Like, I think of it like the fact that, like, when I used to be a Muslim and I used to pray, right? I used to never get a response from the other side, right? So it was just like I was talking to myself, right, when I was actually praying. Or when I went to the Umrah, right, and I did Umrah around the Kaaba, and I went around the Kaaba several times, but there was no Allah there. There were no angels there. There were no demons there. It's as if everything is just made up in somebody's mind when they actually believe in Islam, right?
Okay, so again, we're going back to Islam, but just before that, just before we get into prayers and how they're answered and this kind of thing, the question is, why would atheism be a better explanation for you than theism when it comes to something as simple as the design of the world, right? The design,
yes. Right. So basically, the problem is with special creation. The fact is that evolution seems to be a much better explanation for the origin and for the development of life on Earth than special creation.
Evolution doesn't undermine the existence of God. Like, if someone was to believe in the tree of life, and they're to believe that all organisms go back to a last universal common ancestor, and this happened through some sort of natural mechanism, that would not preclude the agency of God. That would simply mean that the mechanism has been fully understood. So it would challenge the story of Adam and Eve. It would challenge other accounts that certain Christians have about how life originated. However, it has nothing to do with atheism. Evolution, to use evolution, in the words of Elliot Sober, the philosopher of biology, to use evolution to support atheism, you need additional philosophical premises. It's not the case that evolution itself is sufficient to necessitate atheism.
Right. I believe that atheism at least refutes the Islamic God, the God that's mentioned in the Qur'an and the Hadith.
Yeah, but that's getting away from the point that we were discussing. We talked about design, and then when it came to design, you said evolution, and I showed you that evolution cannot actually undermine God's existence in of itself. It needs additional premises. What are the additional premises needed, and what's the justification for them in order for evolution to be used for atheism? What do you know about this?
Yeah, because atheism is the default position, right? If you're making a positive claim that there's a God,
that's not true at all. I could say Islam is the default position, right? I mean, where did you come up with atheism as the default position?
The fact is that if something exists, right, you have to give positive proof that it exists, right? Otherwise, the default is that it doesn't exist.
That's not true. That's not true at all. Okay, I'll give you evidence for that. The world is real. Do I need to provide evidence for the world is real?
Yes, if you make that claim.
No, that's not true. It's a self-evident truth. The world is real. And by the way, you can never prove the world is real. You can't actually ever prove the world is real. It's a self-evident truth. It's an atheist cliche that every single thing needs empirical evidence, because if every single thing did need empirical evidence, then you'd have an infinite regress of questions and no one would know anything. So what's going on here is that you have some basic propositional problems in your epistemology. You believe for someone to say something exists, that they have to provide evidence. That's not necessarily true. It's true in some cases and not true in others. What I'm interested in is what makes you think atheism is the default position.
I'll tell you why. Think about it like this. Like if you tell somebody, like, let's say I tell you that I have a sibling, right? Like a brother or a sister, then you would tell me that, okay, show me evidence that you have a brother or sister. And then I would just bring them in front of me, and then you would talk to them, and then you would know that they exist, right? Because you would have empirical evidence. But you can't tell me that bring me evidence that you don't have a sibling, because the default position is that you don't unless you're able to prove it, right? So whoever makes a claim, they have to provide the evidence for it.
That's a disanalogy. That's a disanalogy, because that particular example, if we were to switch it over and replace it with a different variable in which you would say you would say I have a dad, right? Now I have a dad and I have a mom, I have parents, right? Now the onus is not on you to prove it. In this particular case, the very fact that you exist is empirical evidence that you had parents. So when it comes to the design of the universe and the design of biological organisms, that itself, the first intuitive, rational, empirical inference that we're going to make is that there is a designer. The most absurd and the most difficult assertion to make is that there's no designer. Hence why what we find is throughout time, the vast majority of people looked at biological organisms and concluded there's a God. And interestingly, when Darwin presented the origin of species, he still actually believed in God. So for someone to just stick to your example, if you say I have a sister, then yes, you need to provide evidence for that. But if you say you have a father, you don't need to, because you're the evidence that you have a father. Likewise, design that we actually see is evidence of a designer. And for an atheist to say that actually there's no designer, then they need to go against the very intuition that we see before our eyes. So if anything, theism is the default position and atheism is an absurd position, and atheism actually needs to be supported by additional philosophical premises. And what often happens, and what's happened with you as well, Afif, is that you've thrown things out like evolution is an explanation for life, yet you've still not provided any evidence that evolution actually necessitates atheism. And my basic discussions that I've been having with atheists for many, many years is they throw out these terms, but they don't understand the nuts and bolts of these things.
Yes, I believe design doesn't indicate a designer, because the reason we know about design is because, like, for example, you said the fact that you exist proves that your parents exist, right? We only know that because we see parents giving birth to children, right? It's not like the knowledge just came, like if you just had
okay. Look, that's false on two counts. The first thing is everybody agrees there's design. The Darwinists would say the designer is natural selection, the blind watchmaker. Secondly, it's not true. I don't need to see your parents in order for me to understand that you do actually have parents. I don't need to do that.
Yeah, but you need to see somebody's parents, right? It's not like there was just a person that was born and
no, you don't. In fact, what you're doing right now is you are essentially making an argument for special creationism. Because if we were to go with the idea that each individual species actually was created on its own and it doesn't have an evolutionary precursors, what a evolutionary biologist would say to us is that doesn't make any sense. We have to have species being linked back to other species, so smaller, lesser, fewer. So what you're actually doing is you're actually making an argument for special creationism by that assertion.
There's a big difference between natural phenomena and like and human design things, right? Like Hamza was talking about the complexity.
No, I don't agree with your definition there, because where even from an evolutionary perspective, right, this particular bottle is natural, even from an evolutionary perspective, because natural selection working on random mutations over millions of years, billions of years created me, and then I decided to design a bottle. So this is still considered natural. What is your definition of natural and supernatural?
What exists in nature versus what humans create?
What humans create is still natural, is still part of nature.
Yeah, but the things that create natural phenomena like rain, mountains, flowers, trees, they're different than what humans intelligently design, right? When humans I'll tell you why. Because when humans intelligently design something like a water bottle, they have a design in mind, and then they put all the parts together and build that in one go, right? That's what special creation is. Like Allah says in the Quran that Allah, built Adam with his own hands from clay and breathed into him. But natural phenomena, they're created by themselves over spans of millions of years.
Wait, that's an assumption. You just said natural phenomena is just basically create themselves, and these organisms that we have, they are generated by these natural processes by themselves. That's an assumption. That's an assertion. That's not evidence. You have to provide evidence for that. That's the very point we're arguing. So it's question begging for you to say that actually these things come about by themselves.
Yeah, because we see them come about by themselves. We're not seeing any creator doing anything. Like
okay, fine. Let's take a butterfly, right? Have you seen a butterfly come into existence by itself?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so what organism are you referring to?
Sorry, I didn't understand your question.
You said we see these things coming into existence by themselves. Who sees these things?
No. We see life forms developing, like we see organisms changing over time. Like I'm referring to evolution. But I think you're already you're making a false equivocation here. You're talking about the development of life, and we were talking about the origin of life. Right, we don't know about the origin of life, right? We're ignorant about
that. So, okay, if we don't know about the origin of life, then all of your claims about the development of life to go against the idea, to try and prop up the idea rather, that life came together without some sort of agency, it falls apart, because if we don't know how it began, then you can't make claims about the development being evidence for atheism at all.
Right. I think what you're saying is correct, but what I wanted to say is that evolution actually disproves the religious God Allah of Islam because of the special creation that's actually taught in the Quran and the Hadith, right?
Okay. So fine, we'll move on to that. But then I want you to concede the point that evolution does not undermine the general concept of a God at all, which is contrary to what you said earlier.
Yeah, that's true. But firstly, you're saying God, right? As in, I think you're already presupposing the God Allah, right? Because it could be any number of gods.
No. I'm not presupposing Allah. Why I use the word Allah is because Allah is the concept of God which is transcendent. So in German it's Gott, in Chichewa it's Molongo, whatever, right? The basic concept of a transcendent creator, the basic concept of a God. So if you want to use the word God, it's absolutely fine. The point here is nothing, absolutely nothing in the biological sciences can actually undermine the existence of God. And if anything, it actually supports theism and shows why atheism is untenable.
Yeah, but there's a huge difference between things that are real and things that are imaginary, right? Like, think about this, like Allah is written about in a book, right? In the Quran, for example, right? You have like Harry Potter is written about in a book. You have Santa Claus, right? But these are all imaginary figures because they have no empirical evidence for them, right? So what's the difference between something that's imaginary and something that's
wait a second. Look, that's again a disanalogy. So if Harry Potter, they're speaking about, I don't know, whatever, some sort of a weird thing, right? Voldemort or whatever it's called. Fine, there's no evidence of that. But when it comes to the biological world is evidence, empirical evidence, direct empirical evidence of a designer. But now that designer you're saying is we can't say it's Allah. You're right. We can't say it's Allah right now. We have to provide evidence for why we believe it to be God, and then we have to provide evidence why we believe the Quran to be the word of God or whatever to be the word of God. I agree with that. But what I'm surprised at is you're not seeing the fact that the biological world that we actually have does not support atheism at all. And you haven't provided a single shred of evidence that supports atheism. Because if you carry on with this argument and we start speaking about, why evolution undermines the Abrahamic God, that's fine. But that would have meant that you've conceded that on the discussions that we had about biology in particular, then atheism is not the worldview that makes sense. It's actually theism. Because so far I've been making arguments for theism. You haven't made a single argument for atheism.
Yeah.
Afif, can I just ask a question? Can I just ask a question?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Do you believe you have empirical evidence for what you believe?
For what?
For your position, do you believe you have empirical evidence?
Yes.
What experiments have you done?
Just considered everything around me, like the development of life and.
How is that empirical evidence?
Yeah, because that's what I understand from my senses, from my hearing, from my seeing.
How is that empirical?
Right? Isn't that the definition of empirical evidence?
So have you done any experiments?
Not controlled experiments, but I have done.
So what can you prove with empirical evidence?
What I can prove with empirical evidence is that there's no Allah that exists that's able to communicate.
How can you prove that?
Yeah, because there's no evidence for it.
Well, no, but you said you can prove it. So how can you prove that Allah doesn't exist?
Yeah, because there's no, like, what I'm trying to say is that if Allah existed, then Allah would be able to.
Look, my question was, I didn't ask you, give me empirical evidence for something you don't believe exists. I said, give me empirical evidence for what you believe to be true.
Yeah, what I believe to be true is that evolution is a very good explanation.
Right.
Of how,
so what experiments in evolution have you done?
I haven't done experiments myself, but I've read the literature on it in science.
So your empirical evidence is trust me, bro.
Trust the scientists' work, yeah. But
right. So your empirical evidence now is testimony of other people who you hope are correct.
Not just testimony. The difference is the difference is that, like, with prophets, like the prophetic testimony.
No, forget that. We're not interested in prophets right now. We're interested in your worldview. You don't believe in prophets of God, right? So let's understand your position.
Yeah.
What empirical evidence do you have? You've done no experiments yourself.
Yeah.
So you're relying on what other people write in books. Is that true?
Yeah. So
right.
Basically,
could those people writing those things in books be wrong?
I highly doubt it.
You highly doubt it. You do understand that the philosophy of these men that you lean on admit that they could be wrong?
Yes, they could be wrong.
So basically, these books that you read admit, the authors of these books that you read admit they could be wrong?
Yes.
So you can't even be sure that what you believe today is true based upon the philosophy of those people?
I can't be 100% sure, but I can be as sure as I can be. Like, I can just base my worldview on what I...
because you're basing your review on what men say, whose philosophy is that they could be refuted tomorrow based upon new data.
Yeah, that's true. But all the evidence that they have so far is what they base their theories on, right? So
they've been wrong in the past.
They have been wrong in the past, yeah.
So you can't be sure about what you believe today is true then?
Afif, I would ask an additional question to what Hamza's saying. Assuming all of the experiments are correct, it doesn't go an inch towards atheism. So it's irrelevant either way.
Yeah, I wanted to say something to that. So what I wanted to say to that is if we look at the complex, like let's say we look at something in nature, right? Let's say we look at a mountain, right? And we look at the complexity of the mountain and we say, like, this is something that cannot be have come about by itself. It must have been designed, right? But if
stop. How do you know if something's a product of design?
Right, that's what I'm saying.
No, so how would you know? How would you determine if something's a product of design or chance?
It's like well, we have to make a distinction between what's designed by humans versus design in general, because humans because the only things that we see that design things like bottles and houses and cars are humans, right? There's no other evidence that we know of that
No. Look. We're talking about design. What's design? What is a product of design? How would you determine what is a product of design?
Something that's built in a way that's that can be used for a specific purpose, maybe.
No, that's just the final part of the puzzle.
Mhm.
What's the first thing to determine whether something is designed or not? For example, a salt crystal, is that designed or is that just
It's just a natural event. It has nothing to do with.
right?
See,
So it's
when you
not
talk-
designed.
When you talk about design, you're talking about human design, right? Or
No,
we're
I'm talking
human
about
display.
anything. No, I'm talking about how do we as human beings assess something as to whether it's a product of design or not?
We assess it by the fact that we see humans building things and we compare those things to what humans build.
No, now you're just making stuff up.
No, I'm serious. Like, let's say you see a car, right? You know
what the design inference is?
I know.
So Dembski's design inference is so you can test whether something's a product of design or chance.
Right.
There's 3 filters you need to pass through for something to be a product of design.
Of human design. I think you should qualify it by
Not of
saying
any
human
design, of anything.
Well,
why are you making this dichotomy of human design?
Yeah, because think about a bottle, right? A bottle is a product of human design. There's no other
It
mechanism.
doesn't matter. Do I need to see the designer to know that it was designed?
You need to see.
Why do you believe a bottle is designed?
Because I see humans in factories making bottles.
Have you seen them?
Yeah. Right. They can be seen.
There's a problem here. Before Hamza goes into the design filter, which I think we should definitely cover. Say you go to the moon, you start digging, you find some sort of electronic device with buttons. You're not going to say, I didn't see the aliens, right? You didn't see, I didn't see the alien factory. You're not going to say those things. It's actually a cop-out. This argument that, oh, I didn't see it. No, that's not true. You can actually look at something and you can actually infer design. How is it that Darwin came up with the theory of natural selection? He never saw it in action. He actually saw remnants that he inferred the actual selection process from. So he saw changes from which he made an inference to the actual theory. So he did the same thing that theists did. So, it's very rich coming from atheists that when it comes to constructing natural selection as a theory of biological change, the blind watchmaker, they're happy to look at an organism and then come up with inferences billions of years ago, millions of years ago. They're happy to do that. When it comes to God, they're like, I didn't see the factory.
Yeah, I want to comment.
So it's actually double standards.
Yeah.
It's actually double standards. Hamza, you should explain the design filter because I think you didn't complete your point there.
Yeah. Okay. So how would you infer something is designed? So the first question would be, is this thing contingent? Yeah. Do you understand what contingent means?
No. Can you please explain it to me?
It means it could be a different way. It doesn't have to be the way it is.
Okay.
So it could have been a different way, but it just happens to be this way.
Okay. It could be a different way or it just happens to be that way?
No. If something is contingent, it means it doesn't have to be the way it is. So my bottle doesn't have to have Highland Spring on it. It could have Volvic on it, for example.
Yeah, that's fine.
It doesn't have to be this way.
Yeah, but remember that bottle is designed by humans.
Listen, it doesn't matter about humans. Okay. So the first thing to test whether anything is a product of design is, could it have been a different way? Is it contingent or not? And the answer is...
If that's the definition of contingent, then it's contingent.
Right, so is it contingent?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, the next filter is it complex? Is it complex?
Yes.
Yes. Is it specific? Does it serve a purpose?
Yes, it does.
Right, therefore we can infer it's a product of design.
Of human design, yeah.
No, of design.
Of what other design are you talking about?
It doesn't matter. We're inferring design. So if you found this bottle on Jupiter, does it mean humans designed it? No. So the point is this. Anything you can look at, you can determine whether or not it's a product of design or not based on those 3 inferences. So like I said, we could use rock salt as an example, or snowflakes. They're products of design. They're complex, but they don't pass through the first filter, which is contingent, because they have to be the way they are. Why? Because of natural regularity. So a salt crystal can only ever be a salt crystal. It can't be anything else. Sodium and chloride can only make salt by natural law, yeah?
Yeah. But
so complexity is irrelevant when it comes to design when it's not contingent.
Okay, so what are some examples of contingent things in nature then? Right, because you're trying to prove the design, right?
DNA.
So no, but see,
is DNA contingent?
Can it be any other way?
Yes.
I don't know. Can it be? I'm
Yes,
not
of course
sure.
it can. Of course DNA can. Changes across species within species. What are you talking about?
Right,
Yeah, of course
right,
it can.
yeah.
Okay. Is it complex?
Yes.
Does it serve a purpose?
Yes, it does.
Then we can infer design.
Yeah, but it wasn't designed by humans, unlike bottles.
Doesn't matter. It was designed by somebody. Who was it designed by then, if not humans?
No, it wasn't designed. That's the whole point.
Well, you give me an example
Yeah.
of anything
Mhm.
that passes through those three filters that isn't designed, that you can
DNA.
demonstrate.
DNA, for example.
I'm sorry?
DNA.
Well, no, you can't demonstrate that's not designed.
We're talking about human design here. We use the
No, we're
evidence
not
of
talking.
bottle.
You're adding this word human. I don't know where you're getting this from.
Yeah, because the reason why we both know that a bottle is designed is because we see humans designing
No,
them.
we know it's designed because it's contingent, because it is complex, and because it serves a purpose. That's how we know it's designed. It's called that's how we infer something is designed.
No, that's how you infer something is designed. But what I'm saying is I believe a bottle is designed because I see humans create bottles, right? That's why I'm saying that DNA, there's no evidence.
But Afif, you didn't understand two things. The first is the design inference, right? Which, the three stages, but also the example that I gave. Two examples I gave you. The first example is if you go to the moon and you start digging and you come across something with buttons, with electric wires and these types of things, you're not going to say, I didn't see the alien factory. So that's one example of where you infer design, although you don't see the design process. Secondly, Darwin came up with natural selection as an explanation for life. Based upon what he saw in front of his own eyes, he made an inference into the past. No one said you didn't sit there for billions of years and you didn't watch natural selection create. It was the blind watchmaker, right? So that's a second example to show the double standards that atheists actually have. You didn't respond to either of these points. You just went back to the original point that I already addressed.
Yes, thank you very much for answering my questions. I think I'm going to take my leave now, and hopefully I'll join again in the future. Thank you.
Yep.
No worries.
Bye.
Thank you. So, these two things are, brothers, these two things are very important, right? The first example is obvious. You dig up on the moon, you find some sort of device, it's designed, you haven't seen the aliens. However, the second point is super important. And I made a video on this on my channel if anybody wants more details. Darwin's way of coming up with the idea of natural selection is exactly the same process that we do to come up with design. He looked at something and he inferred something in the past that he hadn't observed. We do the same thing. Yeah, what do they tell us? They tell us, no, we cannot say this thing is designed because we've seen mobile phones are designed because we know mobile phone factories. Or like this guy gave the example that I know I was created because my parents exist. So what happens with these atheists is they usually have double standards. And when you point out the double standard like we did to this guy, he just went back to the original point as if he didn't hear anything. Like it's like 3 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, I was about to fall asleep.
You said let's go till Fajr. We've gone till Fajr.
No. I'm saying I was falling asleep. Yeah, but this guy made me so angry. I woke up. Literally, I explained everything to him, and then he just went back to the same point. Like that's literally atheists are supposed to be the intelligent people. Yeah. Clear, lucid explanation, and he just ignored it and went back to the same point. And he didn't even listen to your design inference. I mean, I thought you explained it brilliantly, Hamza.
Told you I memorized it.
Yeah, I'm gonna read Fajr and come back. Yeah,
inshallah. We've only got 3 more guests anyway. Then we're gonna do one. So.
Yeah, I'll just pray and come back before I fall asleep.
Yeah, I've got to pray Fajr as well. But anyway, you go for now, and then I'll do my work. Oh no, that's a small one, isn't it? That's the one. That's the one we need. I've got Ijaz anyway, don't worry. Conor.
Hello, mate.
Oh.
Hello. So I just want to start by saying I'm not going to lie. I didn't think that you gave Afif a fair run in there, as much as maybe he did go back on a few points. Anytime he did try and make a point, you just decided to butt on in. But that's nothing new from what I've seen from yourself, Hamza. So.
Tommy. Yes, mate. Religious skeptic. muted, mate.
Hello, can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Wait 1 second. I have some problem here with my microphone. I apologize, 1 moment. All right, I hope I can hear you guys. Say something.
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Excellent. Okay, so basically, I'm not sure on my stance about God, so I'm not coming here and to like point out things that I'm not sure of. But I do think that if I look back, like at Judaism or Christianity or Islam, there's similarities in the way that they behave, or a lot of their scripture is similar in some ways and different in many ways. But there is a line of connection in some way. For instance, I know that not all Muslims, but I just want to understand if it's you guys, so I'm approaching you guys in the right way. Do you guys believe that Jesus is the Messiah?
Jesus.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you guys affirm that he's the Messiah, but he's not God, basically. That's the Muslim understanding.
Yes.
Okay, so that's perfect. So my question will be like this. So why do Muslims believe that he is the Messiah? That will be my main question.
Is your question serious? It just can't hear you, bro.
No, it is sincere, because like I'll tell you why. Because
I didn't say sincere. I said serious.
Oh yeah, it's a serious question. Like, why specifically they believe that Messiah? Like, what was their motivation, or what signs did they get that he is the Messiah? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Okay. Would you like to answer, Jazz?
I don't get the point of the question. Yes, we believe that Jesus is the Messiah because the Quran says so.
But that's only because the Quran says so.
Yeah, because it's the word of God. Yes.
Oh, mainly because so you accept the notion that Jesus is the Messiah, plainly, simply because it says in the Quran
that he's the Messiah. Yeah.
Okay, so how would you go to, like, for instance, like a Jew? So how would you tell him that? Because a Jew like strictly rejects Jesus.
Why would that matter? I'm a Muslim. I believe in the Quran.
No,
Why
because
would it matter what I tell a
in the
Jew?
end it's theology. In the end it's theology. Because I will explain why I'm asking it like this. Because
Well,
I
to
I
be
used
honest,
to be a
the point's
practicing
not
Jew.
getting across. So can you make the point and then we engage with
Yeah,
it?
I'll explain to you why my line of
Go ahead.
questioning is like this, and then you understand me. I used to be a practicing Jew, okay, and then I found Jesus like a
Okay.
couple of
Was
years
he
ago.
lost?
Who? Me?
No,
I don't know,
Jesus.
man. You know, I'm like every human being. I have emotions and whatever, and I do my own researching.
You said you were a Jew. Were you like
I was
Orthodox?
a practicing Jew, yes.
Orthodox?
Orthodox.
Okay.
I started learning
Are
some
you?
Mishnayos, and I came to a conclusion that there's a lot of teaching in Judaism itself that resemble Trinity. And then I stumbled on some articles that I've read, and I came to talk to a pastor for about like a year or something. But I came to a specific conclusion that Jesus is the Messiah through the Old Testament.
Through the
Meaning
Old
there was
Testament.
Isaiah 53 that it's talking about the suffering servant.
Yeah.
Oh dear, this is not gonna go well.
Yeah, this. I'll be honest. You can't call yourself a religious skeptic and think that Isaiah 53 is about Jesus.
Tell me how it's not about Jesus.
No, you tell us why you think it is about Jesus.
Why I think it's about Jesus. Because from the beginning, you know
Yes.
what? Let me take out my Bible. 1 second. I'll explain
Go
why
right
I
ahead.
think it is about Jesus.
Yeah, can you speak that closely to the mic?
No, I'm going to turn him up. I'm going to turn him up.
Turn him up. Okay, turn him up.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I have some problem with my mic.
Yeah,
I
we
sincerely
understand.
apologize.
Yes, it's okay. We accept your apology.
1 moment.
Take all the time you need.
Isaiah 53.
Yeah. It's interesting that you went from worshiping a God who is not a human.
Yeah, I actually was mind blown when I I mean, trust me, I know it sounds insane. I truly understand that. Like even when I told my family, they were like, "How?" And but for some reason it makes sense to me. I might be deluded, you know. I'm a human being. Okay, so let's see. Here I'm on the page. Yeah, Nun Gimel. So it's written in Hebrew, so I'm going to read it in my heart, and then I'm going to explain in English because I think it's מי האמין לשמועתנו הוזרוע אדוני על מי נגלת. So this is like the first paragraph where he's saying who would believe what we were saying about, meaning like who would believe Shmuasena. How could you say that?
We understand this, but get to the like.
So I'll explain. Zra Adonai al mi niglata. Zra Adonai in Hebrew, Zra is like the arm of God. So here it's clearly paraphrasing that who would understand, who would believe us, and then it afterwards paraphrases Zra Adonai al mi niglata, which means the arm of God was shown. So like who wouldn't, why, like who would believe us, who would have understand us, even if the arm of God would have come out. ויעל כיונק לפניו, וכשורש מארץ צייה לא תואר לו, ולא הדר, ונראהו, ולא מראה, ונחמדהו. Which means he came from ויעל כיונק, which means he came as a youngster, לפניו כשורש מארץ צייה, which means he came as the baby, or I don't know just how to say it in English specifically, but I'll try to say it as.
Can we get to the verse in Isaiah 53 that you think?
Yeah, I don't know.
About Jesus.
Can you stop reading the Hebrew and just read the English? I don't know if he's scanning.
We can't hear you. I can't. Is it him or is it us?
I don't know. Haven't I?
He's unmuted, right? So.
Yeah.
Well, this is awkward. How's your evening going, Hamza?
It's all right. We've got another guest. We can bring him on while he's faffing. Yes,
hey, it is I, the one you tried to dodge a debate with. Do you remember me, Vegan Gains? I tried to set up a debate with you on the problem of evil, and you tried to run away with it, but I guess you can't now. So, yeah.
Why do people come on and do that? I don't get it.
I don't understand that.
Well, what do you think's going to happen? Seriously, what do you think's going to happen?
Someone that they can't do something. Yeah,
what happened to you?
He's gone silent again.
It sounds like he was calling out for help.
I heard murmuring. You might be still reading the Hebrew for all we know.
I don't know what he's doing.
You guys muted me, literally?
No one muted you, mate.
You weren't muted. We literally couldn't hear you.
Oh, no, I apologize. Okay, so what I was going to say, I read the paragraph now a few times, and now hopefully I'll give you a good translation. What it's saying here is basically, who would basically the question here from the beginning of the chapter is like, who would believe what we have witnessed, which means it's, from my understanding up till now, it's basically talking about the people who are not like from the people of Israel, the Israelites. So it's like talking about like from the people who have seen Jesus. That's like, how would you call it? It's a prophecy that the Christians take for them as for them for being.
Can you do me a favor? Can you just read it? Stop giving us your explanation. Just read it. Then you can tell us what you think it means. It's got silent again.
I'm so.
Every time I said just to read it, he goes silent.
He's probably still speaking right now, and he's gonna tell us we muted. We did not mute him. We literally can't hear him.
And just a warning for anybody who comes on: don't come on here whinging about how I dealt, how I spoke, why I shouldn't have done this and shouldn't have done that, and I'm this and I'm that. because you're just going to get removed.
Oh
You don't
my
get to
goodness.
come on and gaslight me just like that, and I'm going to sit here as if like, yeah, okay, yeah, slap me more.
Hamza, there's no way that this guy's mic is completely gone. It has to be.
I don't know what's happened to him. He's Googling. Must be Googling.
But there was nothing to Google. He was just meant to read the verses.
No, but he's trying to work out now how, because he realizes now maybe we know more than he knows.
He gave it
And-
away by saying, I read it a few times and now I understand it. He said that just now.
Yes. So, yes,
It's
you're right.
intentional. It's intentional. Okay, we're skeptical of him. When he fixes his mic, he can come back. Hamza, who's next? It's late.
There is no one. That's it. I've took the link away now. That's it. It's budget time here, man.
We'll give this guy 10 seconds and maybe he comes
He
up.
might come back. He might come back.
Can
I was,
you
I,
imagine-
I was I was interested in that vegan gains and his nonsense. It's just that you come on, you
Is it
say that to
louder?
me straight. I removed him. Maybe it might connect him again.
Okay, Allahu Alam. Did you see when what's his name? Jason Burns came on, he was praying, right? And he peeked at the camera and back to praying. I'm gonna clip that and make that into a GIF, whatever you want to call it.
Religious skeptic, are you still here?
Okay, he's done.
What's happened to him?
I don't know. To be honest, I wouldn't want to have to explain Isaiah 53 either.
No, I know.
I think we should wrap it up. I mean, 5.5 hours.
Yeah, I would agree. I think it's been done. It's been fun. Mashallah, we hit over 5K views at one point. It was unreal.
Alhamdulillah, yeah. We got a Shahadah as well, alhamdulillah.
Yeah, mashallah. Oh, he's left. The funniest was that Afif or whatever, because him and Conor were together. You know that?
Oh, I didn't realize.
Because he left, and then Conor came and said, "Oh, I think you were harsh on Afif and this, that, the other." And then in the chat, Afif said, "I left to let someone else have a go. Bring Conor on, please."
Okay, they know each
So
other.
they were acting together, because you see him when he acted like looked away as if he's being told something.
Okay.
And he just got brutalized, man.
It was fascinating that most people today spoke on the problem of evil, but it's not like they thought it one step forward. They were just stuck at that point. Why does evil exist? This isn't the forum to begin thinking about the problem. If you consider it a problem, this is where you bring what you've already thought out, and we can contend with. Otherwise, it's useless, to be honest. Man dressed up in a suit, had a tie and everything.
Oh, he was ready, man. Shirt, tie, this, that, airbrushed. He was confident.
Yeah, subhanallah.
What do you think about the design inference argument? Do you think?
I think it's good, alhamdulillah, mashallah. It's a good idea, and at least it qualifies some of the attributes of God that most people will see as reasonable. Life, power, knowledge, intent, will, all these things are present there. So I didn't see a good response to it, to be honest.
Yeah. All right. That's it, man. Oh, wait there. Vegan Gains is back. Should we give him another chance?
I think you should. Yeah.
Sure. All right, go on then.
But he has this.
All right.
Give him another chance.
So, okay, so I'll be on my best behavior if you can't handle me being aggressive, but so my argument against your religious beliefs are that assuming you believe God to be all-powerful and all good, you could also use a term like benevolent, then the existence of evil would be a logical impossibility. I think we can all agree that evil does exist, so there being like mass genocides, like horrible things have happened, the war in Ukraine, such and such. The existence of these things disprove the existence of an all-powerful, benevolent God, and so far I haven't been able to find anybody who could give a rebuttal or debunk to that argument.
Yeah, very simple. You can't define evil as an atheist.
Okay, well, we could. Well, first of all, I can.
Go on then.
Okay, well, I could say evil is an egregious violation of somebody's rights or liberties that causes a significant amount of harm. I could name it any number of ways, but we could also look at this.
That's not a definition. That
is a definition.
That's empty. Okay, harm. What do you mean by harm?
Well, if I were to shoot your mother in the face, that would be harm, right?
Therefore, your definition is a tautology.
Well, no, okay. Well, why are you asking me? I think we can agree what harm.
You know what's
I
funny?
think we can agree. No. You're trying to sidetrack things.
I'm not.
We can make this an internal critique. We can make this an internal critique of your own beliefs. I don't even need to use my own definition.
Your definition is a tautology because your definition included harm. I asked what's harm. You gave an example of something that would be described as evil. So your definition is tautological.
Okay, you're mixing terms. Harm isn't necessarily evil, but
you defined it in a
okay,
way.
Do you believe that evil exists?
wait.
Do you believe evil exists?
Don't change it.
Do you believe that evil exists? Yes or no?
Listen. I just refuted the argument while I'm having.
No, you didn't. Do you believe evil exists? Yes or no?
Listen.
It's a yes or no question. Do you believe evil exists?
Don't change the topic now. Don't change the topic.
I'm not changing the topic. I'm asking you if you believe evil exists.
Blazing, saying I have this amazing argument. No one can challenge it. I knocked it down in less than 10
You're not
seconds
even engaging with the argument, so I'm asking you if evil exists, yes or no.
Wait a minute. Of course, I believe evil exists.
Okay, so then please explain to me.
No, wait.
Please explain to me how your God could be all good and all powerful despite the existence of evil.
Your argument is only valid if the definitions are coherent. You didn't give a definition except in a way that's tautological. So that's what we need to stick to. So carry on defining evil as
we can do this as an internal critique of your own beliefs. I don't even need to give a definition. So if you believe evil exists, if you believe evil exists, then how could an all-powerful, all-good God exist?
Either you believe in giving a definition or you believe in not giving a definition. Well, yes, you tried to
give me a definition of evil.
Wait, one second, my friend. You first tried to give a definition and you failed miserably.
I gave a basic definition and you just refused to accept that, and then you tried to tack on terms like harm.
One second. You tried to give a definition and you failed. So let's try again.
You're just trying to avoid engaging with the actual argument. So you believe that evil exists, correct?
Wait a minute.
You're not engaging with the argument, and now you're just trying to argue about my own specific definition of what evil could be. So you believe evil exists, whatever that might be. Please explain to me how evil could exist despite the existence of an all-powerful, all-good God.
Argument that someone puts forward, the natural thing every philosophy graduate does, even a graduate does, is ask for the terms to be defined. This is a standard practice. All I simply did was ask.
We'll go by your definition of evil.
And wait 1 second.
We'll go by your definition of evil.
No, I'm not. You're cornered now. Because you tried it and you failed.
Well, so you're cornered and you've done everything to avoid a debate on the problem of evil because you clearly can't debate it. So we'll go by your definition of evil.
And you failed.
We'll go by your definition of evil.
Should we let him start again?
Wait, 1 second.
We can go by your definition of evil.
1 second. Firstly, you failed completely because you couldn't define it. But my definition of evil is the color red is evil.
Okay, so if you take that to be evil and your God is not evil, in fact he's all good and capable of evil and all powerful, then how could evil exist? And that could be the color red. Please explain.
Wait a second. I define anybody.
Okay, you're trying to dodge. You're just trying to dodge and not engage with the topic.
Two things have happened.
I think anybody watching this will just know you're being a clown right now.
Anybody watching this will see you try to define evil in a way that's tautological. Then you asked me for my definition. So I said the color red is evil. Now show me how the existence of the color red is making the
is only red evil?
Incoherent.
Is only red evil?
No, I think red and yellow is evil.
Okay, so rape isn't evil, mass killings aren't evil, you only believe red and yellow are evil.
No.
And I'm not asking, I'm asking you genuinely, that is your own personal belief and you're not trying to be...
I don't believe red is evil or yellow is evil. You said come up with your own definition. So hypothetically, playing with you, what I'm trying to show you is
I'm
the
asking
way
you.
define red,
I'm
the way
asking
define
you
evil,
if you believe
that,
if evil
that
exists,
reflects upon your
how can you
argument.
justify that
No,
with
what
the
you're not
belief of an
understanding- what
all
you're not
good, all
understanding
powerful
is this.
God?
You remember what you're doing.
They're
You're coming
dodging.
up. Listen, you're the one coming up with an argument against God, are you not? You're coming up with an argument against God, yes or no?
Yes. And
Okay,
that can
and
easily
do
be
I
an
have the
internal
right-
critique of your own
do
beliefs.
do I have the right to ask you to define the terms in your argument, yes or no?
Well, I don't need to use a term like evil by by my own standard of evil. This is an internal critique of your own beliefs.
Wait a minute. You want to come up with an argument, yet you don't want to define the terms of that argument.
Do you believe that it is a logical problem to believe that there is an all good, all powerful God and there is the existence of evil? Is that not a logical problem?
No.
How is that not a logical problem?
Firstly, I'm going to go into that next. First, I want you to define evil, because for us to be talking, your argument for it to make sense, we need all the things to be defined properly. So firstly, you need to define evil, because I can define evil as anything. I can say the color red is evil, right? How do you define evil?
Well, yes. Well, if I'm going to say personally, I suppose I would define evil as a violation of rights or a production of harm beyond a threshold for which I would say feel comfortable with.
So your evil is subjective.
Your evil is subjective.
What do you mean by harm? What do you mean by harm?
Well, wait. Let me ask. Like, I think this is an important point.
A dentist is harming a child.
Well, I want to talk to Hamza because he brought up an interesting point that I think is pertinent.
No, but I'm talking to you. It doesn't matter whether you want to talk to Hamza. I'm talking to you.
Well, he interjected into the conversation.
Oh, it's my show.
So you get to. So you both of you get to blab at me, but I can only respond to
Oh,
one.
No. Don't worry about me.
Come on, man.
I'm enjoying you and support.
Don't get upset. Don't get upset.
Then, wait. Then don't interject. Don't add anything to our conversation because apparently only
I'll do what I like, mate.
How do I pronounce your name, by the way? I don't want to mispronounce it.
Stop whinging.
You can call me Mr. Red.
Okay. Well, anyway, I gave you a definition of evil just then.
No, you didn't. Because what you did is you actually defined evil with the term harm, and the term harm included an act that you consider to be evil, which is tautological.
Okay, I could define harm as both physical and psychological damage to an organism.
Right. So would that mean that a dentist who is removing a bad tooth, that is evil?
No, again, that's not a violation of rights, and that is not a production of harm beyond a threshold that I would consider.
Define rights. Because rights don't exist.
Rights have to be granted, and I would say I would grant somebody the right to choose to go to a dentist.
Granted by who under atheism? Under atheism, who grants them?
Well, it would have to be by other people. I like, again, you're trying to. This is not related to the discussion, and you're trying to avoid the actual critique.
Wait a minute. I give you the right.
You're trying to avoid the actual critique.
I, as a human being, give you a right. Is that what you're saying?
Look, this is just getting into an infinite reductio. Do I have to explain to you, like, what existence is, like, next? Like, what is right? What is a harm? What are words? What is wind? I'm not interested in this. I'm interested in the logical problem of evil.
Vegan gains. Are we having a philosophical conversation?
Well, no, we're not. We're actually having a fucking linguistic conversation because apparently we share such radically different values that I'm going to have to end up explaining to you what words are.
Is a philosophical conversation. You said we're having a linguistic conversation, not philosophical one, but a linguistic conversation is a philosophical conversation.
Okay, great. The problem is you believe in an all-powerful, all-good God, but evil exists.
There
is a logical contradiction with that belief.
Look, You use two terms, harm.
By the way, I told everybody this was going to happen. You are not going to
right
engage with the topic, and you're just going to blab. And I knew this
I'm
was going to
actually
happen.
engaging totally
That's
with
why
the-
Hamza, when I initially brought up this topic for debate, ran away and
Let's
refused
go
to
into
even have a
rights.
discussion
Let's go
with
into
me.
rights. Define a right. Define a right.
I don't need to. You believe that
Why?
evil exists, and you also believe that there is an
Okay, my
all-powerful, all-good
definition-
God.
my-
That
my
is a logical
my-
contradiction.
My definition of evil is
That's
saying-
not what you actually believe. That's not what you actually believe.
So now, okay.
So
Firstly,
you can't
shall
even
I-
engage
shall I-
with the conversation honestly.
Shall I try and
Tell
explain
me
to
what you actually
why-
believe
why
evil
is not
is.
a problem for me? Shall I explain to you why evil is not a problem for me?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so let me just. So for anybody watching this right now, we can just.
And by wait, I just want to
how
clarify. I just want to clarify. I want you to explain why the problem of evil isn't a logical contradiction. That's what I mean by. That's what I meant by wanting you to explain.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, what else did you mean?
Well, you said, I want to explain why evil isn't a problem for me. That could mean a lot of different things. That doesn't mean you're necessarily going to engage with the problem of evil and explain why it's not a logical contradiction. You could just say, well, I personally don't care about certain evils or evil in general. So, again, I want you to engage with the actual topic of the problem of evil.
I think I've
like,
understood.
why is it not a logical contradiction?
I think I've understood it pretty clearly. Can I explain now?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so let me just recap how we got here. Before I explain why the problem of evil is not a logical contradiction for Muslims, you poorly attempted to try and explain why it is a logical contradiction, but you couldn't do so because atheists do not have a definition for evil, and your definition included two things which you refused to actually define. Actually, no, you did define.
I
You
did
did
a
actually
perfectly
define.
adequate
You
job.
did
You
actually
just
define
refused to
harm,
accept the
but the way you
definition.
defined harm was in a way that was tautological. Then I asked you to define rights,
That's
and
not
you
a
didn't actually
how is
define
that a
rights
tautology?
except by
Wait
subject
a
to
second.
other human
Wait-
beings.
wait a
So
second.
now we will get into
Wait a second.
why
Wait a
it's not
second.
a logical. Wait. We're doing a
Why?
recap.
How is defining harm as physical and psychological damage to an organism a tautology?
Because you're giving an example of something that's evil.
Well, no, part of my definition of evil involved harm, and then you asked me to define harm. So how is the definition of harm, physical and psychological damage to an organism, how is that a tautology? Not asking you whether or not my definition of evil is a tautology. How is that definition of harm a tautology?
I never said the definition of harm is a tautology.
Oh, okay,
I said
so-
the definition
so-
of evil is a
okay,
tautology.
so
which,
if-
by the way, you've just shown that it actually is. Because you thought
I don't see how
this
that's
means
possible.
you weren't listening for the last 10 minutes. I wasn't saying harm is a tautology. I was saying your definition of evil is a tautology. You weren't even listening.
Okay, and how was that? Well, you did. That's what you said, and okay, fair enough. If that's what you believe, please explain to me how my definition of evil is a tautology.
Just quickly, guys.
Your definition,
because
your definition of
Just one second, Sabor, 1 second.
Just one
Take any
second,
chance?
guys. I'm sorry. I gotta leave. I'm really sorry.
All right, no worries, dude.
Wonderful.
Jazakallah khair for coming, bro.
Likewise. Jazakumullah khairan. Assalamu alaikum. Guys, take it easy on Vegan Games. He has taken too many losses already.
He's getting triggered. We're having fun.
You haven't even made an argument against the problem of evil. You haven't explained anything, and all you've been trying to do is make me explain definitions when it's
what I
pointless
did is
to
I showed you
discussion.
argument was incoherent, totally.
Well, I even offered to make an
And you're
internal
very-
critique of
one
your
second,
own
one second,
beliefs
one
just
second.
to streamline
One second.
things, and you
Since
refuse, and you
this
just
is
want to
becoming
railroad
a
everything.
free-for-all where you don't even let me complete my sentence, I'm just going to go into what I actually wanted to speak about, something else which you didn't let me complete. Your definition of rights are given by other human beings. How on earth are those rights objective in any meaningful way?
They're not.
Exactly. So
Okay,
your very
wait.
definition of evil is incoherent because
Okay.
rights do not exist under an atheistic worldview. Are you an
Do
atheist?
you understand? Do you understand what
Are
the term
you an
objective
atheist?
means? Yes. Do you understand what the term objective means?
I think I have a fair idea of what that means, and I think I have a fair idea
Please
that
explain
you
to me
don't
what
actually understand what
okay.
that means.
Well,
that means it's true.
Objective means mind.
Independent
Objective
of
means
human
independent of a
subjectivity.
mind.
So why don't you explain to me how an atheist can believe in human rights?
Wait. Objective
you an
means
atheist?
independent of a mind, correct? We can agree on that definition?
Independent of human subjectivity.
Well, it would be independent of a mind.
Not necessarily.
Well, independent of human subjectivity
because a mind
like
a mind can believe 1 + 1 is 2 and it's objective.
Well, yes, but that would be true without a mind present.
Yeah.
Right. So you agree with the definition? Objectivity means independent of a mind. So like, let's just say the Earth would be here if we were here or not, right? Like if we were to just vanish, the Earth would still be here.
Look, that wouldn't make a difference because you could actually have a human mind that is conceiving of objective truths.
Well, yes, we can perceive objective truths. We can perceive reality, and whether
let's stop running away
from
this.
No. This is pertinent to the discussion. No, this is pertinent to the discussion because
how can you where do the rights come from? You said from other human beings. So I want you to complete that line of thinking because the statement I'm going to make is the following: atheists have no right to speak about rights because rights don't exist under an atheistic worldview. There is no
how do they not exist under an atheist
rights
worldview?
Or ethics or morality or any of these things. So let's just put it this way.
Wait. The basis for that is that you believe they're not objective.
Use the problem of evil against God doesn't make sense as an atheist. However, I'm going to ignore you and I'm going to pretend a theist is asking me the question: how can you reconcile the concept of an all-loving God with the concept that there is actually evil in the world? And the answer is very simple. The concept of an all-loving, all-powerful God is not incoherent with the existence of evil, because evil and good both are part and parcel of the test of life. So we don't say God has created this life for a cosmic disco where everyone's going to live forever and be happy. That's not the Islamic theological worldview. That's not the Abrahamic theological worldview. That is a atheist straw man, as if we should all be living in this cosmic disco. So for a theist, that's the answer I would give. But for an atheist, I'm going to give the answer that I gave.
Well, we've actually gotten to the topic now, which is great. I'm going to ignore the other issues with the.
You're going to ignore yourself getting refuted.
Well, no, because we've finally gotten to the actual topic.
It's probably a wise decision because you couldn't even define it and you got humiliated online.
So you claimed there's no logical problem with an all-powerful, all-loving God allowing the existence of evil because God has the intention of putting people through trials and tests and tribulations. I don't know. I don't understand how an all good God would have an interest in doing that. If he's all good.
Wait.
That's like me saying.
Wait. 1 second. You just said interest. Did I mention interest?
So God doesn't have an interest in testing anybody. You just said that.
No, I said God does that, but you're saying what interest would God have? Meaning your question now is not about incoherency. Your question is about God's will.
Yeah, so you claimed that there's no logical contradiction with the existence of evil despite the existence of an all-powerful, all-good being because God had the intention to put us through trials and tribulations, correct? Am I getting that right?
Yes, and another way of putting it is there is nothing incoherent about the existence of evil and the existence of the all-loving, all-powerful, all-wise God. Where is the incoherency?
Right. The problem is that evil exists, and if God is all good, he would not allow evil to exist. And your only explanation for that is, well, God has an interest in having evil exist, which would be a contradiction.
Vegan Gains, I asked you a question. I said, where's the incoherency? You simply restated.
I just pointed it out.
Where's the incoherency?
If God is all good and he's all powerful, that means he would have the power and interest to not have evil exist.
Whoa,
Now,
whoa,
now,
whoa, whoa,
now,
whoa.
by
Wait,
claiming,
wait a second.
wait, let me finish this thought.
Wait a second.
Let me
Wait a second.
finish the
You just
thought.
made us- you
Let
just
me
made us-
finish
no, no,
the
no,
thought. Let
no,
me
you-
finish the
I don't
thought.
care. I don't
Let
care.
me
You keep
finish.
interrupting me.
Let me
You keep
finish.
interrupting
You
me,
keep
so I can
railroading me
interrupt you.
every
Talk
fucking
louder
time
than
I'm
you.
about to
You
make a
don't need to
point.
worry about it. Stop getting triggered. Bring him back. Bring him back. Bring him back.
No, we
Bring him
don't
back.
swear. You don't swear.
Let
He's
him
triggered. He's
come
gone.
back.
He's left. He's left. He's left.
Let him
He's
come
run.
back. Let him
He's
come
run.
back. Look, the main problem is this. He's saying there's an incoherency. I'm like, where's the incoherency? Where is it? Because God's all loving, therefore evil shouldn't exist. Okay, but why?
Exactly. Why not?
You see the biggest problem that I find, and I found this in Speaker's Corner as well. You're using the design argument. Oh, the design argument's debunked. Why? William Paley. Oh, it's debunked. Watchmaker analogy. Why? Here, he needs to provide the evidence. He needs to provide the evidence that an all-loving, all-powerful, all-wise God and the concept of good and evil existing in the world, that these concepts are incoherent. I asked him, what's the evidence for that? And he said, God's all-loving, so evil shouldn't exist. That's not an argument. You need to actually make an argument. And remember, this discussion can only happen between two theists. In the beginning, I showed how with an atheist, we shouldn't even begin to entertain that discussion for the simple reason they can't define evil. And his definition of evil included the word harm. And when I asked him what harm meant, he gave an example of something that's evil, a tautology. And then he said, no, let's move on to you. And look at his words very carefully, anybody that can go back. He said, I want to show it's inconsistent under your worldview, meaning he understands as an atheist, the argument doesn't make any sense. The only way the argument can start to make any sense is if two theists are having a discussion, meaning there's an internal problem in terms of theism of trying to explain the problem of evil. So one of the things we have to keep in mind about these atheists is they don't want to go to definitions. Why? Because that's where the devil lies. The devil lies in the details. Their definitions are tautological. And if they're tautological, then their arguments completely melt down.
Yeah, so I removed him because of this swearing, and then he left. I was letting the Speaker's Corner moment happen, to be honest, but then it started getting silly.
No,
So,
do you know?
then
do you know
he
what it,
swore.
no, do you know
and
what
then
it
I
is?
removed.
What it is that if you are going to interrupt me, then I'm going to interrupt you. Like if you look at the other guests, I just reciprocate. Whatever they're doing, I'm just going to simply reciprocate. So he's not an all-loving vegan, I guess.
Kevin's back. What do you want, Kevin?
How's it going? No, I kind of
Kevin!
wanted.
What do you want? What do you want, mate?
I wanted to add to the conversation with Vegan Gains. I wish he would get back on here, because I was going to say you could give him an argument that he would respond to a little bit better. Like, for instance, like the reason why evil exists is just a consequence of creation of God, because obviously only God is purely good, right?
No,
So right?
Yeah.
Only God is pure good, right?
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that that contention. The reason why I don't agree with that contention is because natural disasters. Do you see, like human beings?
Yeah, but I'm not saying that's. But natural disasters are a part of God's creation, and obviously, I'm saying there's evil inherent in the world because of creation. Like it's just an unavoidable consequence. Like for instance, fire is good. Like for example, the example you're trying to give with the dentist. You know, a dentist trying to remove a rotten tooth, right? Is, you know, it's doing harm to somebody, but for a good purpose. It's almost like the same thing with fire. Fire can, you know, keep people warm and keep them safe from, you know, dying to cold, or it can burn someone alive. You know, it has the potential for good and the potential for evil, just like a nuclear power plant or something has the potential to power millions of homes, but it also has the potential to end up like Chernobyl, you know? So it's just an inherent consequence in the creation itself.
But the thing is, Kevin, that argument's not valid. The reason why it's not valid is because creation, such as paradise, doesn't have evil. So it's conceivable that it can be creation without evil. You can have purely good creation.
I mean, even that would be subject to possibly being false, because look at the angels. The angels, you know, disobeyed God, or they were in paradise and they still...
They didn't disobey anyone.
Satan didn't?
No.
So Satan didn't rebel against God?
No. No, Satan was never an angel.
Or even if he, okay, I mean, so he was never in heaven?
No, he was in heaven, but he was never an angel.
But we just said that in paradise there's no evil.
He wasn't
even if he wasn't an angel, it's irrelevant because he was still in heaven, no? And he did rebel against God, no? Whether
yeah, but he wasn't an angel. So you said angels rebel, and I said angels don't rebel.
I mean, that's irrelevant to the point because he regardless if he was an angel or not, he resided in
No,
heaven.
it's not irrelevant to the point. You said angels rebel. I said angels don't rebel. That's it.
Okay, so they don't rebel. So whatever Satan is, I don't even know what you think he is. If he wasn't
he's a jinn.
Okay. And I'm pretty sure jinn were considered fallen angels, but okay, let's just say
no, jinn were not fallen angels.
Not an angel. Where did he reside? It wasn't in heaven?
He was praying with the angels.
Did Satan at one point reside in heaven? Yes or no?
Yeah, he was praying with the angels, yes.
Okay, but we just, I mean, Saborsa just, whatever, how you pronounce your name, just said that in heaven or in paradise, there's no evil or there's no potential for it. That's clearly false.
Define evil.
I mean, now we're just playing the semantics games, but obviously.
Why does it when you ask someone to define a word, it's semantics?
I mean, how you
it's
define
important
evil,
to use
I guess,
words and
is
understand people's terminology.
I guess evil would specifically be the intent to do harm on somebody or to.
Why? Why would that be? Is drinking alcohol evil?
No.
I say yes.
I mean, I guess you could say yes in a sense. It's the intent to. I mean, the intent to do harm to yourself, I suppose.
It's evil. Anything that goes against what God teaches is evil.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Yeah.
So,
but
so Satan, Iblis went against God when God told him to bow to Adam, and he disobeyed.
Yeah. Wait, say again.
What was the point you're making?
No, I mean, I'm agreeing that like that there's obviously evil, and I'm saying like I'm trying to argue for your guys' side, like that.
Don't worry, we have to look.
Evil,
just because God allows evil, evil is a consequence. Look, evil is a consequence of free will.
God doesn't allow evil; it's just a consequence of His creation.
No, it's a consequence of free will.
Yeah, that too. But that free will is a part of creation. It's all intertwined.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, angels don't have free will, so they don't rebel. Jinns have free will, so they can rebel and they can do evil.
Angels don't have free will?
No.
So they're robots. They're essentially just human robots. That's crazy.
Not human.
I've never heard that in my life from anyone, Muslim or not. That Muslims that angels don't have free will.
Doesn't surprise me.
That's craziness.
Why crazy?
Because that's, I mean, that first of all, it doesn't even make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense that angels do the will of their creator. Why does that not make any sense?
They don't have the choice of doing it, so they might as well just be artificial intelligence with no conscience of their own. That doesn't.
They just follow the will of their creator. This is why we believe
Can
human
they choose
beings
not to? You're telling me they can't
Alex,
choose
no,
not
they
to?
can't choose not to. They can't choose to disobey. No.
That's highly false, but you're free to believe.
Why is it false?
Because that's just crazy. I don't know.
Who cares what you think? Why is it false?
Because it doesn't make any sense.
Why doesn't it make any sense?
Because there's no. Why would God give every other creation of His, the jinn, us, animals, everything else, free will, but not His angels?
Animals don't have free will.
What?
Animals don't have free will.
They kind of do.
No, they don't.
Not in the sense that we do. Like they can't like.
They don't have free will. They act on instinct.
Yes, in a sense, they can.
So they don't have free will. This is why, I'll say it again, we believe that human beings can become higher than the angels and lower than the animals. And you choose.
So you don't think that evil is just an automatic consequence of creation?
Consequence of free will.
Okay, so it's a consequence of free will. So it's not that God allows it; it's just that it's a consequence of creation.
No, God allows it. Otherwise,
No,
it wouldn't be free will.
right. I'm saying God doesn't allow it.
No,
It's
God doesn't
not-
allow it. That's the
Right.
point.
Or does allow it.
Yes.
Yes, allows the possibility for it because there's no other alternative. Otherwise, we would just be, I guess, like the angels, as you say.
Look,
without free
if
will.
you have free will to choose or refuse to submit to God, then you can choose to do evil. You can choose to do good. It's up to you.
So then you're almost kind of defending Vegan Gaines' point of, because if God can just create things without free will, which he apparently did with the angels, which is crazy, but why would he do it for us if he could have just as easily done it for us?
No, that's the same thing again. You're asking, why does God do something? Because he chose to, because he can, and he did.
Right, but if he could have done it in a way where he could have avoided being evil, or avoided the.
But then there'll be no. But yeah, but that's the whole point. That's the whole point. Will you do evil or will you do good? That's the test.
Yes, I get that. So,
That's it.
but he didn't give that to angels, just us.
No, just us and Jinn.
And Jinn.
Yes.
Interesting. All right. It's an interesting take. I don't agree with it, but I don't know what else.
Well, Kevin, you're kind of deluded, mate. So it doesn't surprise me that you don't agree with it.
I mean, you're free to believe I'm deluded. I'm free to believe you're deluded. I guess we'll find out eventually when God says.
If you're deluded, then your opinion of me is irrelevant because you're deluded.
Well, I mean, whether or not you're deluded is.
Okay, you demonstrate I'm deluded, and I'll demonstrate you're deluded. How's that?
Okay.
All right, you demonstrate I'm deluded. Tell me something I believe to be true that you can refute with overwhelming evidence to the contrary.
Well, I mean, we were talking earlier, and we were talking about how the Injil is not the New Testament. So let me ask you this: is God all-knowing?
Tell me something I believe to be true that you can refute with overwhelming evidence to the contrary.
Okay.
Is God all-knowing? Yes.
Okay. You said in when I read the passage earlier about Injil being the New Testament, you said it's not the New Testament.
Right.
Correct? Okay. Did God know this when he told this to Muhammad?
Yes.
God knew that it was lost?
Yes.
Why didn't he mention
No. See, why you just add that? You just made it up now. Why did you just make it up?
Make what up?
When Allah speaks to Muhammad and all the people of the gospel in the Qur'an, he's not speaking to you.
Okay.
Because you're not a person of the gospel.
But the Gospels are the New Testament, which is...
No, I've told you before, you're a person of the gossip. You're not a person of the gospel. Because the Injil is not the New Testament. It's not the Gospels that you read. Yeah? So therefore, when Allah speaks to the people of the gospel, it's those who are reading the gospel of Jesus, a book that was delivered to Jesus, or revelation given to Jesus. You don't believe a book was given and revealed to Jesus. You're not that person.
Jesus is the Word. Jesus was the living embodiment of the Word.
I'll say it again to you. In our paradigm, the Injil was given to Jesus.
Okay.
Right. The New Testament wasn't given to Jesus. The Gospels were not given to Jesus. Therefore, the New Testament nor the Gospels are the Injil. Now, remind me of something I believe to be true that you can refute with overwhelming evidence to the contrary.
So the Injil is not the New Testament.
Nope.
But God says that everything in the Gospel is true because it's inspired by Allah.
Yes.
Correct. Okay. And you said that we don't know where the Injil is.
Yes.
Okay, so God is just clumsy? Did he just forget?
Why clumsy? Where does God say he's going to protect the Injil?
Why wouldn't he if it's meant for us?
No, where does he say he will protect it? He actually says the opposite. Allah says he left the previous revelation in the hands of the rabbis and the monks, but this revelation, the Qur'an, he will protect. And it just so happens the only book that we have preserved is the Qur'an. So remind me again of something
God
I believe.
Couldn't just have come up with.
Kevin.
So
Remind me again.
We don't know where
Kevin. Remind me again of something I believe to be true that you can refute with overwhelming evidence to the contrary.
I'm working on it. You keep interrupting.
Well, just tell me what you think I believe is true, and tell me why it's false, and present your evidence for that case, and I'll do the same to you.
I believe that the New Testament is the Injil, and I believe you are wrong.
Okay, so prove it.
Okay, I'm working on it. Okay, so
was the New Testament given to Jesus?
I believe it says it was given to him. Doesn't say it. Doesn't
Was
say
the letters of Matthew,
doesn't
Mark?
say it's a book or what it is. Or it could.
Was
just
the New
be,
Testament given to Jesus? Was Jesus given the Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, the Book of Acts, the Book of Revelations, the letters of Paul? Was Jesus given this book?
No, he was giving the teaching.
No, was he given this book?
No.
Right. Was he given the Injil?
No.
Well, according to the Qur'an, yes, he was.
No, his work is the New Testament is based on the works that he was.
Look, the Injil, sorry, the New Testament could be gossip about the Injil, no problem. The point I'm making is, I believe, based upon what the Qur'an says, the Injil was a revelation given to Jesus.
Correct.
If the Injil was a revelation given to Jesus, could that revelation be the New Testament?
Yes.
No, you just said no, the New Testament wasn't given to Jesus.
But the teachings of the New Testament could
No,
be.
I didn't say that, did I? I said the Injil.
Sorry, say again then.
Okay, the Quran says the Injil was given to Jesus, yes?
Correct.
Was the New Testament given to Jesus?
Yes.
No. The New Testament was written hundreds of years after Jesus. What are you talking about?
That doesn't.
Was the Gospel of Mark written in the time of Jesus? No. Was the Gospel of Luke? No. Was the Gospel of Matthew? No. Was the Gospel of John? No. Was any of the books of letters of Paul? No. Was the book of Acts written? No. Was the book of Revelations written? No. Was the epistle of James and Jude and John written? No. Was the epistles of Peter written? No. Was the book of Hebrews written? No. None of these books, the New Testament did not exist in the time of Jesus. So how could the New Testament be a book given to Jesus when it didn't even exist in the lifetime of Jesus?
Because it was the teachings that were given to Jesus.
The New Testament, if the New Testament didn't exist in the lifetime of Jesus, how could it be given to him?
Is based on the life of Jesus.
Look, I'll say it again to you.
I understand.
Did the New Testament exist in the time of Jesus?
No.
Right. According to what I believe, did the Injil?
According to what you believe, yes.
Right.
You're misunderstanding.
So is the Injil the New Testament?
Is it the New Testament? Yes, it's the same thing.
Well, it can't, because the New Testament didn't exist in the time of Jesus while the Injil did. How can they both be true?
Because they're two. It's a copy of it. That's all.
One book is given to Jesus. The other book is written about what was given to Jesus. It's not the same book, is it?
I mean, that's like saying a book you have today is not the same as a book written of the Quran when it was originally written.
No, it's not saying the same thing at all.
It actually is.
Well,
it's just the same thing that was written after.
No, because the book I have today is based upon what was given to Muhammad 1400 years ago.
Okay, and the book
right.
Of the New Testament is based upon
the New Testament is not a book given to Jesus, man. Flipping it. It didn't exist. How could it be given to Jesus if it didn't exist?
It's the same thing, just two different words.
It didn't exist. Did the Injil exist according to what I believe?
Yes.
Right. Did the New Testament exist?
No.
Right. So could it be the same thing?
It could be, yes.
No.
Why couldn't it?
Because one is a book, a revelation given to Jesus. The other is a biography of Jesus.
Okay.
So one is biography and one is revelation given to Jesus.
Could the New Testament not be the teachings specifically told to Jesus in the Injil?
I'm not interested in your could, would, or shoulds. I want you to demonstrate something I believe to be true that you can refute with overwhelming evidence to the contrary.
All right, so the Injil was given to Jesus, but you say we don't know where it is now, right? Correct?
Yes.
So obviously Allah knew this, but for some reason he decided to tell this to Muhammad or impart this story to him for no apparent reason because it's kind of irrelevant since it is lost.
No, it's addressing the Christians in the time of the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ in Medina.
So it's irrelevant to us now.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Because it doesn't apply to you now, because Muhammad applies to you now. Peace and blessing be upon him.
I mean, that's not even what the Quran says.
So what does the Quran say?
Let me see what the next Surah 56. Surah 558, I believe.
Oh, Vegan Gains is back, by the way, support. Go on, what you saying?
No, I was saying, okay, let me see. Let me just read this a sec. Hold on.
I'm going to have to go bring my fudge in a minute. Go on.
Sorry, I'm just looking this up. Just give me a sec. I can't seem to find it. Sorry.
I'm pretty sure you're just going to quote a verse of the Quran that talks about the Injil. If I was a gambling man, that's
No,
what you're about to do.
Here we go. It says, "We reveal to you, O Prophet, this book with the truth as a confirmation of previous scriptures and a supreme authority on them. So judge between them by what Allah has revealed and do not follow their desires over the truth that has come to you. To each of you, we have ordained a code of law and a way of life. If Allah had willed it, he would have made you one community, but his will is to test you with what he has given each of you. So compete with one another in doing good. To Allah you will all return. Then he will inform you of the truth regarding your differences." So basically, we're all different. We were all given different parts of the truth. And we're not supposed to argue amongst each other like we're doing now. It's actually kind of against what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be
Why
competing.
you believe things that can't be true if Islam is true?
Not necessarily. I mean,
No,
there could be
necessarily.
I believe that Jesus.
All right. Do you believe Prophet Muhammad is a messenger of God?
I don't know. He's the only prophet. I mean, he's the only prophet that didn't perform any miracles. I mean, I know there are miracles in.
Does the
in
Quran say he's a messenger? Does the Quran say he's a messenger of God?
Yes.
Right. And do you believe what the Quran says is true?
Possibly. I can't say with absolute certainty that.
If he's a messenger of God,
is
okay,
it not
so if the
possible?
Quran's a message, so the Quran is from God, yes?
Possibly.
Okay. Was Jesus crucified?
Yes.
The Quran says no.
I believe there. See, I think what maybe happened is that some of the Quran is true, and then it was basically corrupted at some certain point.
Why was it? Why do you believe it was corrupted? Where's these
because-
two different Qurans? You've got two Qurans for me with different versions.
I would have to look into that, but
I can bring you two Bibles with different versions. Is that your definition of corruption?
not
Maybe it's your
necessarily,
book that's
no.
been corrupted.
Yeah, but I mean, one book is obviously
Actually, no disrespect. Your book isn't even been corrupted. Your book is just irrelevant. Your book is just gossip.
So who created? So do you think there's no divine or supernatural inspiration?
All right, let me just demonstrate your delusion because you can't demonstrate mine. So I'll demonstrate yours.
Go for it.
All right. Do you believe Jesus was God?
No.
You don't believe Jesus was God?
No, not directly. No. He's an aspect of God.
So when he walked the earth, he wasn't God.
No.
He was just a man.
Yes and no. He's the divine entity, but he is not God.
Was he a man or was he more than a man?
He was both.
Both what?
He was both. He was God, and he was basically the physical embodiment of God. Since
So he was God in the flesh.
So God himself, essentially, yes, but that doesn't mean he is God.
Was he all knowing?
No.
So he's not God.
Right.
So
But he is
why are
an
you saying
aspect
he is God and then he's not God and he is God and he's not God? Is he God or not?
He's not God.
So what's the point of crucifying him?
For redemption of mankind's sins.
Isn't that just human sacrifice?
No.
Why not?
Because it's a divine sacrifice.
What define divine?
Basically, divine. So Jesus existed before the world did. So Jesus is basically a divine being that existed with God in spirit before he was incarnate on earth.
What does that mean?
What do you mean?
What does that mean?
It means that he has existed before the world did.
So what does that mean? Does it mean he's God or not God?
He was given all the authority.
We're just repeating ourselves. We had to say he was given authority. He gave authority to others. That doesn't demonstrate anything. King's messenger.
I'm gonna be.
No. Vegan Gains is waiting for you.
Tell him to come back next time. It's like 4 o'clock in the morning now.
Don't worry. I'm going to give you 10 minutes with him.
No. I'm gonna tell him to come back next time.
All right. I'll tell him to come back.
Yeah, I'm smashed now.
All right.
It was a good stream. We had good fun.
Yeah. All right. Ladies, Kev. Take care. Vegan, next time, dude.
Yeah. Well,
next time, keep profanity if you don't mind to yourself.
Sure. I think I only.
I don't know what you
swore
do on your
once.
channel, but here we don't have that.
Yeah, I think I only swore once, but
but
yeah, sure.
I tried to mute you and then you swore.
Would you have like literally 5 minutes? I'd like we don't.
Give me 5 minutes, Sabor.
Yeah. So I didn't want to argue with.
One second. I'll set timer 5 minutes.
Yeah, so I didn't want to debate you on problem of evil anymore. There was another interesting thing that was brought up on morality being either objective or subjective. If you agree that God has a mind and God is the one who creates these moral principles, would that not by definition make his own moral principles subjective? And if you agree that they are subjective, then why does God's moral principles, which are subjective, somehow outrule or are more valid than my own moral principles, which are subjective? I just like your answer. And maybe we can debate this on another stream.
Sure. Firstly, we as Muslims, we wouldn't say God has a mind. We would say God has knowledge, right? Now, we would not say that God's knowledge of morality, what is right and wrong, is subjective. The reason we wouldn't say that is because human beings, when we are referring to them as subjective, we are referring to them in terms of their limited cognitive architecture, their limited decision-making processes, their limited ability to know all of the ins and outs and actually come to the right decisions. But God is all-knowing, all-perfect. So when God says something is right and wrong, he's talking from his perfect knowledge. And from that perspective, that is objective, that is not subjective.
Okay, so he doesn't have a mind. So I'd also like you to explain like what your version of a mind would be, because like he can see things, correct? Like he can perceive things. Like would that not be definitionally a mind?
In Islam, the only words that we use to describe God are those words that are found in the classic Islamic literature, and the word mind is absent. So that's why we don't use the word mind.
Okay, well, you could not use the word mind, but would that not, by definition, be a mind if he's able to, like, he's not just literally a library, right? Or like a book where there's like lists.
So
like he can perceive things, he can talk to people, like obviously he has a mind, right?
So one of the principles in Islam is to reflect upon creation, do not reflect upon the creator. Because the creator's essence is far greater and far more transcendent than anything the human beings can comprehend. Which is why anything that you conceive of in your mind as God is not God. God is too great for that. So we would not use the word mind. Although
well, I could accept the idea that he's like so superior to me or something like that, but again, that doesn't get rid of the problem of him either having or not having a mind. Because he can be amazingly superior and have like a cognitive capability that's so vast compared to mine. But if he's able to perceive things, able to communicate with human beings like you would have had to have communicated with the Prophet Muhammad, right? Then he would have to have a mind of some sort.
No, the thing is, we don't rationalize God like that. We simply only use the words for God that are described in the classic Islamic literature, and we don't go beyond that, because it's actually a vortex of not even a vortex. It's almost like the more you try and delve into it, the more heresies you'll come across, right? Which is why Islamic scholars say that you only describe God by what he's described himself as and what the Prophet has described him as, and you don't use any other term besides what's been used in classic Islamic literature. And the word mind is used, yeah.
But whether it's heresy or not to question what God is, you would have to agree that he would, by definition, require a mind to have the capabilities he has.
No, I mean, a mind is very, like, we have a mind, we have a brain, you know, we have, this is, look, God is beyond time.
Well, I'm talking about a mind, not a brain, because, like, I mean, a brain could possibly not have a mind, right? Like, if you're dead, you don't have a mind anymore. By mind, I just mean having a consciousness. So just being able to perceive anything, something would have a mind.
We wouldn't use the word consciousness or mind with God. We would simply only use the words that God has used. So God is all living, all powerful, all loving, all knowledgeable, but we wouldn't use words like consciousness and mind.
Sure, but like, again, you're describing a personal preference not to describe God in a certain manner because, I don't know, like, it might be heresy or something. That
it's not not a personal preference. It's basically Sunni Islamic scholarship agrees that God should not be described by any other name or attribute other than what is known of him. And what we know clearly is God is beyond space, time, perception, anything we can imagine, far more transcendent than human beings can even conceive of. And we just leave it there.
I'll just ask you one more question because I know you want to leave. Would you agree, like, with like a very simple definition of a mind is merely something that has a consciousness?
A mind is something that has consciousness.
So it could be as simple as a lobster, could be as complex as a human being, could be as like amazingly magnificent and complex as a god, simply that it has a consciousness.
I'm not really sure about that. I'll have to think about that because words are quite tricky like this. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks for having me. Maybe I can come on again. We can debate that specific topic.
Right.
All
right. Take care.
That's it. Civil. That's how we like it. Take care, dude.
Take care.
It's 4:20.
Go to bed, Kevin. What are you hanging around for?
Right. All right. How was it?
All
It was good. It was good, wasn't it?
Mashallah. Yeah. I enjoyed it. It was a nice arena, nice mix. We had a Shahadah, 17-year-olds, subhanAllah. We give the design inference a run out, see how they handle it.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, they're not handling it very well.
Alhamdulillah, it's good. It's good.
Speakers Corner Sunday. Let's see how they handle it there.
Oh yes. All right.
No escape. Assalamu alaikum. Take care. Thanks for joining, my brother.
You too.
Okay. Shall I remove you? You remove yourself. All right, guys. That was awesome. Fantastic arena. Nice to be back. Mashallah, we hit over 5,000 viewers at some point, which was mega. Alhamdulillah. I've no idea what this geese is on about. Boy, you're going to have unedited footage, and this goes up live. This goes up raw. This doesn't get touched. This goes from StreamYard to YouTube, episode 52. That's it. Done. You want to find it? It's there. My God, we don't hide nothing. We don't edit nothing. It's raw and ready. It's live. And whatever happens, happens. You know what I'm saying? So it was fantastic. We had a good mixture. Just a lesson. Don't come on here whinging about the previous guest or whinging about me and how I do things, because that will just get you removed. Because I'm not here to be whinged at. You're here to challenge. I don't need your feedback, and I don't need your critique of how I dealt with somebody or how I do things, whatever. Don't gaslight me. Just come on, make your point, and let's hear it, and then we'll deal with your point. That's the position. Do you know what I'm saying? So take that as a warning. You come on here, your mouth off, just for no reason, from the get-go. We don't even bother with you, because you've already set the tone. All right, I'm gone. When shall I see you next? I might do a Sunday chill before I go Speaker's Corner. Maybe. Still waiting for that boss fight. Actually, we're not. I don't think we're doing the boss fight now. We're doing. We're starting this new. We're starting this new wipe tomorrow. This 6-man wipe. Me, Nondas, brother Salim, brother Emil, brother Nabil, and another guy called Sam, who will give in dawah. So it's a fresh wipe. I don't think we're going to do that live streamed. Might be fun to do it live streamed, actually. Maybe. I'll speak to the boys whether I can do it live streamed. If we can do it live streamed, do it live streamed. It's going to be a long stream, though. I'm starting tomorrow. The wipe starts at 4 p.m. UK time. And it's going to be like a full 3, 4, 5 hour grind. There's going to be like nearly 300 people on the same servers trying to get the same bases that we're trying to get. It's going to be chaos. So that might be fun. That might be fun. So we'll see. So it'll be on my gaming channel, Hamza's Gaming Flex, inshallah. Other than that, thank you for joining. I always say this, without you guys in the comment section, this channel's nothing. Yeah, you guys make it what it is. You might give it that family feel. I love it, mashallah. And I do what it is for you guys, because I know how much you enjoy and how you benefit. So that's what I'm here for, alhamdulillah. And I hope you learned something today. I hope you like the new argument, design inference. We're going to give that a run out in Speaker's Corner, and let's see how the atheists can deal with it. Let's see if there are any weaknesses in the argument. Did you notice today, though, everything comes back to was the Prophet telling the truth, lying, crazy, or this is why that book just has to be paramount, man, because that's where all the arguments lead, inshallah. So that's what we need to be. That's the game changer, inshallah. Right, Kevin's a nice guy. Reminds me of Tim Nice but Dim, to be honest. Nice guy, but wow, delusion is not the word. Right, until then, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.